Boom. Where are we? I got a new camera. I don't know what's going on here. Well, one of the cameras plugged in. I had a brand new camera. Whatever. Not happening. Let's get to the markets. We'll figure that out later. Oh, how's everyone doing? Happy, what is today? Thursday? March 26th. Sweet 16 today. I'm excited for that. What's up, chat? How we feeling? How we feeling? Let me get some charts up here. Boom, boom. GM. All right, let's settle in here. I got this whole new camera. It was working last night. I turned it on this morning. Nothing. I don't know. I don't know, but I don't care. We got money to make instead. Oh, wait, here it is. Oh. Now it's working. Go figure. All right, now we're ready to roll. Don't ask me why I did that. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't know. Do I look crisp today? Do I look... Oh, am I in 4K right now? Goodness gracious. All right, sorry, chat. We're having fun with the new toys. Send it. What are we sending? Candles, Chaos, Grambo, Brett, Jarrett, Colin, Honor, Craig in here this morning. Who else was in here? There were some people in here before I even got on here. UK, Frosty Dog was in here early. Did I say Cameron? I don't know if I said Cameron. Kels, what's up? Good morning. We sold off a lot last night, didn't we? Somehow I caught a long for 100 points in the middle of all this crap. I got long here, hit the pivot point and got out. And then I watched it go here, back to here, back down to here. Crazy night. Oh, well. As always, welcome in if you're new. Subscribe to the channel. Give a little like to the stream. Just helps get us out there in the algo a little bit more. It's the only thing we ever ask of you guys. Be a friend. Tell a friend where you hang out, trade every day. And let's see if we can find some opportunity. All right. Boy, I almost missed the market open trying to mess around with my camera. All right. All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Make sure I've got this. Grambo is long. I didn't even make a coffee today, guys. I am all over the place. But we're here and we're ready to roll. Boy, you get under here. I mean, do we have to go fill in this 100 points lower? I don't like this, honestly. I would have preferred to have one of these things become like your little bottom, and then this holds in here and does this. You lose this, probably coming back to this, right? Because this is like last line of defense before you're gonna go revisit some lows down here. So much red on my watch list. Yeah, Colin, I know. I just red light therapy this morning. CL back up to 94. It's not good. Not good. Let me get the headlines pumping over here in my ear. I mean, what headlines did we even get last night? I mean, I just scrolled through them, but I didn't really see much. I'm just kind of trying to see where we're at. Microsoft actually strong today. Go figure, right? Just inverse the market. This is a great call. This is part of my morning routine, guys. I go through, I see where we're at, where did we open, what's going on here. First thing that I notice, the first thing I notice is we opened up outside of the previous day's range, which means there's a high probability of coming back to touch it. Let's go ahead and pull up those stats and take a look. Microsoft is pumping off the open here, by the way. Outside days report from Edgeful SPY, 78% chance. QQQ, 74% chance. Well, you're right on 650 SPY. That's interesting. SPX not really on anything of note right now. 6,500 down here, 6,550. Over 6,550 is probably a nice 20-point move. So outside day means that you opened up outside the previous day's range. Here's a visual for today's setup. So you have outside days. This is a bearish outside day. So it looks something like this right here. You open up down here under previous session's low, and you end up coming back and touching the previous day's low. As we drill, we are drilling. How about that? Microsoft actually is break even, filling its gap upside while the market's just tanking. Is there anything green out here in these streets? PayPal. Cisco green in a red tape. Worth noting. Strong chart we've been watching. Dell, Crowd, ARM. I mean, I have to think about playing that. I have to think about playing for that 75% chance. I'm going to tweet that out. All right, get this data sent out there for everyone else so they can see it too. You guys get it first on the stream. We talk through it full analysis, but we put it out there for everyone else. All right, got that sent out. And now this is all out of this is all out of whack. There we go. Okay. I go by size, you're saying? What's the size? .53. So that one makes a little 50-50. IWM's kind of leading the way back up here, and Microsoft was an interesting tell. I think I'm gonna have to get long somewhere down here. No headline or anything really that I'm seeing. Iranian media citing an official source. We sent our response to the American proposal yesterday. It's a big old hammer on the 15. I'm gonna have to try to get long somewhere. Where do I get? Yeah, gum. Dadgummit, I should have just chased it. Here I was sitting here getting stuff out for everyone. Son of a gun. Well, that sucks. Gonna miss the whole trade. Boom, Dom, you got it though. I'm glad. I want somebody to eat. I hope somebody's eating off of this. Tehran is now waiting the other side's response to its position on the American proposal. So there are talks happening. Look at this 15-minute. How can I not be long on this 15-minute candle right here? Oil coming down is going to help. Dude, half the chat took the trade. I was over here just tweeting it out for the people. Man of the people, I guess. I do think you get to the... Let me line this back up. All right, that high of day, 17 points higher is the whole number on NDX. So, yeah, basically still in the same spot, 210. All right, I should probably just scalp this thing. It's all right. Yeah, good. That's what you know. Karma doesn't buy formula and diapers, but it'll be all right. They stopped me out to pump it. Dang, Grambo. YM did fill the gap. Where do you get long down here? 145 to 130. The SPX almost got there. Yeah, look at that SPY within 20 points. How many of you guys are still long? Yes, Evan, I saw it. I responded. Mara sells their Bitcoin and goes up 10%. That's funny. I noticed Mara was up. That's what it's up on, Cameron? That's crazy. Kels is out of the SPY long. This is a huge move with this 15-minute hammer. Let's go sweep these 202 highs. 210, 209 is what I have marked. VWAP is like right here at 205 is your VWAP. As ES SPY, all that comes into previous day's low. Watch out for rejection. It's going to be right around 24K IndieX, which is 24,210-ish on NQ. VWAP's also sitting there at 205. Statistically, NQ should go all the way to 280s, though. We're getting a lot of good headlines out of Iran, it looks like. Iran 6 guarantees war will not be repeated. All right, there's 24K, and you're about to hit previous day's low right here on SPY. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. All right, well, I got some of that free money right there. Boom, Bullish Bear, you got that scalp too? Beautiful, beautiful. You definitely want to take profit right here just in case, or at least major trims. One of the two indices hits previous day's low. It's an important spot. Statistics still in play for NQ, but you just played it out on ES, so just remember that. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm watching all these Iran headlines coming out as well. So it's typical that you get, I mean, so think about the trade scenario that we laid out here was to long and look for previous session low. Anybody that's trading ES, they hit their main target right here. This is main target. NQ still has a long way to go. But this 15-minute was a hammer and a half. Wick under pre-market low. You had SMT. I'm sure Jordan saw this SMT right here. There we go. Pump it. Pump it. Ooh, Lucid giveaway. Let me get this up on the screen for you guys. What account are we giving away, Evan? Let me get this pulled up here. Boom, 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 boom. All right, I'm gonna drop this in the chat for you guys too. Over on X right now, guys, we're giving away a 25K Lucid Flex eval account. Only the Wolfpack to enter. The only thing you have to do is like this post. We'll be picking a winner in 5 minutes. If you had notifications on, you would have already seen this. Jump over. I just put the tweet for you guys because you guys are Wolfpack. You guys are in the chat every day. Jump in, hit that link right there. Go in there, just put a like on there. Look at that, 63 likes already. 66. This thing's just boom. A lot of people getting entered in. Put your name in the hat. Turn notifications on if you have notifications on for Wolf Trading. There you go. We may be doing some more of these little flash giveaways. Me and Evan were talking about it, and Jordan. Finster, I see my man Finster already in here. Yeah, you guys go, 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 go. 84 likes now. So are we gonna get? Goodness gracious. 86. Got logged out of Edgeful. They push out updates so often. I guess you want it to hold here. But once again, I mean, you got to look at this from both sides. So, yeah, you pushed up into VWAP here. The statistic still takes you here, but this is a huge move, right? And it's nearly 200-point move. Now I look over here and I see, okay, target mostly hit. Hold on. All right, so Iran has officially responded to the 15-point proposal from the US. The proposal that everybody said was fake and didn't exist, and that Iran wasn't talking to us. And apparently they are. All right. Sorry, that was in the headline in my ear right there. I turned on notifications for like certain accounts. I remember I had Elon's on for a while and I had to turn those off, but no plan for talks. There's some continued squawk here. No plan for talks at this time. The proposal is unrealistic, is what I'm hearing from Iran in this response. And notice how that happens right when ES SPY, all that hit previous day's low. Beautiful. Chart goes where it needs to go, regardless of, irregardless, is that a word, of headlines? All right, is this your second chance? There's still a ton of headlines coming out right now. He's saying something, some senior Iranian officials talking to Reuters. Iran's initial response, which was also conveyed to Pakistan, was that the proposal lacks the minimum requirements for success. There is still no arrangement for negotiations. No plan for talks appears realistic at this stage. What else? I just heard another piece, though. Sebastian, I actually agree with what you're saying here. I mean, it's you know, 6 one way, half a dozen the other. The point being, charts go where charts are set up to go. The headline's the catalyst that takes you there. So both sides of this. One, the chart's set up to do something. Headline will take you there a lot of times. The other thing is if you are what's the term I'm looking for? If a lot of times a chart will go all the way to, just work its way slowly to a key level. And as it rejects that key level, then the headline will come out. So like both sides of the same thing. Who won? Ninja Waffles. Ninja Waffles got that free account from Lucid. Shout out to Evan getting that done for us this morning, hooking somebody up with a new Lucid account. Make sure you use code WOLF over at Lucid. If you haven't tried them out, they're the next one on my list. I honestly, maybe at some point today or tomorrow, I'm going to go ahead and pick up a Lucid account and start trying it out myself. I have not tried out Lucid. I've heard so many good things about them, seen them all over the timeline. Now, you guys in here have told me that they're great. I mean, traders that I actually know, like, and speak with, they've said good things to me about Lucid. Part of our vetting process before we even added Lucid was, adding or asking other users about it. So I don't know. I like it. I also like that buyers, even with the headlines, buyers are still in this market. You see this bottom wick. That's probably your second chance to get in. Red Cat headline, RDW. Diplomacy is not stopped, and if realism prevails in Washington, a path forward may still be found. So regardless of, the meat of the headline basically being they're rejecting the proposal, this is still like a step in the right direction. So I think the market's going to take that into consideration here. So overall, I would consider this somewhat of a bullish headline. Oil's kind of telling you the same. The market popping up is telling you the same. Because you went from there's no talks happening, there's no hope, and then you've got an Iranian official saying, we don't like the proposal, but diplomacy is happening. Path forward may still be found. There's positive things. Positive things. It's also much different than when they said, no, there's no talks happening, nothing's happening. You're right. There's always talks happening. RDW has a takeover note. That was a headline I heard too. I kind of want to get back in the long and try to push this thing. We're still above the EMAs, like extended, but We're going to have a bullish IB as well. It's going to help. Ooh. Ooh. Lucid is the GOAT. There we go. Big shout out. Push through right here and like you should get the rip. Microsoft up almost 1%. What a turnaround. A stock that's just been getting crushed. I mean, due for a bounce. So, but that's going to help the end. I mean, it's one of your heaviest weighted stocks, right? Top 3. Apple looking constructive here. Nvidia, it's 175, kind of just a whole number key area. It's lower end of this range it's been in forever. There you go. All right, there's new high of day. If you got the dip off the 9 there, 256 is that pivot point. I have my EMA right there as well. And then obviously statistically, you try to get to that 285. You need ES to accept in here just a little bit higher, because you're also battling with this 24K whole number, psychological number on NDX. IWM, very strong actually today. Also worth noting, Microsoft and Apple, both green. 2 of your 3 largest weighted stocks. Nvidia is not doing much, but those 2. There's a Trump cabinet meeting coming up soon. NVIDIA, new low of day. Need to get some buyers over there. Of course, semis are weak when we are trying to bounce. I still like the long. Wow. So Hood just turned everything around. Where's Hood at on the daily? Yeah, daily 9. I mean, did crypto just get stomped on too? Is that what happened? It's tough because you don't want to be greedy here on NQ after ES made the move. Like whichever one's stronger and makes the move, but you could make the argument to play some catch up. Boris, you say that that data from Edgeful. It doesn't say, oh, there was headlines today, so the data doesn't matter. You know what I mean? So like the data includes all the headlines. Like even back during the tariff stuff, all that. Might be a hanging man here on the 15. $15 more minutes. Your IB is bullish though. Hasn't been sat, but IB is bullish, which means you get another candle here. You still look for this, unless something gets crazy. This, I mean, don't overcomplicate it. Huge buy wick, follow through candle, indecision candle. Yeah, Apple's not stopping. You just came back to the EMAs on here we go. Push. Come on. Get over. Bird Dog coming in with the all caps. We're about to eat some shorts today. I guess what is that? Is that a bowl of what is that? I agree with everything you said. We have to wait. I don't know if we're gonna eat the shorts, but we do have to be patient. And we got this. All right, just getting an update. Rizzo hopefully getting back home today or tomorrow after a little situation he's been dealing with. A little health scare type of thing. I didn't even make a coffee yet, but I don't want to miss this IB trade. We get to previous session low. I'm making a coffee. But if you're really aggressive, you get long right here off of 200. I think it's just too early because it could come all the way down here, clean this up, and then go up. Yep. What's up, DP? Small winner last night, 2 base hits this morning, break even stop on the sidelines. Hey, this is what I really like. Well, Colin Rizzo's not dead. He just at some point earlier this week, I think he had some kind of allergic reaction or something. I don't know, something happened. He was supposed to be going on a vacation this week, and apparently that didn't happen. Big W's in the chat for DP. It's beautiful. I took one trade last night. It worked out nicely. Shut it down. Tried to get caught up on sleep. You know how that goes with kids these days. PFE has that look again, going to reject like usual. Is this finally the breakout? What's up, David? Frosty Dog, the W's in the chat for our man DP. Jarrett W in the chat as well. The wolf pack is strong, growing, and we're all getting better every day. Been getting my first trades around 11:30 lately. That's actually really been the move. Isn't it crazy, Tommy, that you look at this and say the IB is, the IB's over 200 points, and you're like, it's not as bad as it's been. 8 minutes until that IB is currently sitting at 242. I'm still expecting the 70+% chance statistic that we go to 286, 285, whatever that front run that. I'm not going to get stopped by a tick. Apple is screaming higher. Nvidia and Simmys could catch a bid. We'd be in business here. Where is VIX? Oh yeah, VIX is headed down trying to gap fill too. Come on, we need to get this IB set. We need to get this thing moving before Trump starts speaking. Only orders I see are sitting at like 235. It's not like a ton of them, but we're just chopping at this 24K on NDX, and this is previous day's low on SPY ES SPX. There is a lot of traffic right here. Basically all of what Tuesday's range was right here. Interesting that Iranian headline comes out like 5 minutes after the market opens while it's dying. It's just interesting. I mean, you got a huge engulfing hammer on the 30-minute right now. Just like a SpaceX rocket. I mean, that 15-minute first opening candle was crazy bottom wick, follow through candle. Then here's your consolidation and decision, dojis. 5 minute looks like it's just flagging on the EMAs and VWAP. Somebody tell NVIDIA that we're trying to go touch yesterday's low, because goodness gracious. Meta is drilling. Are you talking about the Apple mouse? Are you talking about this guy? You have one of these, Tommy? Good Lord, Meta is getting wrecked. Got 1 minute until the IB. Don't make me add. See, would you buy it here or do you buy it at like 150s? 160, 155? Point of control is right here at 192 as well. NVIDIA just broke new lows. Meta is getting just destroyed. Need some kind of bottom wick now into the middle. I mean, just based on the data, I have to look to buy dips. It's just where. RTY is still very strong. I mean, if NVIDIA and Meta weren't just getting clobbered, because Tesla got pushed down too. Dude, what? Who pissed off Zuckerberg? Good God. I mean, I saw some type of like new stock option plan for him, but Yeah, I saw Meta got sued, but the like decision came out yesterday. It didn't seem that bad. Are there new lawsuits as well? Because like the ones that they're reading the verdict on yesterday, they have to redo algos and all kinds of stuff. I mean, that's just a disgusting move. You gotta have some type of bid in SMH if we're gonna go higher. Or maybe SPX has to come back down and retest or hold or something. Tommy, I like this mouse for the most part. I'm used to like the ergonomic ones, like the one that's more like a handshake shape. The only thing is just wait until you have to charge this stupid thing in the middle of the day. Will be the worst experience of your life. I was in a position one time my Apple mouse died and you just only can plug it in on the bottom. Oh. Cabinet meeting. Trump's live. Let me get that pulled up here.
But they're angry at the Democrats. They know what's happening. But they're punishing the American people, including travelers at airports, all in the quest to return to open borders and give amnesty to illegal alien criminals. They want to give amnesty to some of the criminals that came into our country. Just about all of them, actually, if you look at it. They love sanctuary cities, which is a sanctuary for criminals. They want to make sure they're taken care of. That's what we're fighting about. That's really what they're fighting. They don't talk about that, but that's what they're fighting about. They want to protect criminals. In many cases, 11,888 murders. Many of them, I will say, are gone now because of us. We got them out. But still have some left. Should have never happened. Should have never been allowed to come into our country.
Right. Come a little bit lower, right? Hit this midpoint.
We're not going to let the Democrats
150.
get away with this stuff. The people are wise to them, so
otherwise I'll chase it.
They need to end the shutdown immediately, or we'll have
to
take
be patient.
Some very drastic measures. This morning I want to give an update on the Operation Epic Fury, which is
here comes Trump talking about it.
Because we are absolutely obliterating them. Over the past 3 weeks,
he loves the term obliterate right now.
Hitting Iran's military capabilities at a level that few people have ever seen before. People never knew there was such a capability. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. I built it during my first administration, and I used it during my second administration. Unfortunately, because I'd rather not have to use it. But it's a display of force and precision and skill like nothing the world has really witnessed, although you got to...
I'm trying to be patient. I really want to start getting long right here.
And that was a smaller version of what we're doing now. We're crushing their missiles and drone stockpiles, destroying the defense industrial base. We've wiped out their Navy completely, their Air Force completely. We've wiped out a large percentage of their missiles. And the missile launchers, without the launchers, the missiles don't do any good. And we've knocked out probably close to 90% of the launchers, probably more than 90% of the missiles themselves. Between some they fired and more than they fired, we knocked out. We've also destroyed a lot of the factories. We're continuing to do that, but a lot of the factories where they manufacture the drones and the missiles. The drones too are way down, but the reason they're down is they go one way and they don't come back. Because for the most part, we're shooting them down. But we also are able to, we've really done tremendous damage to the places where they make them.
Send it.
And just so we set the record straight, because I've been watching the Wall Street Journal's fake news and all these stories that get printed like, oh, I want to make a deal. They are begging to make a deal, not me. They're begging to make a deal. And
You're
anybody
begging
that
to make
saw
a deal.
what was happening over there would understand why they want to make a deal. But they say, oh, we're not talking to them. Anybody would know they're talking. And only a total fool. And they're not fools. They're very smart, actually, in a certain way. And they're great negotiators.
Bro, he's just up here talking shit.
Fighters, but they're great negotiators. They are begging to work out a deal. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't know if we're willing to do that. They should have done that 4 weeks ago. They should have done it 2 years ago. Or they should have done it when we first came into office, because
all right, I am going to try the long
2
here.
years ago they had free reign under Biden. Sleepy Joe.
All right, I just took a little starter here,
worst
150.
president in the history of our country. When he allowed to happen to our country at the borders, and even with a thing like this. But not just him. Every president for 47 years, every president should have done this. They should have done it a long time ago, because you cannot give lunatics
Candles
a
don't look great
weapon,
right now, but
and they would have had a
playing
big
statistics.
one. It stopped really when we did the B-2, but even before that, the Barack Hussein Obama, what he did where he gave them the Iran nuclear deal, gave them free will toward a nuclear weapon. Basically, he chose Iran over Israel and others that didn't want him to do it. But I terminated that deal. Had I not terminated that deal, you would have had a nuclear weapon years ago, and it would have been used, guaranteed. And one of the reasons you know about the guarantee is because their neighbors were sort of like bystanders. They weren't involved very much. They didn't choose heavy sides. They didn't want to because people were concerned with Iran. There was a big black cloud over the Middle East. They were concerned, but all of a sudden the war starts and they start shooting at these five, in particular, five countries.
What the hell are you guys doing
They
to
start
Boris?
shooting at Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Oman. They start shooting at them, and everybody was shocked, including us. You know why? Because they're sick, and they had a plan to take over the Middle East. And some of those missiles that were shot at them were locked long before we even started this process. They were locked and loaded and aimed at those countries. They wanted to take over the Middle East, but we happened to come along, so it wasn't so easy. So right now their navy is sunk in the largest elimination of a foreign navy that has taken place, maybe ever, but certainly since World War II. Their air force is gone. Their anti-aircraft and communications capabilities are totally dismantled. And one of the problems they do have when they deal with us is we deal with people and the people aren't able to communicate with anybody else.
All the mags.
You know, because all of their leadership has been gone.
All these mag 7s are
The
selling
first level
off.
is gone, and they met to pick a new level, and they're gone. They're all gone because they didn't make a deal, and because they're sick people. They're really sick. They're really sinister, sick people. And if anybody thinks it was okay to have a group of people like this to have nuclear capability, nuclear weapons, and if we didn't attack with the B-2 bombers, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks of that, maybe 4 weeks. But between 2 and 4 weeks, they were planning to have a nuclear weapon. If we didn't hit them at that time with the B-2 bombers, and one of the great air raids in history, maybe the greatest. Dark at night, no moon, no light. Every single bomb hit its mark and just obliterated that place. So it's now buried deep under earth. And it was an amazing thing, but they would have nuclear, and they would have used it without question. And you know that because why did they shoot all these countries that weren't even really involved with them? They weren't involved. They had no big problems because they're sick, because they want to take over the Middle East, not just Israel. Certainly Israel would have been the first on their list. They would have used nuclear weapons, a nuclear, you don't need too many of them, but they would have used a nuclear weapon on Israel, and they would have used it on the neighbors, and then they would have come after us. And if we had a weak president, they would have done great damage. But fortunately, you don't have a weak president. I knew what was happening. And I think we've been proven right. You know, they took one missile, went 2,500 miles. They supposedly didn't have a missile like that. They had no missile with that capability. But they shot the now famous Ireland, the island that the UK was very afraid to give us because they didn't want to get dragged in. But we don't want to get dragged into their wars either. You know? It's one thing we're very disappointed, I'll say it publicly, we're very disappointed with NATO because NATO has done absolutely nothing. And I've always said, 25 years ago, I mean, I was somebody that wasn't a politician, but I was always involved in politics and I understood politics. I said 25 years ago that NATO's a paper tiger, but
Well, the way these
more
mag 7s
importantly,
are
they
acting.
will come to their rescue, but they will never come to ours. And I want you to remember that we said this. They didn't
Hard to
come
pop
our
from the
rescue.
video already
Now they all want to help.
extending downside.
When they're annihilated, the other side is annihilated. They said, we'd love to send ships. They actually made a statement, a couple of them, that we want to get involved when the war's over. No, it's supposed to get involved when the war's beginning, or even before it begins. We had the UK say that we'll send, this is 3 weeks ago, we'll send our aircraft carriers, which aren't the best aircraft carriers, by the way. They're toys compared to what we have. But we'll send our aircraft carrier when
SPX is right
war's
on this
over.
key level too.
I said, oh, that's wonderful. Thank you very much.
So-
Don't bother. We don't need it. And we don't need it, and we don't need them. We estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission, and we're way ahead of schedule. If you look at what we've done in terms of the destruction of that country, I mean, we're way ahead. Think of it, they have no Navy, and they had good ships. 154 ships have been shot down and are resting very nicely at the bottom of the sea. And we did that in a matter of less than a week. Because we have the greatest military in the world by far. Nobody even close. So we estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. 26 days in, we're really a lot ahead of schedule. The Iranian regime is now admitting to itself that they have been decisively defeated. They're saying to people.
So I took a little ad there. I'm going to try to get those back out in the 160s.
They wouldn't talk otherwise. But they're talking to us because they've got a disaster in their hands. They're defeated. They can't make a comeback. We're free to roam over their cities and towns and destroy all of their crazy nuclear weapons and missiles and drones that they're building. And we're doing that. They now have a chance to make a deal, but that's up to them. And they'll tell you, we're not negotiating. We will not negotiate. Of course they're negotiating. They've been obliterated. Who wouldn't negotiate? They are begging to make a deal. We'll see if we can make the right deal. And if they make the right deal, then
they are
straight
begging to make a deal.
Open up. And even now, we don't know if there are any mines. You know, they have 22 mine.
Oh, don't say that.
They call mine droppers. Think of it. Who would have 22 mine droppers? There's a boat that drops mines. Who has 22 mine droppers? Except for people with very evil intention. So every one of those mine droppers has been struck with the same weapon we used to stop drugs from coming into the United States of America. When we hit those boats, it's the exact same weapon, extremely effective. We have unlimited supplies and extremely effective.
ESSPX loses this level, it's over.
Droppers. By the way, speaking of drugs, we're 98% down drugs coming in by water, by the ocean, by the sea. 98%. And we're trying to find out who are the 2% because we think they're the bravest men anywhere in the world. Maybe women. But whoever's on those boats is very brave or doesn't watch television. But where drugs coming in by sea, coming in by water, are 98% down. And now we'll stop the drugs coming in by land. The land is the easy one. You had to stop the water. A lot of it came in through the water. Now it's all pinched. And these people are trying to come in by land. And we will, that's it. That's the easy one. But we had to take care of the water first. Nobody's coming in. Virtually nothing is coming in anymore. It was hundreds of millions of dollars a week were coming in by water. But they now have the chance, that is Iran, to permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions and to chart a new path forward. We'll see if they want to do it. If they don't, we're their worst nightmare. In the meantime, we'll just keep blowing them away, unimpeded, unstopped. Well, there's not a thing they can do about it. They can't do anything about it, you know. I'll tell you if they could. If they could, you'd be hearing about it. You'd be hearing about it. You don't hear anything about it. They can't shoot our jets. We have the best military equipment in the world. No, not even a contest. You see that with Venezuela. They had other equipment. They didn't have ours. It didn't work. Didn't work. Think of it. We did a
not looking good,
situation
ladies and
in
gentlemen.
Venezuela. It was a great military operation, getting a very, very
If we hit my average, I'll probably start
people
trimming.
into our country. Incredible. He emptied his prisons in Venezuela, emptied his prisons into our country, and I hope that charge will be brought at some point, because that was a big charge that hasn't been brought yet. It should be brought. He emptied his prisons into our country and was a major purveyor of drugs coming into our country. And he's now been captured and, you know.
I don't like that 10-minute candle.
He's
Looks
been
so
given a
bad.
fair trial. But I would imagine there are other trials coming because they've really sued him just on a fraction of the kind of things that he's done. Other cases are going to be brought, as you probably know. In the meantime, with Iran, we're going to keep doing what we've been doing, and nobody's a match for the United States, but they're not a match for the United States. It's small potatoes. That's why I'm so disappointed in NATO, because this was a test for NATO. This was a test. You can help us. You don't have to, but if you don't have, if you don't do that, we're going to remember. Just remember this in a number of months from now. Remember my statements. They have an expression, a great expression. Never forget. Never forget. So as we end threats to America abroad, we're focused here at home on building the greatest economy in the history of the world. Now, before this started, the Dow hit 50,000.
Yeah,
The
this is not
S&P
looking
hit
good.
7,000. Both of those achievements were not achievable. Every one of you, most of you, I guess, said
It's not good when all your Mag 7s
you'll
are
never
doing
hit
this.
50,000 during a 4-year period because it was too high a number. Well, we hit it in our first year. And I said, well, now we have to take an excursion to Iran and we have to stop this maniac who's no longer with us. The supreme leader wasn't so supreme, no longer with us. It's very sad. We have to stop him from
What?
blowing up the world, blowing up the Middle East, and blowing up our country, and we did that. And frankly, I thought the oil prices would go up more, and I thought the stock market would go down more. It hasn't been nearly as severe as I thought. I think they have confidence in maybe the American president and maybe the people sitting around this table. But Americans filing their taxes this year are receiving record-setting refunds. It's been a very big story. Well, it should be a big story. I don't think you write about it that much, but I speak about it.
He seems like he's in an like he's not in a good mood today.
You don't write about it. You don't write about the
Yeah, here we go. They're going to take me
drug
out.
prices going down. It'll be going down 30, 40, 50, 60%, 70%. Favored nations. Called most favored nations. We're going to be paying the lowest price anywhere in the world. Before we paid the highest price in the world, Bobby, right? And now we're going to pay the lowest price in the world. That's quite a difference. It's a difference of from 40 to 70 and 80 and even 90%. That's a pretty big difference.
We're going to take Ivy
But we're
low, aren't we?
slashing regulations, and investment is pouring in from all over the world. We have the most investment of any country in history.
ES like double
has been
topped
put
at
into
Ivy
our country
high.
in the last year. And again, we had to take a little detour. Won't be long. Going to end soon. We had to take a little detour, go to Iran, and we had to put out a fire. Very dangerous fire that could have blown up big portions of the world, if not the whole thing. So tomorrow we'll be announcing a variety of actions that we're taking to support American farmers, who we never forget. We love the farmers. We
Yeah,
gave
this thing
them
looks like it's just going to
$12
die.
billion out of tariff money. We had
Big death.
tremendous
I got
amount
taken
of
out.
tariff money come in. And we continue to have. We've gone, as you know, the Supreme Court gave us a very unfortunate, foolish ruling. A ruling that gives the people that have ripped off our country for many years, gives them some money back. But, it's one of those things. It's a terrible, terrible, horrible mistake they made, but it's okay because we have another method that's just as good. We'll use the other method. But because the tariff money has been so substantial,
Maybe long
gave our farmers who
24K
have
now.
been mistreated by some countries. We gave them $12 billion, and they're extremely happy, and they deserve it. They've been great. They never complain. They just go out and they farm, and they wouldn't do anything different. They wouldn't trade jobs with any of you, except maybe some of the fake media. I don't know. Somehow I
Should
don't
get
see
some
that.
kind of relief
I
balance
like,
here.
I like their job better, actually. I love the farmers. So we gave them $12 billion. So in just a few moments, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will discuss the actions that we're taking to address energy prices, which have not gone up as much as I thought, Scott, to be honest with you. And, it's not over, so maybe it'll go up a little bit more. It's all going to come back down to where it was, probably lower.
Probably
And my
get like a
prediction is
100-point
that
bounce here
Trump was right about everything. That
after
you
taking
had,
me
Trump
out. I'm
was
going to have to
right about
scalp it back long.
It's pretty right. But Scott's going to address that. And I think before we go very much further, I want to ask Vice President J.D. Vance to say a few words about where we are with the situation. He's involved with Steve and with Jared on negotiations. And then
Yeah, I
some
overextended
of the
tick.
others will speak. We'll have Marco say a few words. Pete Hegseth, who was born for this role. I mean, he's doing a great job. They gave him a hard time.
Good
And now people,
Lord.
I'll tell you, somebody came up to me yesterday, gave you a very hard time, said, I made a mistake. Pete Hegseth is doing a good job. So When I tell you who, you're not even going to believe it. He said next. He gave you such a nasty hard time, but you're doing great. And
This is gonna go
and
all the way
Steve is
back
gonna
to the
speak,
midpoint?
and,
No way.
Scott will speak last. And if we have
Dude,
any
no.
questions, we'll take some questions. You may have questions. I doubt it, but you may have some questions. So, JD, please.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you. It's good to see everybody. Proud to be part of this team. Proud to be serving the president of the country. Let me just say a couple things. The first of all is the president summarized this very ably. But look, the Iranian conventional military is effectively
that
destroyed.
tick hit that minus
They don't
1,000.
have a
I did
Navy,
the same
they
thing,
don't have the
Grambo. I'm
ability
trying to
to
scalp
hit us
back
like they could
that
a few
loss.
weeks ago. And what that does is that gives us options, Mr. President. Now, there's been a lot of reporting about diplomatic options, about negotiations. There's, of course, Pete and his team. There are further military options. But what we have now that we didn't have when the president took over just a little over a year ago is the ability to use every tool at our disposal to ensure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. Because when I say options, I think it's important the American people know options for what? And it's options to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. You talk about people who walk into a crowded supermarket and have a vest on, and they blow up the vest and a couple of people get killed, and that's a terrible tragedy. What happens when what's on the vest is not something that can kill a couple of people, but can kill many, many tens of thousands of people? That is the most important American national security objective that exists for any administration at any time, is you don't want the worst people in the world to have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president is doing this. That's why the president cares so much about this particular issue. I'll let Steve talk a little bit about the details of the negotiation, but the last thing I'll say before I turn it over to Marco is I'm very mindful, of course, that we have a lot of folks overseas fighting very ably for the United States of America. I know Pete and the whole team, we're very proud of them, but they're fighting
We hit that 1,000 tick. I tried to scalp the long here just to get that loss back.
The most important week of the Christian calendar, the Holy Week that celebrates the return of
watch
Jesus
right here
Christ
is
to
the,
Jerusalem. And so I want to say to all of my fellow American Christians, but particularly those serving in the Gulf, that I wish you all a very blessed Easter, a very blessed Holy Week, and we continue to stand behind you.
You just back tested that.
Every step of the way.
The level I wanted to hold on SPX is just back tested.
The most important job any president has is to keep the American people safe. And every president says it, but we have a president that means it and does something about it. As the president outlined very clearly to the world on the night this operation began, Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years. For 47 years, Iran has been killing Americans and attacking Americans across this planet. And other presidents had an opportunity to do something about it. And they all warned about how Iran was dangerous, but they refused to act. And this president's
still
not someone
buyers
that's
here.
going to refuse to act. He's not going to leave a danger like this in place. He's going to address it, and that is what he is doing.
There we
From
go.
the very first night of this operation, the president
Come on,
made
give
it
me
very
back-
clear.
Give me back
People
green.
like this, and now what I'm talking about is not the people of Iran. The people that run this country are radical Shia clerics. These are religious fanatics. Look what they are doing now. At their weakest point, this is the weakest Iran has ever been, and look at what they're doing. They're attacking embassies. They're attacking hotels. Imagine what these people would do if they had a nuclear weapon. That is an unacceptable risk for the world. By the way, the president's not just doing a favor to the United States and to our people. This is for the world. He defined very clearly on the first night of this operation what the goal was. We were going to destroy Iran's navy. And that's
Iran.
We were going to, if it hasn't already happened, I'll let Pete speak to the specifics of it. We were going to destroy their missile launching capabilities. We're well on our way to achieving that goal. We were going to destroy the factories so they couldn't make more missiles and more drones. And that is moving forward. Every single objective the president clearly laid out on the first night of this operation.
There's the MA9,
being
there's that
effectuated. Again, Pete will speak to the
6550
specifics of it.
SPX.
This has been an incredibly successful operation. Every day, it may not get covered because, we're unlike them, we're not bombing embassies and hotels, we're hitting military targets. But every day, the Department of War lets the drummer get wicked over every portion of Iran that has these military capabilities, and the results are going to bear fruit for the world. The world is going to be a safer and a better place when President Trump's mission here is achieved. And frankly, I think countries around the world, even those that are out there complaining about this a little bit, should actually be grateful that the United States has a president that's willing to confront a threat like this and not allow it to continue to persist. because these people
Probably
will
gonna get
kill
slapped right
as
here.
many Americans as they have a chance to do. And if they have a nuclear weapon, as the vice president pointed out, they could kill millions of Americans in the future. And that is a risk that was not going to continue to exist as long as
TOS not giving you fast moves. TOS works really good with options, I feel like, especially if you set up hotkeys, but the futures, it's tough. It's not a future specific broker. You're trying to do high frequency, you need to be on a future specific broker.
Nobody did it for 47 years, Marco. That's
You find a platform and
47,
broker
because now
both
it's
that
48,
will allow the
because we've
the
been
fast
saying
enough data
47 for
connections.
a long time, probably 48. But for 47, 48 years,
And I
every president should have done
ran,
this.
I ran so
and-
far away.
Some are saying now that they made a big mistake in not doing it, but we're taking care of business. Steve Woodcock, please.
Mr. President, it is my distinct honor to be a member of your cabinet and to report to you and your
Good
team
God.
on our negotiations with Iran. Mr. President, you directed Jared and I to pursue a
Been using
diplomatic
rhythmic motive
resolution
wave with your
Iran
wolf. There we go.
prior to Operation Epic Fury,
There we go.
which we did. However, it became quite clear
Got another remix
during
out,
these
Tommy.
meetings with the Iranian
Let's check that out.
negotiating team
I need a coffee.
that we could
Bad.
not make a deal that fulfilled your objectives of the following: no enrichment whatsoever, no chance of weaponizing whatsoever, decommissioning of Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan, which you destroyed in Operation Midnight Hammer, no stockpiling of any material, which they flagrantly violated, turning all enriched material over to us, and a cutback in Iran's missile inventory and range capability of those same missiles. Throughout our meetings with the Iranians, we heard the following.
This is
from them.
actually good. This is the first time I feel like we've gotten
Iranians have the
actual
inalienable
like
right to
information,
enrich.
like actual intelligence, like
Then
type of
we heard
information here.
they possessed enough 60% enriched material, 460 kilograms, to make 11 atomic bombs. Finally, we heard the following statement. They would not give up diplomatically what we could not win militarily. In other words, they were again miscalculating the success of Midnight Hammer, which was a total success. These are incontrovertible signs, among many other signs, sir, that their regime had not given their negotiating team authority to make a deal required by you. We conferred with you and all the other members of your foreign policy team, Susie Wiles, Pete Hegseth, the chairman.
Microsoft's
Marco
coming down
Rubio,
now hard.
JD, Scott Bessent, Chris Wright,
A little bit of a bounce on
John
the video.
Radcliffe. Throughout all of these negotiations, and we were repeatedly rebuffed on everything we asked for. I have no doubt that we exhausted all efforts on behalf
looks
of a
bad.
peaceful resolution, as you directed.
We have to get out
Jared and
here.
I both agreed that the Iranians were there
All right, well,
to buy
minimize
time
some
until a weaker
damage.
president arrived. This was a flawed strategy, as your clear direction was to never allow Iran to obtain a nuclear
Oh.
weapon today or any time
Well.
in the future. Against that backdrop and our compelling military successes in Epic Fury,
Oh,
we have had multiple reach outs from the region and others.
what are we
who wanna
doing?
play a role in
This thing
ending
is
this
jumping like
conflict peacefully.
crazy.
I can report to you today that we have, along with your foreign policy team, presented a 15-point
All right, here's the
action
15-point action
that
list.
forms the framework for a peace deal. This has been circulated through the Pakistani government, acting as the mediator. And this has resulted in strong and positive messaging in talks, as you just indicated to the press. But these are sensitive diplomatic discussions, and you have directed us to maintain confidentiality on the specific terms and not negotiate through the news media as others do. I can say this, we will see where
Yeah.
things lead, and if we can convince Iran that this is the inflection point with no good alternatives for them, other than more death and destruction. We have strong signs that this is a possibility, and if a deal happens, it will be great for the country of Iran, for the entire region, and the world at large. Your policy of peace through strength is the most effective tool for a diplomatic resolution here, just as this policy was an effective tool in each and every one of all of the other conflicts you settled in your first year. Iran is looking for an off-ramp following your powerful threat on Saturday. Your indications that you are willing to listen to peace proposals have been well received. You've
This is
instructed
Wyckoff,
us
right?
that your
This guy
preference
talking.
is always peace, and that we should make that our priority. We have delivered that message, sir, along with the 15 points for peace. Finally, we have told Iran one last thing. Don't miscalculate again.
Everybody around this table is doing a great job. Pete Higson, please.
Mr. President. I'll start kind of where you left off, Mr. President. Thank you for doing the work of the free world and having the courage to step up and stop the Iranian terror regime from holding the world hostage. That's really what it is. And 27 days ago, Iran had a modern military. Never in recorded history has a nation's military been so quickly and effectively neutralized. Operation Epic Fury is not an endless war. It's a decisive campaign with clear objectives to destroy Iran's offensive military capabilities and ensure they never obtain a nuclear weapon. This is stuff for the history books. This is stuff for legacy. Mr. President, you are acting now to ensure future generations do not have to live under the threat of a nuclear-armed Iran. However,
That's the
you
thing, like,
wouldn't know it if you
irregardless of
listened to
everything,
the
David, the
dishonest hate
Mag
Trump
7
media
names are
as
so
a
weak
reference.
and chips are so
Folks
weak.
here in the room, these cameras, they have a choice.
Kind of looks like a
You're either
reshort.
informing the American people of the truth or you're not. Because I hear it from my people every day. Behind every headline you write, there's a helicopter crew in the air. And behind every news banner you write, there's a battalion on the move. And behind every fake news story, there's an F-35 pilot executing a dangerous mission. My message to the media is get it right. This actually isn't something new to me. I may be a young guy, Mr. President, but I'm not a rookie in this realm. In 2007, I helped lead the surge, the public fight for the Iraq surge. Stood and watched people stand in the Senate and declare the war is lost before it even started. Who was that? It was Harry Reid. That was the Democrats and the media working hand in glove. Back then it was 3 years into a war. Now we're 3 weeks into an operation. But see, unlike Iraq, this isn't a tie. This is not parity. This is not chaos. This is success. Pure American
Imagine
success.
buying
On plan,
600
as the
UNH.
President said ahead of
Jeez.
pace. Over 10,000 enemy targets destroyed. Over 140, I think now you're right, Mr. President, over 150 naval vessels sunk, underground facilities destroyed, their defense industrial base in shambles.
I don't know.
Overnight,
Overall,
not
I'm
only do they
still-
not have a Navy, Mr. President, they no longer have a Navy commander. IRGC's Navy commander was killed overnight in operation.
God,
So no
Meta,
Navy,
what the hell?
no Navy leader. Now that here's the thing about the media though, if President Trump had not acted, you'd be
That
screaming,
same
why
spot
not?
Again.
And now that
on
he
the
has
low
taken
side,
decisive
actually.
action, you're asking, well, why did you? It's the same old tired playbook, TDS in your DNA. But the
I
hardworking, God-fearing,
still think that you
patriotic
can get more of
Americans
a
out
relief
there
rally
know
off of this
better.
area.
And you alluded to this.
And you're
President
a
Obama.
headline away from
There's a
a
fact that you don't hear on your
face
networks,
ripper. Like, that's
that we
why I
know.
just
Many of the Iranian military factories
overall,
and bases
like,
that
I
were
don't want to say like I'm
systematically
bullish,
destroyed
but
were
I'm
paid for by the
balanced
pallets of
biased,
American cash
which is probably not good.
that
but-
Barack Obama flew into Tehran under the Iran deal. You might call it
This
an
crossed my
easy
mind too, Honor.
Iran took our money and turned it into weapons and bunkers and ammo. And now we're destroying those weapons and you're writing, Mr. President, that grievous wrong. And make no mistake, we have
Bang
to.
bang.
And our objectives are clear. No nukes, no Navy, and a complete dismantling of their missile program and defense industrial base. And as Marco pointed out, that mission, and the VP as well, has not
If you're
changed
talking, I didn't
since
hear a word.
day one.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 2 days ago, they shot 2 failed missiles on a target 4,000
Just listen to old
kilometers away.
Petey.
For years, they told the world that their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise. Yet again, Iran lied. And to the world, I say London
How's the
is
Wolf Crew doing?
4,000
How's
kilometers
chat?
from Iran. Washington, D.C. is
Just chilling,
3,300
you know?
kilometers from Venezuela, another country President Trump did something about.
Just watch the
Partnered
nice
for a long
IB
time
setup.
with Iran.
Just get
So you're
shit on
telling us
by
that Iran is
ES.
not a threat to the world,
And
to the
dude,
US,
these Mag
President Trump
7s,
expects.
I'm sure
And
Will's
here's
going to
what
come in and say
success
something about this
actually
too. But
looks like right now.
Meta
You mentioned
is,
it, Mr. President.
I mean, decimated.
810 Warthogs. If you
Good
know
thing
them,
about
you
this
love them.
market, though,
And
is you
Apache helicopter
long skin
gunships
shorts.
are flying
that guy.
strike missions
Two
inside
good-looking guys on
Iranian
here with me.
airspace and throughout
We
the
need a
Strait of
more. We
Hormuz
need some.
at
We need a
will.
female audience
See,
because
you only send these slow,
these two good-looking guys on here
low-flying,
with me.
close air support platforms when the enemy has
Welcome up on
92%.
here, bud.
Hey, 92% male
Their
crowd.
presence is
Two
proof
good-looking guys. That's
that
all right.
Iran's air defenses are gone.
We have to-
Their command and control is shattered. Their top leaders hiding in underground bunkers, while their
Your mic's
mid-level
really
commanders
low
are
for
being
me,
crushed
Will,
in the field.
but I
The
heard you
morale of
say
their
that-
fighters plummeting.
I mean, this
We
just
see that
How about now?
daily.
There it is.
They're privately admitting.
Yeah, it was
as you
down.
said, Mr.
Meta
President,
got cooked.
very heavy losses. We know that. President Trump has given us a clear mission.
I thought
Our
maybe that
capabilities are
570
only going up, and Iran's are
level
plummeting.
would
We are
hold,
here to
but
win,
nope.
and we're full speed ahead. So, Steve, we
I
appreciate
really
your
thought we were
efforts.
gonna hold 65.50.
We
Well,
pray for a deal, and we
on
welcome a deal.
SPX.
And we have the ultimate deal.
First
maker to
off,
make it
Meta is
happen.
in this gap fill right
But in
here.
the meantime, as I
Right.
said yesterday, the Department
Just,
of War will.
I mean,
continue
that's
negotiating
wrecked.
with
And if
bombs.
you looked, SMH was weak.
War is
Nvidia's
negotiation
been
by
really
other
weak.
means.
Microsoft was actually strong, but
And
it's
finally, I
faded the
wanna
whole
thank
thing back.
Our incredible troops.
The only thing that's pumping is Apple.
Pilots, crews, sailors,
Apple's
Yeah.
been
rulers, air
pumped to the
defenders,
upside.
Absolute
So if you go back,
best
the
of
same
America,
low
the
from
real
November
1% of our
is
country.
where we just
This
held at
president,
the low today.
President Trump
on
has your
NDX,
back.
same
and I know
low.
this cabinet
SPX,
prays for you every
basically
single
that
day.
same
We ask the American
spot.
people to do
Could
the
have gone a
same
little
as they
bit lower, but
continue
it's
to
been the
do.
stronger one.
God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great. I think before I
But they're
ask
just,
Scott
I
to
mean,
say
the
a
sellers
couple
just
words,
sitting on top of this thing right now.
it would be great if
They're scared.
people like
We have a 15-point action plan, though, Will.
the mayor of Chicago
I know. Yeah, we do. We're gonna
Action
obliterate
list.
them.
The
Their
governor,
navy's
Illinois.
obliterated.
They are.
Everything's
Everything's-
obliterated.
say, please come in.
Trump's
and
new favorite
stop the
word,
crime.
obliterate.
Beautiful young.
Yeah,
lady
Amazon was actually
still
decent. So
the other
I was
day.
looking across the board. Apple,
Father was
obviously,
Very good friend of Dan Scavino.
doing well, which
And,
isn't always the greatest
took
sign,
it
but
very
it's
hard. Dan
definitely,
took it
you know,
very hard.
helps
Like the
tamper
father,
some things.
friends. They grew up together.
Amazon got back green,
And
holding on to
A
it.
young lady who
But I was looking, I
His
mean,
life would be-
Broadcom, Tesla,
saved if we had
Meta, obviously.
if we did what we did as an example in Washington
Google
D.C.,
just
which
hanging
is now
out
a
at
safe
least.
city. All the
Problem
time
is,
they
like,
come up to me
Google
and
and
they'll
Meta
look at
now
me
are
and
just
they
in
say,
no
"Thank you
man's
so
land.
much. I know
They're like
immediately
in a
what they're
scary
talking about.
zone.
They're able to walk to work. They
Yeah.
walk to
You know,
work.
like on the
You
big
all walk to
picture.
work. Some of you were mugged. I know you told me stories. Some of you were mugged.
Like, where does Meta go from
Person in
here?
particular was viciously mugged in the group.
I mean,
not happening.
480. I mean,
You have a safe city.
550.
right now.
I just entered a short right
Louisiana, the
here.
governor of Louisiana called me. Can you help me
Here.
with New Orleans? They just had the Mardi Gras. He said it was the
Looking
safest
for
Mardi Gras we've
LOD.
ever had.
Futures.
Sounds terrible to say. No
It's
murders.
great.
You know, it sounds like who would say this? No murders, but they always had murders. They had a lot of crime during Mardi Gras. He said virtually no crime. We had the troops down there. Memphis, Tennessee. I just got back. We were there. Crime is down 75% in a short period of time. We're there 5 months.
10 points in.
We could do that for Chicago. We could do that for New York. We could do that for LA.
It's actually more
And we could do that for, frankly, San Francisco. I know they have a mayor who's trying very hard.
Nice.
He's a
Look at that ice.
Democrat, but he's trying very hard. But we could do it much more effectively because he can't do what we do.
That's when I would select.
He can't take people out
AMD's
from
into yesterday's highs.
the city and bring them back to the country from where they came, where they were.
Like,
In
I
prison,
feel
they
like
were
we should
allowed
go
to go
lower,
in
but I
prison.
feel like it's really struggling to
Drug
do
dealers,
that.
the
You know what I
highest
mean?
level drug dealers, murderers.
You got rates going higher, oil back over 94. I caught a nice long on oil at 92.65.
Could you give him a chance? I said, absolutely. If you want,
I feel like it's a little
He's
overdone to
trying.
the
He's doing
downside.
Okay, but we could do
I
much
agree.
better. We could make it a lot safer than.
I mean, we
San
came
Francisco.
back in and filled
A great
in
city was a great city.
most of this
Could quickly
little
become a
pump from
great
the other
city
morning.
again. But you know they're going very slowly.
Like when I go to the
Tell my
daily,
friends, they're very substantial people.
or here, I mean
They're in
NDX,
a certain business where people have made a lot of money. I don't know, hope
it's
that
the
lasts.
same
but they have
Same lows down here.
How about that short, though?
Tremendous potential. It's one of the greatest.
Yeah, I
cities
mean,
in the
what,
world.
5
It's
upper
got a lot
wicks
of
into
crime.
the EMAs?
And Mary's
Yeah,
still
solid
trying.
30
Again,
points
a
right
Democrat
here. My
trying.
stop's at
And I spoke to him.
0.90.
He just wants to have a chance. And I said, we'll give you a chance.
We test
we
that
can
IB
solve
low
it very
again,
quickly.
probably.
This young lady would be around today if we were around, because we have nobody coming through our border. I mean, literally for 9 months, it's zero. It's hard to
I
believe.
mean, we
that
may
that
get
number
some
could be
continued
possible.
selling today, but
Millions
like
of people.
just
Millions
daily,
of people.
you're right back to the same
Nobody
kind of
even
area
cares.
that we
We don't
bounced
have
off
really
of.
going.
Caravans.
Look at the candles the last 4 days too.
25, 30,000 people.
I mean,
pouring
all
into
this
our
is
border. They come up in
basically inside
caravans.
of
We don't have
that
caravans
one day.
anymore. There's no such thing anymore. There's a name that I think I developed, but somebody developed
Look at
it, but I think
SPX.
it was
It's
me. I
all
thought it was
inside of this one.
inappropriate. And thousands of people would come up and just
Yes, it's a huge
barge
range.
into our country, totally unchecked, totally unvetted.
We should see some
And this man
acceleration.
came in, Dan, right?
Yes,
And he
but
came
it looks
into
bad. Bad, bad,
the
bad, bad.
ridiculous
You got about
open border
166 orders at
of
0.12
Biden.
and
If
a
we were
991
there,
at
the election was
4K.
rigged. What are you
It
going
looks
to do?
pretty thin.
Came back,
Still there.
big comeback. But if we were there, we wouldn't have had people coming through. It's amazing. You know, it's so easy now because everyone knows they're not getting through. We don't have any caravans. Once they know that, when it was easy to come.
I mean, we probably
When
just
I
go to
heard that they had
24K
an
at this
open
point,
border
right?
policy, I said, boy,
Probably
this is
makes
gonna be-
sense.
I couldn't believe it, but when it was actually, you know, it dawned on me because
I hit my average
I had
volume.
built
Or really, we
1,000
probably
miles of
undercut it by
wall.
about 20, 30 points.
and we were finishing up some, and he didn't
You
want
really
to finish it up.
backfill
I
this
said,
candle here.
They really do want to have an open border.
Yeah, because it's thin. There's nothing really to
And
catch
we
you.
got it finished.
I mean,
But
you had the overnight stuff here,
that
and you
young
had
lady
there
would
was
be
people that
alive
stepped in
today.
on this day.
And she'd be alive for another reason.
Was it
because
that
we would have the
Friday
National
right
Guard
into the
in
close?
Chicago and in New York and in
There
other
was a-
places. And they love doing it.
It's just
Like
shorts
training.
covering is what it
Yeah,
is.
it's just actually training. I never want to take them out of D.C.
I mean, basically, ES went right to yesterday's low and just got
You
smashed.
know, the people, they look, they say, we
Or
feel
I mean,
so
we go
good,
back.
we feel so
We go back to
safe.
the big
We
picture
see
we've been
these
talking about.
Beautiful, strong people.
You rolled over.
They're so nice. They help.
You tried to consolidate
the
and hold
doors
here
for
a few
people to carry
times, and then you turned
bags,
that
they
into
pick up
resistance. The
paper with
200-day
the
turned
paper in
into
the-
resistance.
I
The
looked at DC
daily 9.
last night. I drove to make a speech, and
I mean,
I drove through, and I said, "Take me this way, take me that way." The city's clean.
just
the
from a
fences are
simplistic
down.
view,
You
daily,
don't have
like
homeless
daily,
all over
weekly
your
type
parks.
of view.
I mean, we had parks. You couldn't. There was
not
no
good.
room for
NDX,
anything
same
else
thing.
other than homeless.
How
It's
many
all
lows right
clean and
here?
nice. It's
Once
and
we
it'll be
crack
even
right
more
below
beautiful
this
in a year from now.
0.69,
And we have
we're
some
like,
projects. This ballroom is going to be
candle
something
with,
that's so beautiful for
about
the
a
city,
up on the
so
10 minute,
desperately
before
needed
that,
by
we should sell it.
presidents. I mean, now it's no secret the military wanted it more than anybody.
I mean, look at
supposed
this
to
from a
be secret, but
simplistic
it
view.
became unsecret
You had
because
all these lows.
people that
Yeah.
are really unpatriotic.
Overhead
This,
supply.
from this whole
say
range,
things, but
you broke
doesn't
it,
matter.
you
Doesn't
bounced
matter.
back,
It's gonna be
you
great.
back
We're
tested and
building
rejected it.
An arc, a
And
triumphal arc, which will be incredible for the city. Incredible. We're fixing up what was the Kennedy Center. I was honored when the board changed the name a little bit. Actually, it chose.
It almost took me out. It went up. My
Democrats
stops
who
at
worked together.
24,090
We
or
worked together.
24,90.
I think it's a great symbol,
10.5.
actually.
It came up to
But we're doing a lot of work. That
5.0.
building's ready to fall down. It's in terrible shape. We're closing it. We're going to open it with a bang in less
Talk
than
about
2
edging.
years. It'll come in under budget, ahead of schedule. That's what I do. It won't be like the Federal Reserve that's costing $4 billion or something.
$4
there.
billion.
$4 billion.
Best Buy's reversing that news
it's
bump this
amazing. I
morning.
said
There's
to
somebody
the
coming out saying that
group
that was
before, I
wrong.
said, everything I do, I get sued.
There's like speculation with
I
them at
go
GameStop, I think.
Under budget, ahead of
Yeah.
schedule. I get sued over a
Trump
ballroom.
talking about
It's
King
the
Alpha.
most
The
beautiful
bridge?
ballroom in the country, so desperately needed.
See,
You won't have to
dude,
have tents sitting on the wet White House lawn. If it rains, you get
Oh,
wiped
just
out.
got taken out in profit.
Talking about
Honor
UFC?
the
What's he talking
president
about?
Of China, or the president of France, or the president of.
All right, 9 points in profit. All good.
I mean, I think we're gonna make it back to this IB midpoint.
The National Trust for
153. That's why I'm just.
I just feel like if
Speed
it's
runners.
bearish, like we gap down and we really have gone nowhere. You know what I mean?
Found out we got sued by that
I'm
group.
kind of in
We
that
got
camp,
sued, I
like
guess, on the-
gap down
on the fixing up
and
of,
not really getting the
you know,
follow
what's the
through.
old name? Kennedy Center.
Unless we
because
just
there's
rug
still like
lower
an-
from here.
Trump
There's still an
Center.
unfilled gap down
It's gonna
here.
be beautiful when you add the name
Right.
Trump. But we got sued. And all I'm
Right
doing
there.
is Fixing it up.
So I can see your
Fixing
SPX
broken marble.
from
We're putting on a roof because
last
it
Friday,
looks like a sale.
the 20th.
We're fixing
Unfilled gap.
steel that's broken. It's the same building, same exact building. We're fixing it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be so beautiful and safe. It's actually unsafe. You had some of those columns on the outside that were painted a fake gold. Now we painted them a beautiful white color. Beautiful cream white. It's beautiful.
I'm
Everyone's
starting
got
to
so
get
much more
like where
beautiful. It's all the
Microsoft,
cheap-
I mean,
You can't imitate gold. See, I'm a gold person. It's all real stuff. You can't
It's just
imitate
like
it. Someday they'll
low,
discover a paint
second
that will
low.
look like gold, and the guy's going to be
Look
the
at this.
richest man in the
Look at this
world.
order that just popped up
You
here.
can't
How many
imitate
is that, Reese?
real gold.
1,038?
24 karat. which is
1,000
what
lot
this
sitting at where?
building
24,040.
But think of it.
24040.
I get sued
yeah.
because I'm fixing up.
And of
the
course, I
Trump
already gave
Kennedy
it to my
Center.
court.
We're going to make it gorgeous and safe.
That's probably gonna hold us.
Fixing new windows, new this.
There's
that.
your-
Thousand?
your-
There's 1,000
I
lot
got
there?
sued.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
big.
Bunch protection.
The preservationists.
I haven't seen a 1,000 on
But
it.
you know who they didn't sue? The man that took this beautiful Federal Reserve building. That's small, much smaller than the hotel.
Still talking about the
I built
Fed
the
building.
Waldorf Astoria
I'll tell you
Hotel.
what the best short of the week was. Short
was
Tesla at the 200 day.
Yeah, for
What a
200
beautiful
million,
trade.
$201 million. It's bigger, I think, than the Federal Reserve building. And it's got rooms and bathrooms, and it's not like just an open office space,
hell
which
is
is
he
much
talking
cheaper to
about?
build. Think of this.
Yeah,
still
great,
talking about
beautiful
the-
bathrooms,
He's gonna
big,
build
nice,
4
beautiful.
How about the
I think-
Federal Reserve bathroom?
He doesn't get sued by anybody but me. I sue because it's either somebody's very crooked, which has to be, because what happened to all that money? You can't sue. I would have done that building
But we just wait for
$25
those.
million.
Wait for that guy to fill.
It's going to cost maybe $4 billion, and we have a great
Is
new
oil still pushing?
person coming in to take over the Fed. And Kevin may not
No, oil's
ever have an
dropping.
office. 'Cause I don't know. They're gonna
Under
be able to-
94,
I
just
passed
had
that
a nice
building
little
the other
sell
day. It's a
candle.
see-through.
Just went up to
You know what see-through
94 and
means? There's
just-
no walls up.
I mean, there's your
Look at
key,
this thing.
right?
But the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which is a joke, by the way, they didn't sue that building. They didn't sue anybody. But they sued me, and I built.
He's in a bad
and by the
mood
way,
today.
my
I
building's
don't know if anybody else is
it's all
listening.
donations.
Did you hear him say, I thought the market would
Rich
go?
people
He's like, I
and
thought
people
oil would go higher and the market
putting
would
up
go a
the
lot
money.
lower. And it's
Zero
actually
taxpayer
doing pretty
dollars.
well.
Stock market's holding up pretty good. I actually
Zero
thought it'd be
taxpayer
much
dollars.
worse.
This stuff is all done for
He's like,
free.
we
I
could
get
go
sued.
lower. Oil could go higher. I'm like, that's
can only happen
great.
to Trump.
Perfect.
Oh,
They don't
That's
sue
what
the
everybody
guy
wanted to hear.
whose interest rates are too high. That's why we
Oh, here
call
we
him
go.
Too Late. His name is Jerome Powell. We call
Too-
him
There we go.
Jerome
Too late.
Powell.
Too late.
Problems and volatility,
Terrible
boys.
job. He suffers from Trump derangement syndrome, as he probably should, because I hate when he argues, so I don't blame him. But
What is he
they don't
saying?
sue a man who has taken this gorgeous building, ripped it down.
Beautiful bathrooms.
You
from
could
the
have hit
inside,
the full
taking
bingo card at this
ceilings
point of
that
this.
are
I know
as
it. I
beautiful
called
as
you
you've
with
ever
everything.
seen.
He said China. He
Taking
said
the ceilings
Iran.
down
He said
instead of leaving them.
too late. Too late,
Taking
Powell.
walls
Powell.
down that were 2 feet thick.
Parlay
Got some
that with
pictures.
Concrete and plaster, replacing them with 6-inch
Oh my
walls
God, I'm
with
laughing.
no insulation. I said, let me ask you, are you going to put insulation in? No, it's not in the budget. Oh. Insulation costs $5. Now you're going to hear the guy next door. If he's next door to me, I'll be able to hear his military plan. I'll know exactly. If Lutnick is in there, I'll say, oh, I know exactly what Lutnick's got planned. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. They've ripped this gorgeous building apart.
Why are we still
and you can
talking about
never put
this?
it again. You can. I could, but it costs a lot of
Oh,
money.
here
Cabinet
comes the
meeting.
smack. Here comes the
Can never-
smack.
So you're gonna have crummy little walls, a flat little ceiling eventually, but right now you don't have
Little
anything.
rise and VIX.
And nobody sues this guy. And then when Janine Pirro, working with Pam and others, has the courage to sue to find out what happened to maybe $4 billion and a building that may never be occupied by Kevin Warsh. He may never
Why are we under this short?
We're gonna have to find him some space in the White House. We'll put him in the basement of the ballroom.
Do they ever
when-
drink that water?
now think
Are they
of
even
it.
allowed to drink it?
No.
When Janine Pirro and Pam in the group,
I mean, I know like the foreign guys never do.
It's like, oh, this terrible thing. And then we have a judge that attacks us. So we've got to get our priorities.
This is pretty
straight,
wild.
you know. It's
All
it's a
right.
very sad
Oh,
thing
I
that's
didn't get
happening.
filled, did I?
And then just one other
All right,
thing
we're
very
in at
quickly. You have Gavin
82.
Newsom in California Railroad. That's 100 times
Candle
over.
red.
It's out of control. We're supposed to go from the middle of San Francisco to the middle of LA. Well, now
3
it
minutes
stops
left.
way short of both. It now goes into areas that nobody ever heard. It's billions and billions of dollars
Billions.
over budget, years and years, maybe decades late.
I mean,
And that's why we have a country that
Nvidia's
has
just
a lot
been
of
like
problems.
working
We
its
have
way back up,
incompetent
but
people.
this thing
It's all
looks like it
people.
could roll back
Think of
over.
this, Federal
Yeah,
Reserve,
it just came right
I
off
would've had
to
that building
another
done
EMA
for
and just
$25
slapped.
million. I would've- if I did,
Microsoft
I'd
at
have
374 just got.
Somebody else would've done it for more.
Just, I mean, what
So
do you
maybe
do with
50.
Microsoft now?
You could have done that building. if
I don't
it
know
was
what you do with
properly
any of
planned
them.
and planned. You would have done that building for, I would have done it.
And
I
I,
mean,
think the
I
problem
was looking at this
25
morning and I
million,
was
and it
like, well,
would be
Microsoft's
better.
due for a little oversold
It would be
bounce.
better.
344, I guess. I mean, you got $30 to go. I don't know. I don't know how you don't get there.
Capsule 367.
But it writes well. I like it.
I don't think that holds.
They
I
can't have
think that's a
dependent
weak.
always,
That's
you
a
know what it
weak
is. I
spot.
don't wanna give too much publicity.
I think you need that mid 350, 340 area.
There's
that
a-
prior
there's a
21
high
high.
here.
They have $1,000 pens. And you know,
Yeah,
you
I mean, I could
you're
see that
signing
too,
and you're
the,
handing them out, you're handing them to all these people.
350
Sometimes
area.
40
high.
people.
Yeah.
350 is a little
And they
bit,
were $1,000
a little bit
apiece.
stronger.
Beautiful pen, ballpoint.
335 is your shelf.
It was gold,
Yeah,
silver,
right.
it was
Controlling the whole
I'm handing
thing
out to
for the
kids
last
that
5
don't even know
years.
what to do. What is this, mommy? It's kids. They're getting a pen for $1,000.
I mean, think about if Nvidia loses this
And I feel guilty.
base
because
that
I'm
they
like,
built
you
up
know,
here,
by
and
nature,
we start
I
drilling below like
it's the
170.
government. I love
What's
the
that?
government.
That
Like, I love
173 again.
myself economically. I
Anytime it
want
goes
now-
on, I mean,
money.
every time it's
Trump
come
said
under
this is
here
crazy.
for the last
And it had another
6
problem.
months,
They
it's
didn't
been
write
bought up.
well. So I
And this
take
is
it
a
out,
rain, you know,
And I sign, and there's no ink.
it's the
my
And I
same.
got
God.
all you people looking, and you're saying there must be something wrong with Trump. And I'm signing, and there's no ink in the pen, and it costs $1,000.
Right there at
This one I called the guy.
We're at
I said, I'd
101.50.
like to use your pen, but I can't have a gray thing with a big S
The question
on it.
is this just sitting here ready to roll off the
As I'm
table,
signing
or
it,
is this actually
$1
like
trillion
a,
airplane contract
you know, failure to go
to
lower?
buy
You got to
brand
go
new
up higher
fighter
and
jet,
find more
brand
sellers.
new B-2
Yeah, but what do you?
bombers,
Okay,
we just
so
ordered plenty.
let's go through
I
just two
can't do
names.
that with the press.
Meta being one,
Use your
Google
pen,
being
but
the
I
other
like
one.
the pen the best, but
Like
I
Google
sign it
clearly
like you
broke
do
that
like
head and
Biden
shoulders
did,
top.
you
I
know?
mean, that's clear as
Give it
day.
to, somebody else
Where are
to
you
sign
going there?
An auto pen. Or
At
maybe sign
285.
it separately.
Look at
in
all
another
of
one,
them.
but I can't use your
I
pen.
mean,
I
just
know.
all of them.
He said, "Why
So
can't
you're
I
about to
use it?"
fill the next
I said,
gap
"What can
down
you do?" He
on
said, "I'll paint it
Microsoft.
black." I said, that's nice. And I can even paint the White
Apple's the
House
only one that
on
looks
it,
decent.
sir, if you like.
Nvidia, you're
Gold.
still in the range, so I guess you
Almost real
could check
gold.
those two
Oh,
off.
yeah. And
Google,
I can even
this
do
looks
your
bad.
signature, sir.
What do you do with
And by
Google?
the way, this was not
Nothing, you're
staged.
going
I
to
just saw the pen
255.
sitting there, and I thought that
You
this is
just
an
you just
example
broke down your no man's
of how
land.
$25 million spent by me at the Federal
Amazon,
Reserve
you're under the
would
trend
be a
line,
better
but you're
job than
holding
$4
right on the
billion
EMA.
I mean, you could argue that could be a bear flag if you
Just
zoom
they're
out.
spending.
And it's
you know
just
what
going
Could be.
sideways.
Look at this
If it
dumb.
breaks.
He said
Dude.
they ripped down the nicest building. I don't know what building they're
I got
talking
top
about.
checked.
They ripped down
It
the
could also
building,
be
right? Kevin Warsh said
this,
it's the most
and
beautiful
then
building
this.
in
Right.
Washington. He said the most
Oh,
beautiful
that's
space.
pain.
They ripped it down.
Meta,
Meta.
we already.
I don't know.
That's
Does
good
he know what
night.
he's talking about?
Dog shit.
I-100.
They ripped it down. We have a moron.
You have a moron.
Somebody's trying to hold this thing
Who
in.
wouldn't be lowering interest
No,
rates? right
YM.
now?
No,
But I want to thank
then MYM.
Janine Pirro.
Just slide off a cliff. Thank you. Just do it.
Looks like that's what's going to happen here.
And I believe that the contractor on that job, he's probably one of the richest men in the country right now.
The short this morning was right up at ES
$500.
6620. Such a
That
great
kind of
spot.
money.
His
3
stupid
billion,
double
4
top at
billion. Nobody
22.
knows. Nobody has any idea what it is. But it's over 3 billion, and it's probably going to be over 4 billion.
Yesterday's
by the time
low.
they finish. And it may never get finished.
He's still on the Federal Reserve
Unless I take
building.
it over.
It may never be
It can
finished.
never be what it was. It's never going to have those beautiful ceilings. It's never going to have those incredible walls. The walls were 1.5 feet thick of solid masonry. They ripped them down for no reason. And I just give you the story.
He's like a grumpy grandfather.
So I told that
Oh,
story to
he's in
somebody.
a
He said, "Yeah,
foul
but I
mood
mean,
today.
They
it's not
ripped
the
them
same thing." I
down.
said,
They're
"You're
never
right.
gonna finish it.
This
Banks
one-
If I
look
try to
bad.
hire them, they're
It
amateur.
rates. So the guy said to me, You don't have to
Semi's
pay
getting
me,
wrecked.
sir.
I mean, Semi's had a good day
No,
yesterday,
I
but
don't want that. Let me pay you. I want to pay you. No, sir.
Bank's no
short,
good.
man.
Since
Golly.
he was shocked, the head of Sharpie gets a call. I don't even
I
know who he
re-entered and
is.
then over leveraged.
He said, "Is this really the president?"
Let's go!
I said, "No, you don't have to pay me, sir." This
Oh, they
is
pulled those
$6. I said,
orders.
"Nope, I wanna
Fuck
pay
yeah,
you."
they did. Slide this
He
bitch
said,
down.
What would you like to
Pardon
say?
my
language.
About $5
You
bucks.
get out of the way.
Move,
That's
Ben
all right.
Q.
Whatever the
Get
hell
out
you
the
think.
way.
Peanuts, as opposed to 1,000, and these were $1,000 pens.
oh my god,
And
now we're
I
back.
give them out. Sometimes,
$1,000
if
pens
I have
here.
30, 40 people standing behind me. I give out 40 pens.
Yeah, oil's
to people.
pumping.
Then somebody would say, "Could I have a couple extra?" This way, I go like this. Here, you want 5? Here, I take 5. But the bottom line is, they're better pens. It's a business story. So for $5, could be 0, but for $5, I get a much better pen than for $1,000.
What are we talking
And I can
about?
hand them out. And actually,
It's a
they-
ball
We're having a very deep diatribe on
With that,
the
could I
pens
give it to
right now
please?
from
a man who's done a great job.
your
at tracking
president.
this guy. Good luck, Scott.
Well, sir, as always, you're a tough act to follow, but that is very illustrated. Your economic leadership has made our military.
All right, Besson, we need a pump.
possible. Mr. President,
Out of
national
that.
security.
Give us the
as
best-
you always
give us the
say,
best
is
pump here,
economic
then.
Security. Your leadership has shown the American people that there is no prosperity without security.
I just feel like they're all so fake to his
Our
face.
mighty military.
Nobody says
on one
anything they
side,
wanna say.
But the U.S. economic strength is fighting off this evil regime. The Iranians believe they are fighting a
It looks like
two-front
that
war.
1,000 not
It
left.
is the
Somebody else had
military
40
war
orders there. They
that
just
our
look
great
like, oh
warriors
shit. I was just
The
I
red
was just
line
trying to
went
tell
from
the
like
big
other
a stick
side,
to like
Yeah.
they're trying to take control
I was
of the
trying to tell
global
the big
economy
guy.
through a choke point that we believe
There's probably
does
someone
not
down there. It's
exist
like, oh wait, he
and
moved them,
that
dude.
we
We're
will
still there. We're still
overcome.
there.
Your historic Operation Epic
Oh,
Fury
man, this
seized
is
a
rolling.
generational
Holy.
opportunity to demolish a regime that has coordinated over 4 decades
was
of global
originally
terror
so much
and
higher.
claims
Now
thousands
you
of
look
American
for
lives.
yes to
Many people,
Freak IB low,
especially the
right?
Democrats, underestimate the will of the American people for short-term volatility.
Does
for
Bassett just come in
50
here and
years
just
of
save
safety
everything? Is
that
he
we are
punch
going to
protection?
have on the other side.
Short term. He just said the
And
American people
I
are willing to
believe
tolerate short-term
energy
volatility.
prices will be
Are they
lower,
long the VIX? Like, is
inflation
everybody
will
out
be
just like,
lower.
yeah, you know, I'm long the
Before,
VIX, so like we're
we
good.
had the appearance of security.
Can you
Well,
imagine if he said
obviously-
that?
Security.
Obviously, we
Now,
thought
the
the
American
market
people
would be
and the
down
world
much
will
more
have
than it is.
absolute security. Through your
It's held up
maximum
very,
pressure
very
campaign,
resilient.
Treasury has worked
The
to
Dude,
stock
I'm gonna tell you
market.
right now.
Financial
Q's
lifeline
loses
to the
580.
regime.
We'll be at 540 in a couple
You
weeks.
gave that order last March.
We talked about this,
This
like
was
in
not
Jan-
this
no,
was
like
not something
November,
that
I
happened
think.
overnight.
Yeah.
This is
That
something
low.
that has
If we
been
lose this low,
contemplated
it's
for almost a
look at the
year.
volume profile.
They're
There's
finding
nothing
the
there.
Iranian financial system
It's
collapsed
so thin.
in December. We have systematically weakened Iran's ability to fund operations and procure weapons.
I mean, maybe okay,
and that
570. I'll
required
give you
money
that.
preparation.
Maybe
Maybe.
570.
Threats to
Just 'cause it's
American
high area
national
low.
security have no place in the
But it's
global
not clean.
economic system.
You know what I mean? Like there's
The
just
oil
not.
market is well supplied.
You don't get anything till
Taking
you're in the
actions to ensure
535, 40
oil
area.
supplies stranded at sea are made available to the
Get the
global
50
market.
week.
Your bold actions like the Development
I mean,
Finance
as you know,
Corporation's
like,
Maritime Reinsurance Program in conjunction
technically,
with Central
Moving
Command
averages are
will soon
important,
provide
but
shippers
horizontal
through the Gulf
support
region
is
with a level of security
a
we
much-
had
a
never
much
seen
bigger deal.
before. Mr. President, we
And,
are
like,
starting
if-
to
if the
see
50
more and more
week
movement
was-
in and out of the Gulf today, and this
Oh,
is
wait,
more than
what?
yesterday, and this is the beginning.
I forgot that was just a
Is
plan.
he about to
that-
pump it? Listen to
on,
Bessa.
let's
continue to increase on a daily basis, even before we secure the straits.
That there's more movement in
Turning
the
to
straits.
home
He's saying.
front, the U.S. economy remains strong. We had a strong economy thanks to you. We are the best insulated in the world thanks to your energy efforts in term 1 and term 2. The U.S. is a energy superpower. American workers' purchasing power is finally being restored. The latest figures indicate robust real compensation increases. We are starting to see the working family tax cuts benefits bearing fruit this
Oh, I
tax
think I'm
season.
gonna long this at 80.
44% of tax returns.
I'd like the long at
have
80 if we get
claimed
there.
At least
I'm
one
right there.
of your signature policies, no tax and tips, no tax and
think he's
overtime,
gonna-
no
I think
tax
he's
and
gonna
Social
pump it.
Security.
Yeah,
I do too.
possibility of
I'm
auto
gonna
loans.
jump in.
As soon as I to him, I was like, do I just click long
Is
here?
up over
I'm in
10%
a small one, just the
working
micros.
Americans. The
Couple.
economy you vitalized through your pro-growth
That's not a
policies
bad
is
idea.
well-positioned
You risk
to
myself.
withstand these temporary disruptions.
I wouldn't want to
The
be
United
short while they're
States dollar
talking.
Has reasserted
Yeah, I'm done
itself
shorting.
as a safe haven asset. The U.S. dollar has appreciated since the hostilities began because everyone knows, thanks to your efforts,
Yeah.
the U.S. economy is the
You
best
listen to somebody
positioned
saying
in
the
world
U.S.
and
dollar is
capital
appreciating
flowing
because
in.
since the war
Efforts
began?
to
Of course it has,
reprioritize
because
economic security
inflation
and
expectations are
ensuring the
going
United
higher
States
and rates are
remains
going higher.
secure,
So of course it's going to
resilient,
appreciate.
and prepared for the challenges ahead. As we approach the 250th anniversary,
dollar going
America
back to
will never
100.
be safer and more secure militarily and economically. Thank you.
I just want to ask you a question.
Okay, here we go.
Can we
Look
go
at-
ahead?
I mean, Treasury.
Bond's getting
It
smoked.
might not be so good for war. I don't know. No, I'm looking pretty good too. I'm looking at this guy. He's central casting. Even the glasses are perfect. Where do you get this?
Another
this
thing
out.
I keep
I think
the,
I'm
the
gonna
thing I
get
keep looking
glasses.
at though, Will, is like they're not gonna let
That's
the
beautiful.
30-year hit 5.
Great job.
I just don't think
can't.
they're gonna do
No,
it.
he's done a great job.
That's why
Check.
I just think there's a put in this market. Look at this, drop it right now.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah. Well, here's what's interesting. So oil's moved back higher, right? But the long end of the curve has not moved
Let's
as
assume
high
I
as it was the other day.
Why would I
No.
ever answer?
It's
What kind
it's
of a question? Am I gonna go ahead?
I think
Oh, you're not
they
going ahead. We're going in tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
look at go back to that chart real quick
Ask a
and I'll
question.
explain this.
And expect
Go
an answer.
type in US 10Y
I
minus
don't know. I think you're a friendly
US
person, too.
02Y.
Such a ridiculous
So
question.
this is the 2's 10 spread. So what you're seeing is if
do
this
I have
gets
to type out the
inverted,
word minus.
yeah, no, just 02. US 02.
This is looking at diverting
Why?
some munitions, air defenses that were meant for Ukraine
Oh,
to
wait,
the
come
Middle
on.
East. Is there any accuracy to that?
So this is
Well,
I have to
I'd
zoom
have
out a
to
little
admit,
bit. Go to
we
like
do
the
that all
daily.
the time. You know, we have tremendous amounts of
So this is the
ammunition. We have
2's
in other
10 spread.
countries, like
So
in
if
Germany
this
and all
yield
over
curve
Europe, we have,
obviously
you know,
looks like it's
packed.
racing down, which
And we
means
take
that
sometimes we
2-year
take from
yields
one,
are rising
these
faster
from
than the
help
10-year yields.
Ukraine.
So you're getting
Biden
compression. The
started.
yield curve
We
is
gave
flattening.
$350
So
billion
what I
away,
think could be
too
priced
much,
in
way
is
too
like
much. And
if this lasts longer,
we
the
sell
long
it
end,
now
to your
to
point,
NATO,
could
we
end up
sell it to
being
NATO, and
a
they
little bit lower,
probably give
and
it
you
to
could maybe
Ukraine.
get the
Most of
curve
it
back to
give it to
inverted.
Ukraine, but,
If this races towards zero,
we get paid
now
for
it's saying,
everything.
okay, maybe that
We
recession
don't give
gets more
anything.
priced in because growth
That's
is going to
a
get
tough
stunted.
Situation, that whole Ukraine
So-
situation, very, very tough.
We don't want to see
We're working
2022
very
again.
hard on getting that
No,
one
we don't want that where the front
solved.
end gets
It
raised
doesn't have
up
any
and there's
impact
no
on us,
cuts and
virtually
then
nothing. In fact,
they
if
really
anything,
jam the
we sell a
economy. That
lot of
won't be good.
equipment for that unfortunate war. 25,000
What would
people
you
died
call-
last month. 25,000, so mostly soldiers. Some in the towns, but for
So
the most part,
inversion
soldiers are
typically,
dying.
most of the time,
Nobody's seen anything like it since
what
World
happens
War
is the
II.
curve gets inverted first. When it
It's a
comes
terrible
out of inversion
situation,
is
and hopefully
typically
that's gonna get
in 6 to 12
You know,
months
I
you have a
settled
recession
8
after
wars.
that. That's
Yeah.
typically
And
how it
many of
works.
them, I think, were more difficult than this one. In theory, they would have more difficult, but there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. Tremendous hatred. I've seen it before, but I've never seen it maybe to this extent.
We're trying to hold
and
Qs at 580.
I think
right here.
that's calming down a little
Yeah.
bit, and I think we have a chance of getting.
I got in my
But
long
we-
at
it
0.7.
doesn't affect us thousands of miles away. That's why when I heard the head of Germany say, "This is not our
Yeah,
war,"
I just
about Iran.
you get some positive
said,
comments and it
Ukraine's
just
not our war. We helped, but Ukraine's
Flies
not
on
our war.
oil
I thought it was
tanks.
a very inappropriate statement to make.
yeah,
But,
it just
uh,
takes you back
he
to the
made
middle
it.
of the
Can't
range
erase it.
today.
But he felt
That would be
way.
my
I
base
said,
case.
Well, Ukraine's not.
I
our
almost
I just want to
wanna-
see what
And it's
I just want
not,
to see
but
what
I
like
would
causes
like
us
to
to
see
just
all those young
capitulate,
people
sell
stop
today,
being killed,
unless
being
like
killed. It's
some
like
kind of
a
escalation
slaughterhouse.
happens.
Well, how much more
Happening
bearish
there.
can the news get than where we've
That's
been?
what I'm.
Like,
That's my
Well,
point,
last
right?
We're like-
my point
months
is
ago,
news fatigue too.
31,000 people
Like
died.
you,
Yeah.
like the news
In
hits
1
hard,
month, Marco,
and then
right?
it like people freak
I
out
said
for the
it's
first
getting
like few days to a
crazy.
week,
It's
week and a
getting
half,
worse.
maybe at the
Look at
most.
it.
And then after that, like each
31,000
headline, like
soldiers,
it,
both Russian and
it gets like a
Ukrainian,
little bit less.
died 2 months ago. 25,000.
And then like
less.
shorts start to feel like they're overstaying their
And
welcome,
I
and they
can
start
solve
covering
that.
on
It
every
would be a
headline.
great honor to do it. I wish it could have gone faster. I solved other ones in one
I don't know, I
day
need to make a coffee.
that have been going for 30 32 years.
You think the Qs are going to drop when he
We
stops?
stopped one that was starting. It was
don't
already
know.
started.
Tommy, it's the worst thing ever.
India and Pakistan and the
You got to
Prime
remember to
Minister
like
of
plug it in
Pakistan,
like
a
once a
very
week or
fine
well.
gentleman, said
Logitech.
President Trump
No, it's
solved
this Apple mouse.
something
Like it's
that
nice
was
because
going
like
to
You
cost
seen the video
Like, look.
turn around?
10 million lives. That
Yeah.
was going to cost a lot of
Look,
lives. Two
if
nuclear
I slide my
nations.
finger, you see how I can move the
And
chart left to right too, just on my
Those were
mouse.
complicated, but we got to.
Oh, that's nice.
This one is.
I can zoom,
it's a
zoom
shame.
in, zoom out, but I can also just
the only
slide
reason
it.
I'm doing it, frankly, is
That's
because
pretty
I
slick.
wanna
I didn't
stop
know
the-
that.
I like
wanna
that
stop
about
the
this
death
mouse.
from
What I
that.
don't like is
I think
the
I'm
only
gonna go
charging
with a man
port
that I've missed,
is
Brian. I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss
right there.
He's been in a
Here
very
goes oil.
strange location. I don't know.
I don't want to slap it
He's
here.
had a strange thing happen. But anyway, go ahead, Brian.
Wow. Until oil stops. I mean, what's 95 maybe stops you again? 95, 95.
94.84. I'm gonna hit it. Ooh, that's a good idea.
Well, some people should do that. As an example, in California, every time
Yeah, the only
prices go down,
The only
these prices
negative
go
on
up
this
because
mouse,
they-
one,
they-
I mean,
you know, the gas tax is bigger than the tax itself.
I
bigger
don't
than
really
the
love that
product
it's full, but it kind of needs to be for the functionality.
It hasn't. I mean,
But how do you not
thought
put
about it, I
a
guess,
charging
but-
port on the end of this thing?
honestly, when I did this, I knew.
Yeah.
Let's talk
You
about
just
it.
wait till
I
wait till the
love-
mouse
we had the
wait till the
greatest
mouse
economy
dies while
ever.
you're in a trade.
We had the
It's
greatest
not
stock
good. You
market
better know your
in history.
hotkeys. I'll tell you
I
that.
said we're going to take a little bit of a hit.
Dude, I don't even use
Short-term
hotkeys. I need
hit.
to.
It's going to end up going
Dude,
much
at first I
higher
had a
than it was.
had a
in my
Mac Mini.
opinion. I
So
said-
like I was like
said
I started
we're gonna
trading
have
on
a
that
great
Mac
stock
Mini,
market.
and I would have to like
Nobody
one time
thought
I
we could
logged
get
in
to
on my
50,000
phone to like
or
manage.
Here we go.
70,000 in the
What's he say?
respective
He's
indices.
pumping us.
Nobody thought that that was going to happen.
I think-
I'm,
It did
I'm gonna
in the
listen and
first
see what
year.
he says.
They
in
said
here.
it
I'm
couldn't
gonna
happen
get
in
coffee.
4
I'll be right
years.
back.
That you wouldn't hit 50 in 4 years, but you could maybe get close. We hit it in the first year. And I said, this is a good time to solve a problem that you had to solve. And that's what I did. But the gas tax, you know, people have talked about it. It's something we have in our pocket if we think it's necessary.
And if I can follow real quickly, you just recently took off, Secretary Duffy, 17,000 truckers off the road that could quite frankly could not speak English, which is a safety issue.
Yeah.
Could you ever extend that to Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, cab drivers, or someone who takes a lot of Ubers, a lot of my drivers? You know,
Oh, well, that's not good. I didn't like that. Go ahead, John.
So that's a really good point. The problem is that our states are the ones that issue these licenses. So with commercial driver's licenses, we do have some federal control. But again, we have thousands of people who can't speak the language, long-standing rule, and it's a safety issue, right? If you can't understand road signs, if you can't
honestly, I
communicate
can
with
make
law
the move
enforcement when you're
for the
pulled
case
over
either way
and
for
communicate
law
what's on your
enforcement
rig,
too.
huge problem.
It came up
But the last
to
administration, Mr.
5
President,
minute
they let
9 EMA.
truck driving schools
Lockdown.
self-certify. That
I mean,
they're
I feel like
qualified
you're getting
to
low.
train
If you look at the
truck
wicks,
drivers.
they're all lower
And so this
highs.
is like the Leering Center.
Path
So
of
you
least
pay
resistance should be
$800,
lower if
and,
oil stays
you get a
bid.
certificate that you
Oil
passed
comes
a
off this
seatbelt
9450
driving
area,
school,
then
and
I would
they have no
say
skills. They don't have
maybe
the
you get a little
knowledge,
bit
they
of
don't
a
have the
turnaround.
skills. They haven't gone through any of the testing. And then they get licenses, and
Yeah,
they're killing Americans on our
acting wild
roads.
too.
So it's remarkable
These
the
100 lots
rot
that
that the
should
last
back up,
administration
like we
allowed
did
to take
earlier,
place. We are ending that, and
print,
I need partnership with our
50,
states.
192,
Even California started to
there's
come on board. Even
12,
Gavin has started to play ball with us, which is surprising. Not all the way.
You're trying to hold us.
A little bit
The
of-
plunge protection team.
You know, it's interesting because I just saw something that the nursing home business and the daycare centers in particular.
What happens here?
They went
at
out and inspected them
400.
in Minnesota, and they didn't exist. They're knocking into. He happens to be a young man, Nick, nice young man. He's done a very good job.
Very good
They're
job.
knocking on
Nice.
doors. It's like homes.
It just goes off
And
on
they're getting
tangents and then goes
hundreds
back.
of thousands.
I'll tell you what though,
They
that
didn't
oil
exist.
long off of 9260 was
And
a
in
good
California,
one.
it's worse.
Rotated
It's
all the
even
way to the
worse.
upside.
And I spoke with Russell.
Like the
Boat.
prior
I said,
4 hour
"Russell, don't
low,
send
like
them any money." He said, "But we have a court order
Right
that
off
we have
that.
to." Can you believe it?
And
The
they just
judge,
went out.
the judges are really
Yeah,
hurting.
it
this
was
country. Our judges,
what's that? Yesterday's low.
Justice Roberts
Or I'm
doesn't
sorry,
like what
the
I'm
the
saying.
overnight low, Globex low.
but the judges are really hurting this country, and frankly, the justices, the Supreme
Right
Court.
there.
has
I
really
took it
hurt
for
them.
about $1.
I don't see how
Or it was
this,
like 8 cents.
I don't see how we don't go Tesla or the way just the way this looks, unless they just say something crazy.
No, well,
Say something
announced
crazy.
right now. You're talking about a deadline for doing
I don't know,
some
I mean-
big damage, even bigger than we've done.
My
at that.
inkling
Here,
is
look
that
at oil.
that's
Look
that
at
we're
oil.
gonna rip.
Very substantial.
go.
Look,
what's
this is
going
what I'm
on
saying.
With respect to Iran.
I'm short.
Right.
I'm shorted some oil right at that
You know, I
high.
told you about a present, right?
What is this? Just
Steve, can I reveal the
they're
present?
covered. Couple covers there.
They said to show you
I slapped that high. That
the
I
fact
just
that
said it.
we're real.
94.64.
it's solid, and we're there. We're
Look at
gonna
the
let you
look
have
at the
8
market. As
boats
soon as
of
oil
oil.
comes
8
out,
boats.
like it
8
just
big
instantly
boats of
pumps
oil.
8-9 points.
This was 2 days ago.
Crazy.
And they'll sail up tomorrow. That was 3 days
What's
ago.
crazy is we listened to Trump say that
And
they could suspend the gas
I didn't
tax,
think much about it.
and then
and
it
then I
just hit
watched
the wires, and I just
the
started
news,
hearing
and
them
they
say it
said
on the
a very
like,
good
it just
anchor,
hit the
actually.
Bloomberg and the Reuters
Happened to be
like
Fox.
terminals.
But I watched it, and he said something's unusual happening. There are 8 boats
Why is this 1 minute?
that are going right up the middle of the Hormuz Strait. 8 big tankers are going loaded up with oil right
And
through.
surely we can get back to
And
the
I said, well, I
midpoint.
guess
Gave the U.S.
I
8
guess they
boats
were
of oil.
right, and they were real, and I think they were Pakistani
Or is this
flagged.
literally?
And I said, well, I guess we're
Just
dealing with
liquidity
a
sweep and short into
actually,
it.
Yeah.
They then apologized for something they
I
said.
was
and
just
they
gonna
said,
say,
we're
like,
going to send 2 more
couldn't
boats.
go lower, so you had to go find more sellers.
And
Yeah,
it ended up being
something
10
like
boats.
that,
All right.
yeah.
I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations, but I thought it was appropriate to say, because I did taunt you the other day by saying they're going to give us a present.
I really realize Trump has no clue what's going on. Like he's just relying on these guys around him to hopefully tell him what the negotiations are. Like, he don't know.
Ignoring deportation orders at the same time as you highlighted really great reception from American travelers for ICE.
I heard him start talking about that gas tax. I walked back in here. Let me go grab my coffee.
Future deportations to go on with less protesting, less outrage.
Yeah, it's amazing, because by putting ICE there, look,
Put ICE there, you
press
make the
was
water
very unfair
colder.
to ICE. These are great American patriots. They have a tough job. They have to find
Surprised.
murderers and take them out of our country. I wouldn't want to do it. You wouldn't want to do
Oh
it.
god, that was good. It's perfect timing.
They do it.
I gotta grab a water.
11,888 murders.
I got some
and that's
small
murders.
lungs in there, and
That's
I'm
not
out of the
drug
oil. I
dealers,
just
that's
trimmed
not
that like
lots of other
what was
things.
that
It's not
20,
people
30,
from
40
mental
cents.
institutions.
Oh boy.
Brady, you dick.
Entire jail populations were released from major
Dude,
countries
my first sip
and let into
took my
our country
first
through
sip
the open border.
You
of my
spit it
coffee
up?
right when you
And
said that, and
ICE
just
has
spit
done
it into the
amazing,
sink.
I wouldn't want
Like
that
just
to happen.
creamer it in there, stirred it up, get
So
that
what
first,
happens
that
is,
first just that wonderful
by
sip.
putting them at the airport,
Just
and I did say, do me a favor, take off your
Makes
mask.
the water
They did.
cold.
For that, not for when they're looking for some
Let's put ice there. It'll make the water
cold-blooded
colder.
killers and they're in the neck. But for that, and they did, they took them off. And
Oh,
the
too funny.
passengers, I
Too
see
funny.
the interviews of people.
Yeah, I'm signing
They're
off
saying,
early,
"These are
by the
nice
way. I'm
people."
heading out to
One person said,
Padres opening
He's
day.
a very strong man, but he's a nice guy. He grabbed my
But
bag.
he's
He
got a
helped the
condo
woman with a
that
bag that
overlooks
she
the
couldn't lift.
ballpark out there, right?
And,
St. Louis. And he's got
I'll
this
tell you, I don't want to use the word
hooked up
rehab
a
because there's
software
nothing to rehab,
MLB
but
app where every
rehab
time the
from the
Padres
press, you know,
score,
'cause
he's
the
got
press is
lights
so tough
around
on
his balcony.
And these
It'll
crooks
light
in
up every
Minnesota,
time
these
the
crooked
Padres score.
politicians and dirty
That's pretty
cops,
sick.
dirty cops,
Yeah.
dirty politicians. Waltz is a
He's
dirty,
super
crooked
tough.
politician. The attorney general is a crooked guy. He's no investigation.
All right,
I hope
let's
JD's
watch
gonna
this
do a great job.
5
He's in
minute
charge
9
of it now
EMA.
with
Scoop us
somebody
up.
who's very talented.
Just in the 21
But
EMA
I
about
think
right
it's easy
here at
stuff.
09.
They say
give us
19
midpoint.
billion
153.
dollars. Think of
I got a
it.
trim on this lawn
19
from
billion.
073.
You know, if we would solve half of the fraud problem.
That was a good little short there in
this
oil,
country, we'd have
by the way, for
more
anybody
than
that
a
was
balanced
listening.
budget. We'd have a surplus.
I mean, it went a little higher,
And in
but
the
that
case of
94.60
Minnesota, a lot
went up
of
about
it's
12
very
cents higher, but that was a good short.
Somalia-oriented. Think of it. These people come from a crooked country, disgusting country, one of the worst countries in the world.
Why does the 21
Acknowledged
just
to be
smack
one
us
of the
right here?
worst countries in the world. Some people say it's the worst. They have no money. They have nothing. They
I
come
don't know
to
about
our
you guys,
country.
but my wife's
Low
got a
IQs,
cult following of the
they run us
Ilanis
blind.
just stashed in my house everywhere.
Stupid people.
I've heard those
They
aren't
run
bad
us
actually.
blind.
They're pretty
Because
good.
we have crooked
Pretty good for
politics,
yoga moms.
And we have dirty
What?
cops.
It's like a cult.
attorney
I go, what
general's
is
a dirty
like? Why do I
cop.
have cases like
my
laying in my
opinion.
pantry? I'm
Only
like,
my
this is out of
opinion.
control.
And something
I gotta have
should be
every
done
flavor.
about
I go,
it.
you're
Let's
stop.
see what kind of job you can do.
Well, I don't blame her because I'm like that with zero
Excuse me?
sugar soda, Zevia. VEVIA. It's really good. I get the variety pack.
This is
Well, should
no
they be
sugar,
able to?
10 calories.
They shouldn't be able to.
Probably not good, but who
They're doing
cares?
it a little bit. I don't look. Their
Listen, if I make it to
capabilities are a lot
50, I'll
less
be
than it was 2
surprised.
weeks ago.
All right, here we go.
With
We're
every
hitting
week and every day, frankly, it gets
21 on
less
the
and
5
less.
minute right here at 109.
All I can tell you is they're begging to make a deal. So let's
Little
see what happens.
reaction
We may
to
make it.
I'd like to see us go up to Asian
Tell me about
mode.
mail-in ballots.
Yeah,
Go ahead. You mean I used a mail-in ballot? You probably said, yeah, I did. You know what? Because I'm president of the United States, and because of the fact that I'm
Because
president
I'm
of the United States, I did a mail-in ballot for elections in
All right,
in
let's get this
Florida.
trim off at
because
30s.
I felt I should be here instead of
Come on.
being in the beautiful
Push up a puppy.
sunshine taking. That's right, and I decided that I was going to vote by mail-in ballot because I couldn't be there, because I had a lot of different things. But you know, we have exceptions for mail-in ballots. You do know that, right? So if you're away, we have an exception.
Yeah, I
If you're
need
in the military, we have an
get
exception.
offline.
If you're on a business trip, we
Start
have an
my
exception. If you're
baseball
disabled, we have
journey
an
down
exception.
to
And if you're
Sydney.
ill, if you're not feeling good, whatever. So I was away, mostly in Washington D.C.
But this
So I used to
loan
mail it
is
out.
telling
But I
me to
appreciate the
stay.
question because I know it was so well-meaning.
But my
Yeah.
body.
Please pump us.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get that pump.
By the way, they deserve it.
Are they laughing
It's a
at
good
us saying
product.
that we're not gonna pump? All right, here we go. We're gonna build. Let's go. Almost.
Well, we don't want anything impeded. We want ships to go through. We don't know that they've dropped any mines, by the way, because we blew up all their mine droppers, right? We blew up every one of
Didn't
them.
he say he wanted to
They're gonna
charge
have to
for
take them out on a rowboat
like
or
the
something.
Panama
I don't know
Canal?
how the hell they get out there. but
Yes.
Now he's
we
saying
don't
that
really
Iran
know.
can't
We
charge
might
for the
be-
Strait.
We don't know. There could be a few of them out there, but that's a lot. You know, if you have $1 billion
I
ship
mean,
and
tomato-
you get hit by a mine, it's not
Tomato,
the greatest thing
tomato,
in the world.
maybe apple,
So,
orange.
if you think, the problem with that, that's not like you've decimated the military. If you think there may be a mine, that's a bad thought.
Well, the second,
And
third sip were
stop
better
things
since
up.
they
How
actually
are we
entered
doing
my
it,
body.
everybody?
We, Mr. President, you're right. We have so heavily degraded.
I literally
coastal
spit
defense
coffee in my
capabilities
sink
and
whenever I heard him say that.
capabilities any
I was dying
strategic
laughing.
operational
I was
teams
crying.
to do those types of things
So,
extremely
I get those
and
quick
we continue
punchers,
to
you know?
move over the top of that.
You got me on
Whether
that one.
Iran
Oh,
makes it
meta
or not,
558.
try to execute
Wow.
is Part of how this deal comes together, but with every passing day, the military pressure that we're putting on them.
Yeah, new low
lessens
day on
their ability
Microsoft
to
Office.
Ooh,
hold that
there's
military.
we're filling the first part of
The
that
problem- The
gap,
problem with the issue of the Hormuz,
which is the wick.
we've decimated.
Don't tell me I'm not gonna get this
the
trim.
military. No Air Force, no Navy.
Camo.
Very few rockets left. We
Which means I
blew
should
up
probably
so
put my
many.
stops a little bit higher
Hard to
than
manufacture them. Same thing with
10
drones.
points in profit on
The
MN2.
leadership is gone. The problem with the Straits is this. Let's say we do a great job.
Slide it up to 95.
We say we got 99%. 1%
Son of
is
none.
unacceptable. Because 1% is a missile going into the hull of a ship that cost $1 billion, right? So 1% is we can't. If we do a 99% decimation, that's no good. So it's really, you know, a little bit. But I have a feeling it's going to clean up pretty
What
good.
if they ask Trump, they're like,
I can just say
where do
this,
you own
they
Meta
wanna
from?
make-
We just
they
want to
wanna
know.
make-
Where do you
I
long
feel
from?
like a little negotiation. It gives them a little
I can tell you that I'm long at
impetus to say,
$28.
well, I wish you didn't say that, but they said
$20?
yesterday that
28.
we weren't negotiating with them, and now
Wow.
they admit that we were negotiating with them. So
Boom.
they want to
Yep.
make a deal.
I
The
own
reason they want to make a deal
stock
is they
at
have been
$28.
just beat to shit. Option. I mean, I wouldn't talk about it, but it's an option.
Is that something you thought about?
Well, in Venezuela, we've done very well working with Venezuela, certainly. And we've taken in billions and billions of dollars. And by the way, Venezuela is doing better right now than they've ever done in the history of their country.
Look at Microsoft now
And-
drilling.
Sort of
Yeah,
like a joint venture.
I'm about
I
to
just
stop.
don't.
The United States has made a lot of money, Marco, right? With it. You want to talk about that for a second?
About Venezuela?
Oil's pumping
I
again.
mean, I think Venezuela in the first 2 months of this
Peak
year
content we
generated
came
more
for.
revenue from
They've
oil
just
sales
been
than they had
beat
most
to
of all of
shit.
last year, but the money's not being spent.
All right, we just
And it's
stopped
being held
out.
in a U.S. Treasury
Improv.
blocked account. And to the extent
That
it's
was
flowing
fun.
to the Venezuelan government, it's going to help people, like fund hospitals, pay teachers. It's not
And we
being
get a
stolen.
lot of it.
We're going lower,
And
I
they
think.
got more than they
I'm
have
convinced.
in many years. Think of it. We get a lot of it. We have a deal. We got a lot of it. We had 100.
Yep.
I think
I
oil's
think it was
pumping,
100
and then like look at Microsoft,
barrels.
look at Meta.
We took in the first 2 weeks.
Meta
100
is-
million barrels. That's a lot of oil.
What's Meta going to be down 12% today? I mean, my God.
And we got some, and they got some.
AMD did stall at those yesterday's
A lot
highs.
of money left over. And
I seen
Venezuela
that.
is
I want to take that
better
trade to the long side
now.
actually.
With
Nope,
Around
us
two.
calling
that
a
one-
partner called-
I mean, look,
206.
Broadcom's flying
We've
off
made
the
a
low
lot of
for some
money,
reason.
and they've
I'm
made a
Yeah.
lot
just
of
said
money.
there could be a
We've paid for the cost of that military hit many, many times over.
Iran dropped
And
it.
we've only just started. Our relationship with Venezuela has been amazing. The people, actually, I'm the highest polling person.
Microsoft just-
In other words, after the presidency, I think I may go.
I
to
was really
Venezuela,
confused with
run for
Microsoft
president
pumping off the
against Elsie. I may run against Elsie.
We're gonna give them
It's an
allowances.
option. No, they like me in Venezuela, but it's an option for me. It's a wonderful option. Yes.
There's some reports that
I have feelings there will be clean quickly. We can control Iran's oil is an
Well, they probably
option.
like us to stay, but if we don't stay, look, it's a beautiful thing about airplanes that go 2,000 miles an hour is you can get back there very quickly. If we don't stay, we're going to be protecting them. We know, they've been very good.
Does anybody know?
Qatar, Saudi Arabia, in particular, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, the three of them, Kuwait, Bahrain. They've been 100%. Now, in all fairness, they could have gone the other way. They were surprisingly missiled. They were shot at. Nobody ever thought they'd be shot at. UAE had 1,400 missiles aimed at them. Fortunately, they had the greatest anti-missile weapon in history, called the Patriot. Almost every single missile was shot down. We had an incident recently where 101 missiles were shot at a certain thing that we own that's very valuable. 101 missiles going 2,000 miles an hour. Out of the 101 missiles, every single one of them was shot down in midair and fell into the earth.
All right.
It's amazing.
I got to get rolling, boys.
Nobody has equipment like we have.
Top of the hour. I got a train to catch in a little bit.
Well, you're going to have to see, but, I think we'll
All right, my man.
in just very good shape.
Should be a
You know what we're doing? You know the
home
word
trading day,
roaming free?
nevertheless.
We're over their skies with the most
I'm not,
beautiful planes you've ever seen. Roaming
I'm just
free,
super
there's not a
excited
damn
about
thing they
what
can
this
do
looks
about
like.
it. And it would be nice if,
I think we're going to
like
smack
the
a little
fake news New
lower.
York Times,
And we
which are
came
so
right up to the
fake, and the Wall Street
21
Journal is
EMA
terrible.
on the 5 minute
I
and
mean, I
kind
read
of
a
just
story today
protected
that
right
I'm
off
desperate
that.
to make a deal.
And
I'm
you
not-
look
I don't-
back on the 5 minute and you
If
have
I was
those
desperate,
wicks.
he'd be
Well,
the
yeah,
first
right
to
there on your
leave.
screen. I'm looking at
Get the hell
mine.
out of there.
I just see it
the
kind of
opposite
weak,
of desperate. I don't care.
Take out those
I
prior
wanna-
lows at
in fact, we have other
0.32.
targets we want to hit before we leave. We're hitting them on
But
a daily basis.
no skin in the game for me.
No,
So
I can't talk about specifics.
It's like lower for
A lot
longer.
of people said that wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
Maybe it does
dude.
matter. Who
Ugh.
knows?
Ugh.
But I wouldn't talk. It's
That
like the
zoom
case
out
of this
just-
young lady. I'm
ugh.
sorry, but I embarrassed her. I don't want to embarrass you because I think you're of.
This whole-
I
I
think
mean,
she's a friendly
audio
boy,
cut
so
out.
I'm sorry. But I
It
can't
looks good
say
here.
what we're going to do because if I did,
This is
I
just a
wouldn't be
relief
sitting here
bounce on the
for long.
15,
They
right?
Probably, what is it called? The 25th Amendment?
Could be a reversal, but
That institute the 25th Amendment,
don't know.
which they didn't do
Aviators.
with Biden, which is shocking.
Kind of want to short this oil here. You do have bearish divergence on the hourly
It's
on
again,
oil.
I can't talk to you about
It's a little
that.
scary,
You're asking me a
but-
question. You're essentially saying, will I go in and do something? I can't talk to you about that.
I think there's a whole lot of coin flip right here.
Yeah. Well, we have a coalition for them, but they should have been up here a long time ago. And they're affected. The amazing thing is we don't need the Hormuz Strait. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country is not affected by this. We have twice the amount of oil as Saudi Arabia or Russia, and soon it'll be 3 times the amount. Chris, do you want to speak to that for a second?
And that's correct. Our total oil production is greater than Saudi Arabia's plus Russia, and more than we consume in the United States. We're the largest.
Pretty
Yeah,
good.
pretty
You know what they call it? Drill, baby, drill.
Something about Tesla deliveries just came out.
Anything else you want to say?
Well, and same thing for natural gas. We went, before your first term, we were the largest exporter of natural gas in the world. Today, we're just by far the largest. And we were the largest importer, now we're by far the largest
I just wanna-
exporter, and it's growing rapidly this year.
Why is Apple rallying in this tape?
Well, that would be the safety, right? That's the dollar.
But it hasn't been, right?
Done quickly and
But the dollar.
very environmental.
Apple's
He's an
got
environmentalist,
what,
actually. He does a
300
great
billion in
job. He
cash
gives
or
you
whatever,
fast
and the
approval
dollar's
or
rallying.
rejection. Do you have anything to say?
Was
back
rallying.
on Venezuela, where Chris and I have both had a chance to be there.
Here's the
like
thing:
half of a
dollar
Well, like, if I
dollar
can
made the
put my money
highs
in-
a week ago, right? A couple weeks ago,
Yeah.
or 10 days ago, and it's not made a new high since. It's made lower highs on the hourly.
It's right at the top of that trend line.
And this is a country where they love American
It's
baseball.
right there, right under
Look
that
on the
par
street, they're wearing
100,
NBA
but,
jerseys.
I mean, where else are you going?
Elsie and her team working with us.
Are you- I
getting
mean, are
back.
you-
Chris
are you
and I
going to
both
bonds?
experienced it was the first time in
Doesn't look like
Venezuelan
people are going to
history
bonds.
that they
Can't go to bonds because of inflation.
press allowed to come on to essentially what's their
Bonds are getting smoked.
So you're going to the dollar,
and it was an emotional thing for people that have been for 20 years. that
or you
never
just
had
go
a chance to be
park
there.
it in Apple
So whether it's
because you know you're
and then
parking
production,
essentially
showing
in
up in
cash.
production, the American companies that are coming back, most of those
Meta
American
is
companies
just
have many
they won't let up on it.
American,
What a
Venezuelan
clean short
team
that
members.
was.
One company
I mean,
in Houston's got
Apple's like one of
600
the,
Venezuelan Americans that
like,
know more
best
about
looking
reviving
charts
that industry.
still
So their
intact.
GDP went.
Don't look at what do you think of Apple on like the hourly, like inverted head and shoulders? You see
Their
that?
production on oil production is climbing towards 50%
Yeah,
increase
you're
just in
straight
the 3
across
months we've
here.
been here.
Yep.
That flows to American
That's what it looks
refineries
like to
on
me.
the Gulf
This
Coast,
whole thing.
lowering the price of gas in America. So it's a
Forget that. When are they going to do the statue?
So it doesn't look like an inverted head and shoulders. This.
Yeah, no, that does not. Here's the problem: you got yields pressing the highs too. That's another.
Are we talking about Starmer?
Yields turned around. Now we're
I think
back
he's
up
a
at
lovely man. I
490s
do. I think he's a lovely man, but I
in the
think
30 year,
he did something that was
and the
shocking.
10 years right at the lows
He
of the
didn't
day.
want to help us. And maybe in
How does
particular,
ES not just go take all this out now?
the longest bond.
It has to. I don't think there's any.
Australia too. Australia was not great. I was a little surprised by Australia.
I just want to short it in the hole. I know
say
it's
anybody
probably
was
not a
great,
good
other
idea,
than
but
the
that's
5
my gut.
countries
Unless
in
oil
the
rugs
Middle
here,
East.
but
We never really had.
oil is at resistance.
You know,
That's the only thing.
We spend trillions of dollars supporting countries, and this is Little League. This isn't the big league deal. This is sort of Little League pool for us. This was an easy. This was, look, we decimated them in a period of a week. In the first week, it was over. In the first few days.
There's no, as soon as I flip
think the
short,
Navy
we're gonna
took
get a
us
headline.
3
I know,
days to
I know.
essentially
Because
annihilate
he's still
them.
talking.
They weren't there. So if there's ever a big one, which I hope there's not.
I'll tell you what needs a headline is Meta, because that thing looks
don't
like
think they're gonna
it's
be
going
there.
straight to
And that's
500.
not fair, and we have to remember that as a country, because we spend trillions of dollars protecting Europe, protecting the countries of NATO. They weren't there for us. For
Here's
small
the
town.
problem.
This
Big
is small
picture
town.
now.
You know what, Venezuela
This
a
is
big
like
deal, but
this is no like quick
not the big
repairing
one.
this market.
they
I don't
weren't
think.
there. So what makes you think? they
Because
were
like
there
you've
for
done
you?
some damage on some big time frames now, whether it's Microsoft,
And
Meta.
your prime minister was not there, as you know. He
It's
was there after we won.
You just
Tesla.
need to.
We'd like
I mean,
to
do
send some
you
ships. I said, we
do you
already
just
won.
have the full
We don't need them
capitulation,
anymore.
or do you just do the sideways?
Why you
grind
don't?
of 22.
Yeah, I mean, do you keep doing that?
didn't
Do you
have to,
just
I didn't.
Yes,
build a
I think we
base?
do.
Like, just do you just ping pong like in a horizontal
We're always
range,
gonna
or
be
do you do
there,
that like
at least we were.
falling
So
wedge thing?
Here's the thing. I think the Q's at 580s. I'm thinking everybody's got to be thinking right now. Like if we lose 580, we're going way lower, right? That's got to be everyone's like. As soon as we lose 580, it's just drilled at a downside. But like, is that the obvious trade? Probably the pain trade is like back up into the range. You know what I mean? Like that's. It just looks like it should just fall apart.
But they're not there.
The pain trade would be if it just does
Doesn't
this.
make sense. I tell you, a
Correct.
lot of
That's
people
what I mean. Either sideways
were big
or
NATO
up or
people.
something like that.
There. Like it just starts doing this, it peaks below, comes back in,
Got them
peaks
to pay
above, comes
5%.
back
By the way, they
in.
haven't paid it.
Because everybody's long puts and they're waiting
I got them to pay
for it to go
5%
lower.
or 2%.
They're already long down here.
They didn't pay.
Who's
I got them
not
pay
trying to be
up
long
2%
puts at this level? You
because
think
they weren't paying the
people are
Well,
sitting
and
in
that's
them
the thing
and
is
waiting?
everybody in the world, they've no reason to get out of them right now because the war's still going on.
Right.
They're all sitting hedged here. They're not going to sell anything else.
So
Correct. You're not going to
we
go
were
buy
there for
puts at the
them.
lows with the elevated VIX. I mean, it wouldn't
were
make
not there
sense.
for
And you're not
us.
jumping out of like,
Did
you
we
know,
need
there's
them?
no reason to like just jump out of the
I never
positions
thought we
here
needed
after
them.
you fell from
I was more
this.
doing a test.
Correct.
I said, I really
So what's
would love to have
the
Now, where
pain
people
trade?
get scared, where people get scared is
sail
if
through
it does
that
start to do
beautiful
this,
Alamos
then you'll
Straits,
get that like
and you can
huge day like that
protect
does
people
that.
are being shot
Yeah.
at. They didn't do it. And
But
that's
probably
what
the
we did.
reality
You
is
understand what
that
I'm
we're
saying?
stuck right at
Go
this
ahead.
previous low,
Go ahead.
and I think the easy trade
With the king? No.
that everybody
No,
thinks
he's
it's
a
lower,
friend of
it's
mine.
probably not.
He's a great gentleman.
I
As
gotta
you know,
put
he
my
honored
my
me
contrarian
and our
hat on.
country. He really honored our country. But
I mean, like
amazing
the way
No,
markets move the most
Prince Charles, I know
are
he's King Charles, I'm proud
repricing
of
and
him.
offsides,
He's fighting a
right?
tough battle.
Correct.
Who's offsides here?
I think he's,
Nobody. That's
Nobody.
exactly.
There's nothing-
Nobody's
No-
offside.
ever-
It's different. But
The
that
only
was
people that are
because we
offside
noticed
is you're
that
short in the
the
hole
state
and they rip
was
your
gonna
face
do
off and you got to cover.
But I was very
They all sell
disappointed when
they
Prime
instantly take the
Minister
puts
said,
out and it's a face ripper to the upside.
It
The
started with
risk
the
right
island.
now, in my opinion,
The
is
island
more to
that
the upside.
indigenous have
As
claimed
far as a bigger
away
move.
from your country, and for some reason you went for it, and all of a sudden indigenous people that never saw the place, they never saw it.
Because like we were just
He
saying,
was afraid that we
what
would do
is
something to himself.
the next
That's
catalyst?
simple. That's the way they think.
Unless he goes in, unless like
And
they
when we
completely
needed the
reject the
island
agreement,
to land
they're
that
completely
beautiful
out on
B-2
it.
bomber,
They got no deal,
we
and they're
were
like,
told
this
we
is going to
can't
last
use
another
it.
2 months.
We'd have
You
to
know what I
fly
mean?
back to Missouri, which is a 17-hour flight, as opposed to a couple of hours. And I said, you gotta be kidding. Not good. They made a big mistake. I don't know yet. I don't know. Mr. Witkoff and JD and Jared will tell me whether or not they think it's going along. And if it's not going along, maybe not. And we have a lot of time. You know what? It's a day. In Trump time, a day, you know what it is? That's an eternity. Say it, what?
European Parliament just passed a major deportation plan. Some of the tenets of it are that member states can deport rejected asylum seekers to their countries regardless of whether they have
In Trump time, a day is an eternity. Actual quote.
up to 2 years, and also offshore return hubs or detention centers similar to ours.
Who did this? Who does, which country?
European Parliament, and the vote was not close. It was 389 in
Good.
favor to 208 against.
I'd vote,
So
I'd
Europe
vote with them, yeah.
Europe is where you are now. Do you think that will move the needle with Democrats?
I don't care about the Democrats. The Democrats hate our country. The Democrats are in chaos right now. And they have no common sense. You know, they have one quality that's amazing. They stick together. And it's hard
I
because they
think
stick together.
I'm gonna tell you, I opened this Iron Condor that's skewed
open borders for everybody,
about an hour
including
ago, and guess what? We've gone
murderers
absolutely
and
nowhere.
Anybody else that wants
It's up 35%.
Come in murderers. You know why they do that? They do that for a couple of reasons, but they do it for votes because they think they're going to vote for the Democrats. Even though I did great with the Hispanic vote, tremendous with the Hispanic vote. You know, I turned that whole thing around. The Hispanics like me, and I like them. And you know, it's interesting with the Hispanics.
What's up,
When I
guys?
built the wall, everybody said, "Oh, that's
What's up,
going
Casey?
What up?
ruin us for the Hispanic." It was just the
Casey, you
opposite.
open any
They
spreads?
know
Come on, tell me.
No, I didn't.
immigration, and they know all about death and crime.
I thought
one on,
about
like,
it
People, and they have
at
They
11:30,
wanted
but
to
there
be
wasn't enough
protected
juice
from
in the
the people that
premiums.
were
I think I was a little bit too late to the party.
So, you know,
I
won
just-
the
I went
election with a
tighter.
Very tremendous Hispanic
I put
vote.
I
this
thought
on
about
as,
selling
Now that it was
6600s
done. So,
upside and then
we're
64, I think 60s for
party of
downside. I
cowards.
could get like $50 on the
The
premiums, but
Democrats are a party of.
That's a lot of tail risk. I did 64.90, 64.75, and then 65.85s. But I have I have an iron fly that's up at like 65.85 as well, so it's kind of a hedge against that. But it's up
Yeah.
right now. It's up
I believe-
almost
by the way,
40% now.
Gavin
nice.
Newsom,
You see what I just tagged you in the server?
who I
I'm gonna
believe
go back
he
and look.
took himself out of the running when he says he suffers from mental disability.
I think Trump.
And a reporter said it was terrible that I talked that way about somebody with mental disability.
We've been having stand-up comedy hour over here for a little bit.
Person with mental disability.
Have you been watching this? Dude, he's had some bars today. He's in a bad mood, but he's had some bars.
I've been watching the headlines. Bro.
That's today?
You can't.
Casey, that's today?
That's
that's from yesterday.
That's from back half of the session yesterday, the last 2 hours, last night, and then this morning.
I've ever seen
Wow.
anybody give.
That's my biggest P&L in a 24-hour period ever trading.
So I believe he's out of the running. I think
That's insane.
that statement, that interview,
That's awesome. You nailed that short this morning right at the top.
I don't
That was
want
the
a
spot.
stupid person
Yeah,
to be
that was a good
president.
one.
I'll say it right now.
That was
I'll say it
nice.
because
I wanted to get in there. I didn't get filled. I
I'm
had
the only
limits at
president that ever
22
took
up to like
a
24, and I
So
could've got
I
back in. I just
almost
didn't do it.
waited. I almost waited for SPY to go over 655 and then enter. And something told me, like, just get my foot in the door and start scaling into it right here instead of trying to pick it. I had the orders up there if it hit, but I had to get in somewhere. And luckily, I mean, I did.
I aced
Caught the move down, but
in front of numerous doctors that I have no idea who
it
they
was
are, who
tricky
are.
this morning. It took forever.
And I was told when I went in, they said, Doc Ronnie told me this. My current doctors were fantastic doctors. They said, well,
I'm short Apple from
take it. You know,
257.
it's Walter Reed. It's essentially a public hospital.
Also
If you do
sold
that,
a
he's
call credit
probably
spread
gonna
for
get
next
out.
week on
But
it.
I aced it. I got them all right.
Would you sell the
And one doctor
265?
said, "I've never
I
seen
did.
anybody
Yes, sir.
Get them all right. I've been doing the
Makes
test
sense.
for 20 years.
Below the
I want
265,
people- I would
275?
love to see anybody that's a
265,
president or a vice
270.
president or anybody that
A
has
little
any,
small. I also shorted Marvell
chance
at
of being
100
a
this morning.
president.
I might
I would
take a
like
trim
to
right
see
here,
them
actually.
take a cognitive test.
Tell me you
Entry.
can't. Tell me you don't sell puts in Meta.
I know,
Like the-
right?
And let me give you
Like
another
I want to
secret.
sell the
He
480s.
wasn't
Like
a
just
smart man 30 years
30
ago.
days out, I'm gonna sell the
I'll tell you
480s. If
about
I get put to the
President
stock, so
Obama.
be it.
He wasn't a smart
I'll
man.
take. I'll own stock at
And
that
all
level.
about him. He wasn't a smart man. Highly overrated.
Let me look at
He was
these.
a great divider.
They got to be so juiced.
And our country can't go through that anymore. Can't go through. We
Yeah, the
have done
20
an amazing job. I had to do a little.
Dude, they're trading.
stopover.
They're trading
I
for
call it an
330.
I had to do a little stop
30,
over
22
in
days to
Iran,
go.
and we had to knock the hell out of
So
it because
April.
our country would not have been
Yeah,
safe. The
22
world
days. So
would have-
April
I've done a
17.
great favor
Like,
for the
why
world.
not
The
just
world
sell
has
the
not been-
450s
has not been
for
reciprocated.
$1.50?
Because when I
I mean, can you imagine that
told
drill
NATO
all the way to
we'd get
450?
billions
I'll be
and
long
billions
there.
of dollars, trillions
Oh
over
yeah.
the
Oh,
years.
Microsoft just filled the daily gap.
Do you mind coming up and giving us a little hand?
I'm
with the
doing it.
streets? Send up some. They didn't want to get
Selling
involved.
April
And I believe that's
17.
gonna cost them dearly. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, that was too much. I just sold them $1.52 filled. April 17, 450s in Meta. That's 22 days to go. That is a. Can you imagine that move in 22 days? Let's see what it's gonna be.
Even if we do get that move, like on a little capitulation, like the whole market gets scared, you should get a big bounce back from there. So you own it from there. So look at this. Look at this bounce as soon as Trump shut up.
That's another 20% down for Meta from here. I'll take those odds.
Ooh.
And you know what? If I got to buy stock down there, I'd love to. Who wouldn't want to be long at 450? It's a great area to
You
be long in.
see Tesla going to 300 and below by June. Ooh,
Below 300?
that's a big take. If it does, I'm gonna buy the shit out of it.
Casey, when was it that we talked? This has had to be on stream like a month ago. This is
Below
probably back
300?
in February when I talked about that weekly trend line break. I said sell every rally in Tesla until we get back towards 380. Should go find that stream.
I looked at MU daily chart again from where I was short at, and I've never been more sad in my entire life.
I don't. I think Tesla gets back into the. I think mid 300s would catch you based on the volume profile is relatively strong in like the 340 area, and like 330 to 350. You got to give it a little space, but I think that's your that's probably a pretty big level. I mean, if you look at like the last year, that's kind of where the bulk of the trade was.
Here comes the dive.
Oh, new
flush.
low of day, SPY. Pre-market low extended tick under 1,000. Do I just buy this real quick for a scalp?
I don't know. You need oil to cooperate.
Probably not. We shorted another day, just freaking shorten high of day. You sell all the way down, and then you chop sideways.
Probably buy it at 74 for a scalp if you want to do it on ES. 74.50 or something.
I need it to do something much different than it's currently doing before I get involved. This just looks gross.
Oh, whoa.
My God. Oh. Dude, where is ES right now? From 66.20. 65.70. Oh, disgusted. Watch the long here. This was the spot this morning. If we dip down to, I was going to look for calls before the rip happened at 9:40. Is this spot right here?
Is that what you needed right there?
Yep, I wicked it. I hit it right. I added, my average was 73.50. I just covered him.
Look at this. Look at this SPY candle. Oh my goodness. Flip it green. Fucking do it.
You had to take that shot. I was like, what's my... I risked 10 to the downside. As soon as it broke it, I just added more, like 71. I think my average was 73.50 or something. I'm out of it. I'm done. I closed it at 79.
Beautiful.
Just now, does it go back to the middle? Now it took everything on the
Well, let
downside.
me look at that. Let me tag you in it. Look at that.
Yeah.
Fucking Will.
Ooh, I like that chart or the vol. Did you build a script for that? That's nice.
In the bottom right corner?
Yeah, that's sick. I like that.
Yeah. So it shows you vol D, vol DQ, ADD, tick, tick Q, and VIX prices all in real time without ever having to leave your chart.
I love it.
That is probably my favorite indicator that I have created is that indicator, 100%.
You know what else we could add to that would be good? Would be instead of the ADD lines, we could add the breath ratios, like NYSE breath and NASDAQ breath. I like to look at that as well, like how negative it is. That'd be another. Because it could almost replace. I don't know if they have it on TradingView, but they have that the one I use on TOS, which is ADSPD, which is the S&P 500 advancers decliners that nets it out for you. ADSPD. I don't know if that's on here. No. Advance.
Hey, what holds you here? Meta new low, Microsoft new low.
SPY hit the low from Tuesday, right there. That was your most recent low of support. Last time SPY hit this was early in the morning. Again, this is the reason why I was looking at that area to hit this morning to go long. Because last time SPY hit this area, it ripped about $7 upside. So yeah, daily level there, pre-market low. That was your first overextended tick to the
It's
downside.
the low from
but
Tuesday as well. Right
yeah,
there.
so
Just swap it.
yeah. So 649.88.
Yeah, you're just sweeping under these 4-hour lows right here. But you have a bearish engulfing right now.
Ooh, I'll tell you one thing. We do not want to see Qs closing below 580 on the weekly. That would be look out for Monday. I guess, what do you do? The 50 week at 577? I guess that's your only spot. You got a little bit of like horizontal support, but I wouldn't say it's very good.
I think Apple 250 puts April 2nd.
This looks bad. This looks bad.
How much is Meta going to go straight to 480 today? You think? Kidding, but that is ugly. Almost filling the
Look at
gap
that.
there on Meta.
Overextended tick and right back to the same lows.
That's why you got to get in and get out.
Yep.
So we got no good news. I thought the market would go a little. What did Trump say? I thought it would go quite a bit lower and oil would go quite a bit higher. Oh, gosh. I think it's some
XPX is a gap fill for another
20
15,
points. Yeah.
15 points, 17 points.
I guess at some point the market drills enough. Once you start seeing bonds actually catch a bid, that's when you know there's actually fear in this market, specifically on the long end of the curve. You start seeing like the 10 and the 30 year start to rally. That's when you're going to start to see a change in tone. People getting out saying, all right, this market's a little too spicy for me.
Hoodie back down to 70. That weekly chart. I'm still waiting for this alert to go off.
God, that looks ugly too.
I know. I want it lower.
55. Volume profiles at 54. I got. I gotta start messing with that Lux Algo script. I want to create some stuff. I got some ideas.
Yeah, the thing's really cool.
It's amazing. Testing new lows. Ooh, MRVL. Nice.
God, Meta, what a joke.
What a short, really. Is there discretionary? Ooh, I didn't see that XLY double bottom here at 109.60. Same with banks. You got a wick from yesterday. Yesterday's low is XLF right here. What else? Industrials about the same. God, the semis just looked like they set up a bear flag and they're breaking that. Materials.
This looks like 50 points lower.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like, but
Here, SPX, what is this? Tuesday's low right here? This is Tuesday's low, 65.25.
And then And your weekly gap fill, because Friday gapped up to Monday. That's pretty good.
Gap fill is what, 03?
Just go ahead and do it now. 6508. I think NQ had a gap fill right there too. Where's my... I guess technically it's already happened.
Oof, IWM was a great short today. Daily 21, like to the penny, and it's about to sell all the way back down and go freaking red.
I hope this just goes down through all of this and then bounces back up and closes above it right off that gap fill. Then maybe you can get along.
Ooh, MRVL puts are
oil
popping up here. They're over $50 per contract gain. I'm going to take a big chunk of these off at closer to $96, and then I'll ride the 94s down in the money.
And oil's going to
oil
hit
new
95 at
highs
the same time.
Yep, new highs. Finally broke that 94.80.
Q's Friday low. Next target downside 578.54.
Man, I'll tell you what. This is starting to feel like this. Does this war last till through April? They just keep jawboning back and forth for. That's uncertainty the market does not want.
The moment you start to think that is when things resolve, and I feel like we're getting really close to that. What I don't see... Okay, there are a bunch of big orders at 24K, by the way.
Yeah, there should be. That would make sense.
But I think it's going to go through that and then come back up. And that's going to be
Did we
about
just go
the
test
same...
that low at 772? On NQ? We just go down there and test it?
I don't know. I think you could... I mean, maybe even this little fair value gap gets filled at 920s.
Just not a lot there, though. Like, I don't want to...
Because you're just... All you're doing is coming back to... You're filling in this news pump candle, right?
Right.
Back to this. I hope this just... All right, here's 24K. Let's see if it shoots through like 30 points and we fill this gap all at once. 30, 40 points. Right on a pivot point here. What is this? R or S3?
Tesla, you got watch 376.30. There's your support there. Just look at the majors trying to find where they would catch something. Microsoft back at that 367. That's a gap fill.
This is turning into a sell everything right now other than Apple.
Yeah. Yeah, they're crushing everything. Broadcom back at the lows. Testing the low prints.
Another
AMD
day of
new
Casey
low.
casually calling the top. You know it. You know it, baby.
Yeah, that was the sell up there. Yesterday's low. Ugh. The only reason I didn't want to get in that trade was when Trump came on. I'm like, who knows what they're going to say? You know what I mean? Like, you could rip yourself 50, 60 handles the other way and get your face blown off. So I just waited.
I'm watching this SPX gap.
It's your first RSI overextension right here, intraday SPY 5 minute.
Oh, don't stop right here. Just go through it. Put a big bottom wick.
Yeah, exactly.
Just got a new 15 and 30 minute candle that, I mean,
even the last couple days, like the market taking out 73 is not good in ES. Bonds are drilling. Oil's over 95. You get the recipe for just a waterfall. Hate to say it.
Yeah, I think Qs can still go a little bit lower. SPX, yeah, gap fill right here down to.
Oh wait.
Yep, 65 at $10 lower.
That's what I'm waiting on this gap fill. I need to see if we get.
Just waiting on Apple to
doesn't
get instant rug candle.
It doesn't stop there. It accelerates. It could go like 100 points quick if it doesn't stop there on NQ. On like 85 to 75.
I just had a price alert go off on my NQ chart on Webull. That means we are approaching an area of support. 24K.
24 karat magic.
In the air.
Yeah, Apple's starting to give it up a bit.
I know. Die. I just opened up a new position a little bit ago on it. I closed the original and then bought a little bit more time.
I sold the 210 puts in Apple last week for April. They came in about 50% so far.
We're at 220 on these contracts for the day trade on it. If it fills, it's at 215, 216. Nice red candle here on Apple. If it can break through 255.50, it should fill.
Boy, NDX is almost at that equal low.
Yes, it
30
is.
points, 25 points lower.
Look at that hourly on Apple. Look at the before and after, baby.
Which equal low are you talking from? Like Monday?
Friday.
Oh, Friday's low. Yeah. Watch for a wick here.
Not yet. Not yet.
Nice job, Sarge.
Yeah, we need to fill the gap. We're so close.
Nice job. Oh, 350 on an MRVL. Woo! Drop it low, girl. Drop it low, girl.
Yeah, I was talking about Google Shorts yesterday. Me and who was it? I can't even think of who it was on Spaces. I talked about that Head and Shoulders break.
Q's just hit the level.
Yeah, Qs are at Friday's low right here.
Mm-hmm. It's just kind of a weird area to stop.
No, I can't do anything in the middle. I mean,
yeah, the Qs you don't see it as much. It's the futures in this gap in SPX that is more important.
All right. There's your first overextension on RSI on QQQ hitting that level. If you're looking for a long scalp right here, let's actually go ahead and pull it up. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go.
I don't think I'm ready for that yet.
I want to because of, I mean, you just fell.
Maybe a bounce back to the 9.
I need it to like go fill this gap. I don't want it to bounce here because then it's like unfinished. Yeah, David, sorry, the market's just doing a lot of stuff right now. I see your comments. Casey made it on, he was using Lux Algo's AI thing to create the script.
Yeah.
They're gonna bounce it right here, these jerks.
I hope so. I got orders above the cover.
Oh, I should have, we should have done just went in small with micros and added on the way down.
I thought that was such a dangerous game on this one though.
I know, I agree with you.
I couldn't That's one of my signature trades, and I couldn't do it here.
I don't like it because I like the gap fill. Once you get the gap fill, you get a wick down.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
You try to buy it back up, but that's SPY. What's SPY's gap fill there? 648.50 or something. $648.47.
Weekly 50 SMA on SPY. What just hit?
Is that what it is? The weekly 50?
It's just I have it lower.
Me
I have
too.
it $3 lower.
646.26.
If it's an EMA, it may be up here, but
They said SMA.
the SMA is lower.
SMA's at 46.
I have it right here on my. I have it right here on my screen. I have it. I even put
Gotcha.
a line here to mark it, so when I go back to my daily chart, it's still sitting right there.
Oh, no, they said EMA.
Yeah,
That's
that
right.
makes sense. Tomato. Slight difference.
Oh, magical words about to happen in my AirPods. 3, 2, 1.
Couldn't fill.
It missed it by a point.
Bottoming
It
tail
really
hammer.
did. I should cover here. I'm up a little bit extra. It literally missed it by a point. A fucking point.
I'm waiting for the gap fill. I want to fill the gap, and then I can. Why? Here's the other thing too with the rates. I mean, I know the Russell gave up, but God, that was a good short earlier too. Ugh.
I know.
Said that.
Daily
I
daily
missed-
21. Daily 21's that high.
I missed it by
It should be
5 ticks. I left it there and I didn't look at it again. I just left orders out there and then never hit it.
The Lucid giveaway, we already gave away one account on the timeline today. The Wolf Trading X.
Wolf Trading.
What's credit doing? Credit looks bad too.
What's lunchtime?
Oh God.
Oil's actually backing off. Oh, don't. No.
Time to go have some lunchtime. I don't know what I want to eat. I want to see this if the gap fills though. But
And part of what this is, and somebody in the chat said it, they thought it would sell off after Trump was finished, and that's basically what happened. And if you think about it, if you were looking for him to say something good, he did not really say anything good today. I mean, the other guys kind of said some decent stuff, but it wasn't anything really new. It wasn't anything calming. Somebody also mentioned earlier this week, pump the first day or two of the week and then roll over the rest of the week. It's been the pattern.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look at high yield too, just getting crushed.
Come on, just finish the move. I don't want it to reset here. I want it to stay oversold. Finish the move, and then you have a better odds on the bounce. God, 10 years pumping.
Yeah, they're just ripping bonds to lows.
Dude, look at the freaking 30-year.
Yeah, not good.
495. Are they gonna? They're gonna have
look
to
at the
calm this
10-year
down.
now. 441.
So I just looked at. Yeah, they're gonna have to. They're gonna have to step in and calm this thing down. That's where I think the real put is in the market.
Yeah, it's yields, no doubt. question is, how bad do they want to break the market? Because they send this 10-year over 450, the selling's going to get very aggressive. That's another 10, 12 bips higher from here. Problem is yields have a bigger, as they accelerate, that's going to have more of an impact than anything. Because it'll just start re-rating stocks quickly.
Oh. I don't know that we get circuit breakers. Circuit breakers are a pretty rare thing.
Yeah,
we
I
didn't
think
even get a
it's-
circuit breaker during the tariff stuff. We got close that one day. After
No,
the
that's-
taco, the next day when it came down, that we got close that day.
Someone's outside my door. Ooh, he delivering lunch?
I mean, you're talking S&P 500. You got to be down 7% to get to the first circuit breaker.
Yeah, for
So-
just the pause.
The hell did she order?
Yeah, you get a 15-minute pause, and then your level 2 is down 13%. I mean, you're talking like complete wipeout VIX at 75 on a day like that.
What are we down? 1.5 on Q's 150.
It's the selling is orderly. It's not like, it's not the.
It's because nobody's panicked here.
Panicking, looking at mannequins. I'm in a cabana.
You got a few names that are trying to like base out a little bit at least.
Here's what's weird. How the heck is real estate positive when rates are screaming higher? It doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know, and we got the highest 30-year mortgage rate just came out since September. Like 6 months later, I saw it.
I think it's right around 7%.
It was 6 something on the national average, which was the highest we've seen September. It came out here. Let me scroll up. U.S. 30-year fixed rate mortgage averages 6.38%, highest since September 4th. Was 6.22 last week. That's from Freddie Mac. Came out while Trump was talking.
Yeah.
Don't just
Look
fill the gap.
Look at oil. Look at oil coming in a little bit.
I know, like just stop. Just
problem is oil's got a divergent high here, new high, but momentum's fading in it. Just fill it. Come on. 6-7 points lower.
Dude, I swear, if I go out there and there's hibachi with the sushi roll,
I gotta order something.
what is? Ooh, what'd you get me? Okay, I'll be out in like 15. Got a jerk chicken burrito from a Mexican restaurant waiting for me out there.
That sounds fire. I love me some jerk chicken.
explosions in Tehran right now.
Explosion in my pants after I have this jerk chicken burrito.
Oh. Tread lightly.
Ooh.
Well, this is turning into not good.
I don't hate NQ right here. I just hate SPX in the middle of this gap.
Wasn't there a level? I gotta go back. Is there 65.20? Where else is that? Oh, it's that low from November. That's what it is. I knew I had that marked for a reason. Oh, why do I have a line here? Yeah, the low from November's daily bar was 65.21.92. That's where you're stuck at.
Just finish the move. If they're gonna bounce this thing back up, it's gonna piss me off.
You know what's crazy? Like, you look at NDX. I mean, the RSI is not even really oversold at all. I mean, it's like 38. I mean, it's low, but it's not like it's 20. And that makes me a little more nervous. I honestly think my gut is the war is an excuse, but it's an orchestration for a little bit of a reset in the market. And eventually, after they spike up oil and spike up rates, the backside of this will be much lower interest rates. That's what it'll be.
That's why I've been trying to do the game theory on that piece, and then also just like you crash it now, March into April, and then it rips back this summer. Everything goes, quote unquote,
Yields
back to
come
normal
down for the midterms. Mortgage
and
rates
then-
come down.
and then they somehow find a way to keep that momentum into the fall with midterms.
Seems like
I mean,
a
they-
logical
kinda like-
plan to me.
I mean, we're kind of on this. We're honestly, you think about it, we're basically on the same trajectory as last year. The same one.
Yep.
I mean, look at this. Look at this. I mean, last year.
When did we bottom? April, 22nd or something?
So look at this. You ripped all the way into like Christmas time, and you did sideways through mid-February, and then you started rolling over into March.
So here, stay right there. So what I see, what I'm waiting for, is I'm waiting for that counter trend move that we haven't really seen, which is right from where your cursor is, like
This?
that. I think you need one of those, and then I think you need the bigger flush, like down. There's your bottom. It's got to be something like we haven't had that yet.
And there's no way we have a bottom right here, in my opinion.
No.
Unless there's just, I mean, everything just works itself out, and like shorts cover, money decides to come back into the market.
This would make sense if you look at the daily on SPX. We're like in the same spot. Look at it. It's down. Now you have the counter trend move would be at a support level, which would be here, roughly. Should be. You get the move back up, and then everybody thinks it's all clear, and then they take you lower.
They did something like this.
Yes.
It's like, do you do like this and then that?
I think you need a longer. You need something that's like a couple weeks bounce back, like in April, not just like a counter trend. Like you need like a couple week consolidation where it bounces up and goes sideways, maybe under 6,800. Maybe you catch the moving averages or something back up there.
Previous week's close gap fill incoming here. Come on. And is that also, it's also going to get this like fair value area, right? Possibly. Or maybe right here, 950.
I have orders for longs to go in down here. You just hit the level on NQ 970.75. Still want to see if this SPX gap can fill.
Should. We're close enough. I think I'm going to put ES orders at like, I'm going to run them all the way down to like 50. Sprinkle them in. Meta 552 almost. Whew.
Meta's disgusting.
Yeah, Telon Tusk. I mean, that's the point. You know, me and Will have discussed a few times. These charts. I mean, yes, you can get counter trend rallies or whatever. The charts are in a very bad spot.
The biggest rallies are in bear markets, honestly. Like your biggest rallies from areas are bear markets.
Why did I had 970 from something? Friday's low one.
23,970.75 on my indicator. That should be a daily low somewhere.
It's Fridays.
Or I imagine it's low, but it's a daily level from somewhere.
Yeah, IndieX is basically right there. I mean, are we talking 10 point difference? They're going to do it, aren't they? They're going to freaking bounce it right here. Jack gummit.
Don't do it. Come on.
I'm in it, but we'll see. If it goes back over 300, then I'm going to start to sell them out and cover and go to lunch.
I'm not in anything yet. I'm just waiting.
I put orders in at 955 as well, if it did go down there for SPX to fill the gap, but off the 970 area. I mean, I got to try. I mean, what, 20 point bounce so far, but looking for more.
You got the 15-minute kind of slowing down again. Don't look at that.
I know they're gonna put two hammers in there.
Fuck.
Ooh, 98. Ooh.
Don't do it.
Do it.
This is stupid. This is so stupid.
Come on. Oh, no way, they just edged me. Oh, they did.
No, I think you get one more flush.
I think you do.
Get one more quick flash. Maybe go to 6,500 even.
It literally sat on 24K. Oh, that's hilarious. The order's like right above it, just to lock a little bit in.
Like flash it down in there fast. Come on, let me in.
Even if it breaks back over 2,400 real quick and I make some profit, if it goes back down to the 50s, I'm going to buy it again down there when SPX closes the gap.
Wait, 2-3 weeks out from earnings season too, so we really don't have like any positive thing to.
That might not be a positive thing either. That could be a big. Here's a big thing on the multinationals. I think we talked about this last week. Is that you got the dollar being so strong, it's going to hurt some of their earnings. That dollar rally has been pretty fierce in the last, 6 weeks. Oh, that comment Trump made was so good.
Which one?
The one you posted. I just tagged you in it.
That's what it was. It was this 4-hour gap just filled.
That was the best comment of the day.
Are those Lucid accounts? Can you pass in one day? Let me load up on some of those this afternoon.
I think this option streak of I've tried a new bot today that opened up a position that's going to be a max loser. That's okay though.
Lucid Flex you can pass in one day? Oh no.
Yeah.
Pro 1 day, Flex 2 days? Flex is the
Yeah.
same as Tops. Okay.
Yeah.
The size.
I'm using the flex ones right now.
So you did the 2-day pass ones? I need to read up on these.
I'm not sure if it's 1 or 2 days. I mean, for this Lucid one. I've been going balls to the wall with the Apex. With the Lucid, I've just been consistently stacking.
Account activation free.
Yeah, it's great. There's
We don't need this.
no consistency.
Passing as little as 1 day on Lucid Pro.
The pros, yeah. The flexes, I'm not sure.
Flex, it's like Top Step, like they were saying in the chat, 50%.
Oh my goodness, they're freaking edging it.
What's the consistency in the Lucid Pro once you get funded?
For the Lucid Pro accounts, once you're funded, your consistency is 40%.
Oh, that's nothing.
On the, let me see.
I think I'd rather do that than...
Yeah, 40%.
I need another 1,600 to get this.
So one has consistency to pass it, and the other has consistency once you're past it.
Correct. So the flex plans, you need 50% consistency in the eval, and then that goes away to nothing once you're funded, which 50% on an eval,
Oh, and
even
the flex
funded.
flex has no daily loss limit.
Yeah. Just drawdowns, end of day.
They have to pick me up 100K eval here.
Use code KC Trades. Unless they let you use your own code, then yeah.
Well, I think the Wolf one, I think I'm signed up. I think that one's actually signed up under somebody else. The Tradify is the one that I can't use because that was the first one we got, and this is the one I went through and figured out. And then we realized that was not smart because instead of being in like the business stuff, it's like in the same as my trading stuff. So it's a problem. I mean, is anything holding? CrowdStrike, Apple, of course. Costco's pushing.
I know. I'm freaking about to just close this trade and go eat lunch.
Amazon trying to hold 210. Broadcom made a new low.
It's taking 1,000 years.
In 1,000 years. I hate that this is resetting the overextension because now I don't have the same confluence for the bounce lower. I have died every day waiting for you.
2403.
Darling, don't be afraid. What a wedding song. What did they just say about the dollar index?
Oh, order filled.
There you go.
Oh, order filled. Order filled. Thank you. My goodness gracious. Stop at entry now.
Yeah.
There it is. Boom, boom, boom. And I'm out. I'm going to lunch. Get my jerk chicken burrito. Let's fucking go.
Perfect timing.
I know.
Well, they didn't give me the trade setup there, so I'm sitting. Did something just happen with Bitcoin? What's up, Hamid? I know you slid in here right in the middle of all the stuff going on.
Hey guys. Actually, while you're doing that, I'm going to grab my headphones.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm going to go get some lunch, guys. I'll be back in about 30, 45 minutes.
That. Did they just put just a double bottom hammer over? Why? Yeah, Netflix touchscreen. It's been fun. We're gonna ask. We got Hamid coming on here. Will, I hope you're free to hang out for this conversation. Just talk a little bit about just earnings and stuff in general. And we're kind of between the two earnings season, but it's not too far away. I kind of hinted at it a little bit earlier, but I am excited to get some of Hamid's thoughts. Just on the market in general, how he's approaching things, managing things in this environment, and then what does this do to earnings for one? And kind of where we're at on there. We haven't had Hamid on in a while, which is always great to have his thoughts. I know he's been on Stocks on Spaces several times recently. So Iran prepares what? Is that the headline? Yeah, we're gonna talk just talk some earnings here for a little bit. Once there he is, as he gets set up here. Keep an eye on the market. Any breaking news, of course, I'll jump in. Keep you guys all on that. I know several of you in the chat are also all over some of the news headlines and stuff. Keep that going.
Can you guys hear me?
I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, we got you.
I'm not sure if it's your AirPods mic that you're hooked up to, or if it's still your laptop one.
I think now I can hear you guys. I assume you can
got
hear
us
me
now.
as well, right?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's you might just double check to see which mic input you're using here on the restream. If you can use the AirPods one, it might be a little clearer, but I can hear you either way.
Oh yeah. Let me. It's not giving me the option for the AirPods. That's surprising.
Interesting. Well, we can hear you either way. All right. Hamid, the first thing I always think of when I see you is Earnings Hub for obvious reasons. Built an amazing platform that I use all the time. Obviously, look at the monthly chart here. We're a few weeks out of the next kind of firing it back up, getting back into it, kind of in between the two seasons. All this stuff going on in the market. I don't know if I would love to just kind of get your thoughts in general, just kind of leading off here a little bit as we chat. Everything that's going on. How are you approaching the markets right here? Have you? I think I heard you say a couple weeks ago on Stocks on Spaces that you had, raised more cash. That you're being patient here as a longer term investor and just kind of waiting on things to shake out. But I'm just kind of your overall thoughts here as we kind of kick into it.
Yeah, so towards the end of last year, I was probably a little more than 30% in cash, and this year actually, I have started deploying a lot of that cash. I'm now down to like 11 or 12% in cash, but the reason is because a lot of things are getting suppressed to the points where they're very attractive to me, right? When I buy stocks, I'm buying them with a long-term mindset, and my view on investments in general is that valuations matter. I learned that lesson back in the late 90s with the dot-com boom, that valuations matter, and when the shit hits the fan, if you will, the companies that are way overvalued get corrected the most. And when there's a rebound, the companies that are great and undervalued will rebound first, right? So, my investment thesis is that buy great companies that are at good prices. And when I look at the market from that perspective, there's certain companies that really flourish, right? Like today, Meta is down 7% for no real good reason, right? It's and in fact, it was already suppressed pretty heavily for no real good reason, which makes it a great potential price, right? It's a great company. It's executing really, really well. Its growth rate is pretty phenomenal. And these charts don't tell you that story. These charts tell you like it looks shitty and but if you go to look at its earnings growth, if you bring up Meta and then just go to the earnings tab and look at that revenue chart for Meta, right? If you look at their projections for next quarter, I mean, everything for Meta is just looking fantastic. It's on this phenomenal growth curve of over 20% annualized, 22% growing, over $200 billion of revenue. So in the next 12 months, it's going to add another $40 billion of top line revenue, and its margins are phenomenal. It's its PE is extremely low at 18. So it's growing faster than.
First thing I looked at. Oh, I clicked too deep there. First thing I looked at was an 18 PE on Meta is insane to me.
Yeah. It has a faster growth rate than Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and obviously Tesla. Of the Mag 7s, the only one growing faster is Nvidia, but it has a PE of 18, which is sort of like phenomenal. So this makes it a fantastic investment from my perspective, and that's why I have been investing heavily in Meta. And then another one that falls into a similar sort of line is Micron, which just had a phenomenal quarter, and Micron's forward PE is like 5, which is just mind blowing. So these are two great companies that right now you can pick up at a great price. How often are you able to pick up a rapidly fast growing company at such incredible prices? This type of thing is not normal. So, if you take the macro stuff aside, we're at war with Iran and, there's uncertainty there, but there's always something going on at the macro level. The tariffs were the headlines last year, interest rates, there's always something happening at the macro level. If you just tune out the macro and just look at it from, if I'm going to buy stocks, what does that mean? And if I'm buying stocks, that means I'm buying a piece of a company. Well, what kind of company would I want to own a piece of, right? Like if you look at it rather than like, hey, I want to buy a stock that's going up, and instead look at it from the perspective of, my buddy is starting a business. Do I want to invest in that business? Or maybe it has a business and it has this much revenue and profits. Do I want to be a part of that business? Do I want to own a piece of it? If you look at it from that perspective, it changes things a little bit, right? Then all of a sudden, the technical analysis and moving averages of the price of the stock and stuff matter a lot less. And what you care about is the underlying business. Is the underlying business sound? Is it going to grow? Is the profits going to grow? Is the business going to be able to give me back my money over the course of a reasonable time span from its profits alone? And if that's the perspective you take on investments, then all of a sudden things change quite a bit. And I feel like this is what the Warren Buffetts of the world have been telling us for decades, and put to practice, it actually works really well.
Yeah. Question. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
I was going to say real fast, and then we'll go to Will's question here. But the tell of two charts there. Some people will look at Meta and go, "This chart looks so bad. Like, how do you possibly buy that?" And then you mentioned Micron. You look at Micron, you're like, "I've missed this completely." But you take all that part aside, and you just go to the actual valuations, projections, and all that stuff. And there's two opportunities. I mean, right here in front of your face. But the charts are very interesting. They're telling a different story. And I love how you use those two examples, because they're like polar opposite examples. And for those that don't know, just real fast in the chat here, you've got Earnings Hub, of course. You also have Savvy Trader. Hamid's full portfolio is publicly available on Savvy Trader. I believe this is free. I don't know if I got some special access. I don't think I did. I think it's just free for everyone. There we go. Free for everyone. You can track it here. You can see his performance. I mean, look at this max performance since it's been tracking. You can even go back and look, 1 year. I mean, that's pretty pretty good. I mean, goodness gracious. And I've been tracking this for a while. I mean, over the last few years, I mean, even, as I first got to know you 2-3 years ago, and just watching you continue to find the value in the market, even like your drawdowns were not even anywhere compared to what the drawdowns of the actual market were. But full transparency here, Hamid has all this out here for the public to view as well. Just want to make sure I did drop a link in the YouTube chat for that. So wanted to shout that out real fast, Hamid, just to let everyone know, maybe some of the new viewers that we have here, kind of who you are, some of your background, and how transparent you are with your investments.
I appreciate it. Yeah, if you I didn't put my X type, or what is it, handle, but it's just Hamid S, HAMIDS, and if you go to my X handle, there's links to my portfolio. You can subscribe to it for free. Every transaction I've ever done in the past 4 years has been documented, and subscribers get notifications of my my trades immediately. So usually within 1 to 2 minutes of when I actually make the trade. And because my trades are not necessarily time sensitive, you can see, like I have barely had any trades over the past couple of weeks. I think I've bought like 2 things. It's not super important that you get it at the exact moment that I make the trade, because I'm a long-term investor. But yeah, the portfolio's performance sort of speaks for itself. And at the top on that performance chart, you can actually compare it to the compare button is the one after. Yeah, that one right there. You can like compare it to the S&P 500 so that you can kind of see how it compares. But yeah, or to your favorite, stock or whatever. So it is all transparently there. But when you take a sort of a longer term perspective on it, like I'm looking at Meta and Micron in particular and thinking, okay, I want to add more of those specifically. Just because they're so attractive at the current valuations.
What do you think on earnings? We're just talking about this, is like with these multinationals, with the dollar moving quite a bit higher in Q1. Do you think that will affect earnings for these multinationals?
Yeah, there's always going to be some fluctuation with foreign exchange rates, but like one quarter it'll be a tailwind, another quarter it'll be a headwind. But long term, again, it matters very little. I think.
Sure.
So I'm not worried about it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. These charts are something that I never ever look at. By the way. So when you're looking at like Meta's chart and thinking that this looks really, really bad, to me, the price of 550 looks incredibly good, right? Like that's the perspective I have.
Yeah, because you're looking at it from the fundamental basis, and I know a lot of people only look at the charts and they're going, there's no way I can do this, and they miss out on opportunities. They miss out on the bounces because they want to pick the lows. They want to see, whatever oversold RSI, 27 indicators, but they're not just looking at the basics of what actually, I mean, yes, there's technicals to the price, right? In some ways, but the valuation is based on earnings. It's based on cash on hand, free cash, all these things. What the balance sheet? What are they doing? Do they have growth? That's what the stock's actually worth.
Eventually, it always comes down to the earnings. Now, it might take a year before it gets there. It might take 5 years, but fundamentally, it's always about the earnings, right? It's about the potential cash generation of a company, and that's exactly the perspective you would have if you were buying the entire company, right? Like if you were going to buy one of these companies and just operate it yourself, like you were going to be the owner of the company and the CEO and run it, what would be your criteria? You'd want to get it for the lowest price possible, and you'd want it to be able to have the most potential. And there's no reason to go any other way in terms of like the way in which you're picking companies or stocks to invest in. Then that same way that if you were going to own the entire company, what would be your criteria? Use that same criteria to own a piece of it. And that's exactly what I have been doing. Yeah, go ahead, Will.
I think to your point is like it's really all about your time horizon, and obviously on the long term, right? You have positive drift in a lot of stocks, and like what you're doing, Meta is a great example. Do I want to buy Meta here? If I'm a long term investor, yeah, absolutely, it's a great valuation to start nibbling. When the broad market and you have a lot of stocks that are going down, I like to nibble on stuff that gets cheap. I don't, I'm not going to put a full position on in Meta right now. But would I start to nibble? Sure. And I have targets on if it goes down a little bit lower, I'd like to add to it. So I think if you have that context in a broader market sell-off, you buy stuff when the valuations present themselves that are great opportunities. And this is definitely one of those times that you're going to be able to pick up stocks. I said this yesterday, we were on stream, was about Microsoft. This is just from a technical perspective, but is the most oversold on the monthly chart since I think it was 2006. Like those opportunities present themselves, once every 20 years. So I think to your point, this is a great time to be shopping for the software names that have been demolished, and look at stuff that's got great valuation. I think it's a perfect time to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to my camera here. Sorry. Go ahead. I'm still here. I was just letting you know. My camera. I don't know what's going on.
That's okay. But yeah, I mean, to your point, Microsoft being a great example, it's oversold, and even with its oversold status, it's still valued at a much higher valuation than Meta on a per dollar of profit, and it has a slower growth rate than Meta. So again, like unless those things change, meaning like its growth rate all of a sudden accelerates. When I look at like, okay, I love Microsoft as a company. It's a great company. I'd love to own it at a good price. And then I look at Meta as another great company. And then I try to determine, do I want Meta or Microsoft? The valuation of Meta makes it just much more attractive from that standpoint.
Sure.
Uh-oh, they're rugging you.
There we go. All right. Sorry, I just had
back.
There a little
They're
bit.
giving him issues.
I'm back. I got a brand new camera. I have no idea how to work this fancy thing. It's like bigger than my head. So I don't know what I'm doing, but either way, Hamid, I'm curious, going into the next earnings season with all the stuff going on, is there anything that you think, I mean, I know you said you're not big into the macro. I'm just curious if there is any pieces that you're thinking about, if something is going to weigh on any of these earnings. And then I kind of want to follow up that question and ask about, obviously, the AI trade, all the spin that's going on, kind of where we're at with that. It seems like that's taken a back burner for the last, I don't know, month or so. I guess you get distracted with macro, pretty common in the markets for that to happen. But it seems like the last earnings season, people are like, okay, CapEx went up again, and then they just kind of stopped talking about it.
Right. No, I think that being concerned about the cash flows is appropriate concern to have for the market. So I think like there is some legitimacy to being concerned about the amount of money that is being spent on the capex of these companies. I think Google is estimating to spend $1.9 trillion over the course of the next 10 years on data centers, which is just mind-blowing amount of money. 1.9 trillion. We're past like throwing around
you wrap your mind around
dollars in dollars and billions. The trillion numbers are starting to come out, and but when you look at the unprecedented growth and reliance on AI that the world now has, it's just something we've never seen before. So you look at your own usage of AI over the past couple of years, like this is just something that is growing at such an exponential rate that is it's unfathomable. You look at a company like Anthropic, for example, or OpenAI's revenues. They have grown from zero just 3 years ago to both of them now having over $20 billion annual revenue run rates in a matter of 3 years. These are the fastest growing companies in history. And we're not even counting the revenues of Google and Microsoft and Amazon, et cetera, or the cloud providers from AI. But just pure AI, Chat GPT and Claude, right? And in Claude's case, in Anthropic's case, they added $5 billion of annual revenue run rate, $5 billion in February, and then again in March. So their growth rate is also accelerating. They might end this year with a $50 billion annual revenue run rate. And to put that in perspective, SpaceX is probably going to end the year at roughly 30 billion, right? So, and it's been around for over 20 years, and it's one of the fastest growing companies ever. And these guys are doing it in 3 years, going from 0 to those kind of numbers.
It's mind-boggling. And you think about how do they sustain that growth? And like, you know, and you think about like NVIDIA's growth. How do they sustain it in a video that's gone sideways here on the valuation on the chart for 6 months at this point, but they're still growing? And are people worried that that's not sustainable long term?
There's definitely that worry for sure, and it's not sustainable at those percentages long term, right? Like you just simply can't grow. NVIDIA can't grow at 50% for 10 years because it's now at a size that it would consume the entirety of the economy if it did. But certainly it can grow for another couple of years at those rates, and then potentially slow down and sort of stabilize at those high numbers, right? There's no reason why NVIDIA. I'm not an NVIDIA investor, but NVIDIA couldn't stabilize at around $500 or $600 billion of revenue annualized, right? So it's already at over 200 billion today, and you know it could double that or triple that over the course of the next 3-4 years, and then stabilize at that number. But also a lot of the numbers are shifting from traditional companies to that are being replaced by some of the things that AI is taking over and doing, and we don't really see as much of those as we do the new up and comers, right? So, and then the economy itself is expanding, which is surprisingly at a much faster pace than anyone anticipated. I think it's going up, is growing at a rate because of AI and AI spending in data centers that no one anticipated. So typically the GDP grows at like 2 or 3%, and now we're looking at GDP growth of 4 or 5%, which is pretty substantial.
Guys, if you have any questions, anything that you want to throw at Hamid, feel free to jump in the chat, throw those on there. We can go through some of those as well. I could ask questions. I can pick Hamid's brain the entire time that he's with us. I will take full advantage of that. As you know, I trade more than I do anything, but obviously as an investor and continuing to learn and improve, especially on the fundamental side, I could sit here and just pick Hamid's brain all day. It is interesting with all the data center stuff because most of these projects, they haven't even been built yet. I mean, you're
That's
getting
right.
6 fingers on the AI guys, and these huge data centers, they're not even built yet. And it's like, okay, we gotta power them. How much memory do we need for these? Obviously, we you know, the market kind of caught on to that story, and with the current projections, and you kind of hit on this earlier with Micron, even though you know Micron's stock price has gone crazy, it's people are going, hey, we still need more memory. We just need more, and it's hard to, like, I don't know, between I think about Meta and I think about Micron and the two different scenarios that we looked at earlier, and then like Microsoft. I saw Microsoft here in the chat as well. Is Microsoft a dying company? I think it's a pretty crazy question to ask here, but the valuation, I think Microsoft. Do you think Microsoft's getting to an attractive valuation? I know you're not like a huge Mag 7 guy. I know you added Meta in here with its sell-off or whatever, but you know, is Microsoft attractive to you at this valuation? I mean, I was looking, it's what, a 23 PE right now. That's pretty in line with the market itself, but this is a tech behemoth.
I would say Microsoft is the most attractive it's been for a few years now. So from that perspective, it is. But I'm not a huge Microsoft fan. Like when I think about you know, like the future, like if we were to sort of fast forward 10 years, Microsoft is not the first name that comes to mind as to the company that's going to be leading the future. If companies like OpenAI or Anthropic were public, they might be the ones that would come to mind. But then then I think, well, of the public companies, which ones are going to be the ones that most likely will have benefited significantly from this AI super cycle, if you will? So, the companies that are providing the chips, obviously, like NVIDIA, AMD, Micron sort of fall into that category. And then of the companies like Google or Microsoft or Amazon and Meta, they're providing sort of some of the infrastructure and some of the software tools. These are public companies that you could potentially invest in. So between those two groups, I have one investment in each, right? And my investment on the chip side is on Micron, and my investment on the software, sort of the mega caps, is on Meta. Both of them, in Meta's case, it's founder-led, which I think is makes it, by Mark Zuckerberg, makes it a better potential investment, because I like Mark's decision making, and I thought Sundar Pichai of Google, which was my sort of second most favorite of that group, is good, but like not great. Like, he took way too long to catch up to OpenAI, and sort of like allowed them to exist for longer than a founder would have. I think if Larry Page was at the helm of Google, or Sergey, I don't think OpenAI would have gotten as big as it did, as quickly as it did. I think Google would have been on the forefront of those things. And I think until the founders came back to Google, they didn't make as big of an impact. Google didn't make as big of an impact in AI, but once they came back and became involved day to day, all of a sudden you saw Google sort of like really skyrocket on its AI offerings and made a lot of headway, and it's been growing rapidly as a result. So I like founder-led companies, and Meta happens to be one of those companies that's founder-led. Now, so far, Meta doesn't have any AI products that it is getting revenue from, but it's using its AI to grow its existing revenue base faster than all the other guys combined, which is fantastic. But also they put together a super AI team that is working on some products. So all of that AI potential is upside for the future. So we'll see what happens there. The jury is out on that portion of Meta's business, but it's essentially getting valued at zero, because Meta itself is undervalued at its current valuation, in my opinion. And then on the chips side, I love NVIDIA, and I think NVIDIA will continue to lead for some time. But then again, when I look at NVIDIA with a forward PE of 25 or so, and then I look at Micron with a forward PE of 5, then it just becomes like a no-brainer, right? Like if Micron is trading at $400 a share a year from now, it's going to be able to buy 10-15% of the company with its own cash. So it would just be a no-brainer for them to have this massive buyback that would just inherently cause the stock to run up. It would have no choice, because there wouldn't be as much supply available for Micron to do that cash buyback. So price has to go up in order for it to be able to accommodate the buyback. So that's my anticipation of it. And that's why I'm investing more and more in Micron. It just looks like such an attractive deal here. So,
yeah, I love that. There's a lot of questions coming in for you, Hamid, so I want to make sure we hit some of these. There's actually one question on Micron here. How much? I mean, there is some news from Google's TurboQuant. How much of the news do you even pay attention to? I'm curious how you filter this, because, and that's why I kind of wanted to add on to this question, because there's day-to-day news that comes out on everything, right? Especially if it's a hot stock in the market like Micron has been. There's a report here, report there, and they know they can get clicks on it. But I'm curious, because your thesis, you're long-term focused, how do you sift through? Hey, this is thesis changing news, or this is like, okay, maybe I should think about this and give it some time. How quick do you make decisions based on, you know, major headlines and stuff? I'm just curious your process around those.
Yeah, I just actually posted a video talking about Micron for 20 minutes, and we covered the Google TurboQuant news yesterday. And basically, just to sort of summarize what the Google TurboQuant news is that Google has created an algorithm that makes it 6 times more efficient use of memory, and therefore the speculation of the market was that, oh no, high bandwidth memory is no longer going to be needed, or might be needed at 1/6 the rate going forward, and therefore Micron's stock took a 4% hit yesterday. It's continuing to go down today by another 6%, but today's hit might be also market driven. Overall market is going down heavily, but this news was looked at as very negatively. This similar sort of thing, by the way, happened with DeepSeek last year for NVIDIA chips, right? DeepSeek basically showed that you can do LLMs at roughly 1/10 the cost and 10 times more efficient, essentially. The market sort of caused most of the AI-related companies to tank for a bit, short term. Within months, most of the American LLM makers, OpenAI and Meta and others, had already incorporated DeepSeek knowledge in making their own algorithms more efficient, yet they still needed more chips. So the question is, why do they need more chips if it was 10 times more efficient? And this pattern, by the way, is if you sort of zoom out and look at the past 5 years, in the past 5 years, the chips themselves have gotten somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 100 times more powerful and faster. And then the algorithms have also gotten somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 100 times more powerful and faster. So when you combine the chips and algorithm, the efficiency gains that we have for AI over the past 5 years alone is somewhere between 2,000 to 10,000 times more efficient. So why is it that we need more data centers rather than less today than we did 5 years ago? Right? Like, that seems like contradiction. If we're 1,000 times more efficient or 10,000 times more efficient, why shouldn't we be able to do? Why shouldn't we be able to shut down some of our data centers that we had 5 years ago and be like, okay, we're 1,000 times more efficient. We could shut down, maybe half of our data centers now. But no, that's not happening. In fact, we're spending 10 times more on data centers today.
We're hitting trillions on spend.
That's right. So the answer is that as you make these things more efficient, the usage of them is growing exponentially, and it's growing way faster than the efficiency gains that we're making. And in fact, the efficiency gains that we're making is what is driving the usage growth. So the way to think about this is, like bandwidth. Back in the 90s or early 2000s, most people connected to the internet through dial-up, which was 2,500. Basically they would get 2 kilobytes per second of bandwidth transfer. So if you downloaded something, it would be 2 kilobytes per second. Now you get, like, if something is downloading at 2 megabytes or 10 megabytes per second, you're like, God, I gotta wait 10 seconds for this. It's just
I used to
crazy.
download and I'd walk away. Hey, I need to download some pictures or like something, a little video, and I'd walk away and come back 30 minutes later for it to like just be finishing.
Right. So basically, the usage growth is way more than compensating for the efficiency growth. So that's the way I look at the Google TurboQuant news. Not only do we need Google TurboQuant, but we need some things that are going to be 10 times or 100 times more efficient than that. And they will come over the course of the next several years. But that doesn't make the Micron story any less attractive. If anything, it makes it more attractive. So.
All right, I want to keep gigging through some of these. This one's asking about small caps. There's another question that I had pulled up here. Are there any other companies speaking your... you lost me for a second.
Wait, yeah.
I'm here. I'm so sorry. I
No,
like
no,
this
that's
one
okay.
too.
We're starting to have some of these type of issues with Restream as well. I'm not sure what is going on over there, but
Can be weird sometimes. I don't know.
yeah.
But this, I really like
So
this question. Is there anything else like piquing your interest right now, like pockets of the market or valuation wise? Any companies that, and I know that maybe you don't want to announce it publicly until you've got a position, but I'm just curious if there's any sectors or individual names that you're looking at.
I haven't looked to add any companies to my portfolio most recently. Nothing. There's nothing on the horizon that I'm super excited about. If you look at my portfolio, if you switch to the other tab, as far as smaller companies, I do have Rocket Lab, which is one of the companies in my largest position in my porthalio. That has had an incredible run up over the past.
You've done pretty well on this one.
Yeah.
960%.
Right. Some of the others, it's sort of like because I've been adding, for example, with Robinhood, I've been adding to my position most recently. So it hides the, I started buying Robinhood when it was $15 a share, and it went all the way down to $7, and I just kept adding. My average buy-in was like $9 at one point, but then I've added a lot recently because I sold as it was going up, and then now that it has taken a 50%. It's come down 50% from its highs. It's looking very attractive to me again. So I've been buying Robinhood most recently. Rivian, which is another relatively small cap company, it's roughly a $20 billion valuation. Seems extremely attractive for the level of technology that this company has. I mean, you can buy the entire company for $20 billion. Ford put in over $20 billion just in the Ford F-150 Lightning, and then wrote it off because it couldn't figure out a way to sell that product. Rivian has way more technology, so much so, in fact, that it's getting licensed by others. It has 3 products that its customers rave about. It's about to release a 4th product, which is going to be their R2 mass market product. It has 100 of its own service centers across the country. It has 150 of its own charging network across the country. These are things that Ford doesn't even have, right? Like, so they put in $20 billion in just one vehicle, but for $20 billion, you can get all of this from this standpoint of like owning the entirety of the company for $20 billion for Rivian. So I'm very excited about their potential there. And then Bumble is a dating app. I know this is sort of like not something that excites a lot of people because dating apps are in trouble. But what I like about Bumble is its valuation and the fact that the founder is back and focused on fixing its problems. And Bumble's founder happens to be behind 2 of the world's 3 largest dating apps, Tinder and Bumble. The only one that she's not behind is Hinge, which is essentially a copy of Bumble, but they've done a few things right at Hinge that I think has really fueled their growth. But fundamentally, the sector needs to address app fatigue or swipe fatigue. And I think the person to be able to figure that out is going to be Whitney Hurd, which is the founder and CEO of Bumble. So those are some of the stocks that I'm interested in. Let's see, what's this one?
This question is about space. Before you hit the space, it does sound like I'm hearing a reoccurring theme. You like founder-led companies, which is something I hear from a lot of great investors.
Yeah. So data centers and interplanetary mining. The space data centers, if anybody is going to be able to pull that off, it's going to be Elon with SpaceX. The efficiencies there is just enormous. Like there's no way to be able to efficiently do data centers in space without a completely reusable rocket, in my opinion. And the only company that is even working on a completely reusable rocket is SpaceX with their Starship. So if Starship comes online, then I think space data centers could become a reality, and it'll be Elon Musk and SpaceX that does it. But if Starship does not become completely reusable for the type of costs that they're hoping on a per launch basis, then then it's still going to be a ways out. But yeah, I think that is a possibility. As far as interplanetary mining, I think that's too futuristic for me to be betting on any company for that. Should we look at some other questions as well, or?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I was muted. I was going to say even the space data centers, it does seem so futuristic, but I mean, so like AGI seemed futuristic and AI seemed futuristic, and it's here. And it's like, you know, the fact that AI is doing all this stuff for us at this point, it's like, okay, I don't know how to tamper that expectation sometimes, but the interplanetary mining is a whole different thing. And I know you're big into Rocket Lab. I don't know if do you have a thought on SpaceX? I know I've heard your thoughts on Tesla many times. I know you've mentioned how attractive you think Rivian is compared to it, especially on the valuation side of things. The SpaceX IPO obviously is a big, you know, topic, I guess, right now. Because hopefully this year they've merged the XAI into it. Who knows if somehow Tesla and everything just goes into one company at some point? That seems crazy, but crazier things have happened. Is SpaceX interesting to you at all?
Definitely. I mean, SpaceX is one of the most amazing companies in the world, and it has achieved things that people thought were impossible, right? Like the reusable rockets, even to the level of achieved by Falcon 9, was considered to be impossible. And then Starlink, which is global internet providing satellites, high-speed internet satellites, was thought to be impossible. They tried it with Iridium. Motorola tried it in the 90s. I mean, it may have been too early. There was a project between McGraw Cellular and Bill Gates that funded over $1 billion, also in the late 90s. It just never got anywhere, called Teledesic. They similarly had a plan to do global internet. But SpaceX has been able to achieve these things, which has been pretty incredible. But I think for me, like, the valuation matters, right? This is one of the things that I touched on early on. If SpaceX, as a, you know, let's say $30 billion revenue company, was going public at $300 billion or $500 billion, or even, you know, $600 or $700 billion, I would think, okay, that's a great valuation. I want to be in on that company. But at a 1.8, you know, 1.7 to $2 trillion valuation, God, a lot of that upside is already baked into the rumored IPO price. So then, you know, my view is that, are there better opportunities from an investment standpoint than SpaceX? And yeah, I think there's tons of better opportunities. I mean, I could be wrong, obviously, but that's the lens in which I'm looking at it. I love SpaceX as a company. I love Tesla as a company, but valuation-wise, I think both of them have really high valuations relative to their revenue and potential growth and profits.
Do you ever buy IPOs?
It's super rare. I did buy the Robinhood Venture Fund IPO, which has ripped, by the way, in the past couple of days for no apparent reason. But one of the reasons that I'm in this stock is just to kind of see the up and coming private companies more so than it is as a, like, I don't expect it to 10x over the course of the next few years. Whereas I do hope that some of my other investments do really well. So.
Anybody else has any questions? Toss them in the chat here. I know Jordan's sitting here. Will, I don't know if either one of you guys.
I was gonna ask him,
are
you watching like oil and gold and silver and all that? Are you trading anything at all over there? Or
no,
what's going on at all?
By the way.
Not at all. I think it's very difficult for me to predict commodity prices, and it's much easier from my perspective to be able to predict the future of a company and its prospects and its revenue growth and profit potential than it is for me to determine, you know, what the price of gold would be in the future, right? Like, some of these things don't have inherent use. It's kind of like trying to predict the price of Bitcoin. You know,
That makes sense. Did you did you pick up any Bitcoin on this recent dip? I know I saw it in your portfolio.
I've had my Bitcoin for a while, and for me, Bitcoin is more of a sort of not from an investment standpoint, but more from a like if the shit hits the fan perspective.
100%.
You
Yeah.
want to have a little bit of Bitcoin.
An inflation or like global economy crash type of hedge.
Yeah, or like I don't know. It's the same reason that some of the doomers buy gold, for example, and they actually hold the physical gold or whatever. It has a similar sort of like I have a similar sort of lens on Bitcoin, is that it's probably better than gold from a doomer perspective.
Well, you got any other thoughts?
Yeah, it's interesting because as I look at this market, just holistically, even back to the macro picture, is stocks have run so much in the last 2 years that it makes sense that we're in this time frame where you could have a reset. You have geopolitical risk. You've had high valuations, and
Right.
to your point earlier, this is when you want to go shopping for the best stocks, like a Meta, which just dropped below 549 now, down almost 8% on the day. Google's another one down 3%. You start looking at these names that have run a lot. Well, when they do come into nice corrections, like a Meta at 30% or 35%, this is where you can get, good companies get sold during uneasy market environments, and those are the companies you want to go buy that have great businesses. To your point,
That's right.
I think the big picture is in the short term, could we experience more volatility? Of course we could. Markets can go down a lot more from here if things escalate or oil doesn't calm down, because the risk is oil stays high, rates stay high, and that really does start to take a bite out of the real economy and inhibit the consumers. And if this doesn't get resolved in a short order, you're really going to start to look at global GDP that gets revised down and the consumer sentiment. And if we have $6 or $7 gas through the summer, that would be a huge headwind to the global economy. So I think nibble, don't gorge. Markets can come significantly lower if things were to escalate or continue to stay high with oil, and just be careful with the stocks that you're buying.
Yeah, I think that's just generally great advice.
Yeah.
Not that we're giving investment advice, but
Sure.
I think that's a great perspective to have, I should say. Yeah.
What do you outside of at least on the AI front? I was having this conversation with a CEO of a large company the other day who I can't say, but what does AI do to the jobs market over the next 5 years? And obviously the big concern everyone has is, does AI replace all these jobs? What happens to all the entry level jobs, and do those get replaced, or does it just the market shift? I'm more obviously 100 years ago, people were working outside and farming and doing industrial and railroads and everything else, and everyone's still here, right? New businesses are formed, new jobs are created. What do you say to those people who fear AI from a jobs perspective or job losses?
I think that there's definitely some concern. It's interesting that it hasn't happened at the macro level yet, despite us being like almost 4 years into this AI revolution that has occurred. Job losses at the macro scale haven't occurred yet, which is kind of interesting. I would have expected it to have already, shown up. But it is a concern for sure, and I think I'm not smart enough to figure out how it's going to affect things longer term, and as as certain jobs go away, what other jobs will replace them. And I think that's always been very difficult to predict for people historically. But you do see this sort of like movement towards people getting augmented with AI, meaning like employers love their employees that are embracing AI and utilizing AI to be more productive. And being more productive fundamentally means their revenue should grow. And if their revenue is growing, that means their profits are growing. And that means they don't have to let anybody go. So the augmentation of humans and AI might cause this sort of productivity cycle that just accelerates and doesn't cause as much of a job loss as a lot of people anticipate. So far, that is what has been happening, and it's kind of hard to predict where it goes from here.
Yeah, I think to your point, it's about productivity, and if the productivity is increased substantially, then earnings can grow, and the companies can be more profitable. And I think that the jobs market will shift as new businesses are created, and maybe there's sections of the economy that will not be able to be done by AI, where we actually need workers in, and maybe those workers that may have been in that segment may migrate and get a new skill set and look at other industries that still need still have job growth. So I think it's a big productivity story. And the question is, sure, is there robotics coming that can do some manual basic labor potentially down the road? Of course there is. But there will be new jobs, and it's like the internet, right? Like we said this yesterday. It's like you had the internet bubble. Everybody feared the internet in the early 90s, like it was going to take over everything, and lots of new jobs and new businesses were created, and things came out of that.
A whole new economy.
Exactly.
E-commerce was created.
Correct. So I think that's the optimistic and the approach that people need to take.
Yeah, agreed.
Hamid, I'm kind of with you. I always hear like the doomer argument of like, oh, the job losses. But I think about one, I think there's always some kind of new industry of jobs that are created one way or the other. Industrial revolution happened, all these things. I mean, they've happened many times throughout. But I also think about like what AI is doing right now. And I think about, okay, if I have a small business with 5 or 6 employees, I don't necessarily say, hey, I'm going to replace 2 employees with AI. I'm saying, hey, I'm going to have 6 employees using AI and increase their productivity by 50%.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah, and you might not hire as much as you were, but yeah, I mean that's kind of what has been happening over the past couple of years, and that's why we haven't seen significant job losses yet.
Makes perfect sense. We got a few minutes left here, Hamida. Anybody else has a question? Maybe we can sneak it in real fast. I saw one about, do you think, if this war, if oil, if this prolongs going into this next earnings season, do you think it affects things? I mean, obviously last year when the tariffs were going on, we get into earnings season and basically half the CEOs were going, we're just not going to give guidance because we don't know what this is going to look like. And they kind of just, don't touch it kind of thing. Don't ask, don't tell, whatever you want to call it. Do you think that if this prolongs with the way the global economy is, do you think it's going to affect a lot of these companies' earnings? And especially like in the tech space, like how much do you think if we do hit recession or whatever happens, what do you look for going into earnings? Because maybe the earnings are good, but if the outlook, if they say, hey, the economy's not looking great right now, is there any like just signals that you really look for as we're just a few weeks out from the next earnings season?
I think there's definitely reason to be concerned. With any kind of conflict, there's a lot of unknowns, and yeah, absolutely, that all kinds of bad things could happen, and the economy could be affected as a whole. War is sort of like one of those like unknown factors that you don't know how it's going to, like the events and turns, and it's sort of the unpredictability of it. But in terms of how it affects the global economy, barring massive or major disasters, it should have a short-term effect on the global economy. Even if it does have, even if the companies are like, wait a second, we can't predict what's going to happen in the next quarter or whatever. I mean, if we take one of the biggest economic downturns that we've seen, the 2008 sort of financial crisis, the bubble of the housing market combined with the financial crisis that happened, there was that turmoil for a couple of years in stock prices, but the impact on revenue for companies and their earnings was very short-lived. It was, roughly, I want to say 6 months before the economy was growing again, the companies were growing again, they were having record revenues and profits again. So this, even at that size of an economic downturn, the effects were relatively short term. The stock prices were suppressed for a couple of years, though. So your time horizon matters a lot, right? In my case, I'm a patient investor, so it's okay. Like if things go down, I'll just hold on to them for a while and see what happens.
Yeah, I think part of that is the difference from a couple of years ago to now. And when you say the one thing that I see that's a little bit more of a headwind is where are we in the jobs market? And we have a jobs market that's definitely been cooler in the last 3 to 6 months. So from a big picture, you have a big spike in oil. You have rates that are moving higher into a slowing jobs market and to retail sales numbers that weren't very good in the last 3 months. So I would argue that this time is a little bit more of a headwind than what we saw a few years ago. If this continues, it's really going to hurt housing. It's probably hurts autos with higher rates. And then it really impacts the consumer, especially on the low end, because harder to borrow, unaffordability for housing and autos, etc., and higher oil prices makes obviously consumer sentiment and everything else. So the longer this is protracted out further, it's going to be a significant headwind if it's not resolved. I'm in the camp like, hey, if we can get out of this in the next 2 weeks and like oil drops and rates come in, I think we're fine. Like the back half of the year could look really good and you're going to pick up stocks at great valuations. But if that is not the case and this leads into the end of April or May, you're going to start to take a bite out of GDP and oil's going to have a underlying bid in it, even at the $80 level or $85, whatever it is, unless they get this resolved in short order. And until then, I think stocks just sell until you get a resolution. I don't think there's any end in sight of stocks getting sold down here until we get further confirmation of something positive out of it.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. I mean, these kind of predictions were also made during the tariff issues last year. They were easier to resolve than war is. So, but no one predicted how quickly things would downturn because of the tariffs. And the moment that the tariffs were declared, things really took a turn for the worse. And then within a month, maybe not even 2 months, we were sort of back up. We had the tariff rebounds that took us again to new highs. So yes, you're correct that like things can get a lot worse at any time. Things can get a lot worse,
of course.
And I think that it would be way better for this thing to be resolved than for it not to be resolved from the way that the stock market is going to react to it. Stock market does not generally like uncertainty.
Of course. Do you see any issues like we were talking about this yesterday on Spaces with Michael Coe, and we were talking about the private credit situation, and I'm just looking at high yield and junk bonds right now making new lows of the year, and there continues to have one thing we didn't really see in the last 3, 4, 5, 6 months, but we are seeing now more significantly is credit spreads starting to widen out, and we've seen more and more pressure in private equity and private lending. Do you think that becomes more of a bigger topic? And of course, we've seen redemptions haven't been honored or limited or whatever it's been, but I do think that there could be some more stress in that space. That's the other. Outside of the war, that's something that's ongoing, regardless of
the credit situation. Yeah,
absolutely.
I don't know if it's at bubble amounts. I mean, again, historically, like we have this one data point in the 2008 financial crisis. I don't think anything is close to that, but yeah, I mean, there might be things that we are not even seeing that all of a sudden come out of nowhere. That it's like, wait, this random thing just caused major financial concern. One of those things that nobody saw coming was Silicon Valley Bank going bankrupt a couple of years ago. So, like those type of events could occur that come out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden, when banks were stress tested for those assets, a lot of companies or banks had that same issue as Silicon Valley Bank did, but somehow that resolved itself, and I'm not exactly sure how it got resolved, but it did.
Well, the Fed did step in. They did provide liquidity.
That's right.
Back during that Silicon Valley Bank crisis. They did step in and buy. I don't know. I know they provided liquidity.
Yes, they did
in the overnight funding markets.
But the point was that like, I think the expectation was that for every dollar of assets on these banks' books, those dollars might actually be worth 30 or 40 cents per dollar, and that never materialized. That was the sort of worst case scenario. That never materialized, because if it would have, then the Fed would have been sitting on these assets that were that had depreciated significantly. So, yeah, some of those things are. What I have learned is that I'm good at finding great companies, and then I look for good prices to enter.
Yes,
and I exit.
And these are giving us the reasons right now. The war, listen. At the end of the day, to your point earlier, I think this is fundamental. The market has positive drift, right? And the market's always going to be higher later. And if you buy great companies at good prices, they will be higher later in your life. They just will. That's
exactly.
It. That's the thesis right there. Buy great companies. You want to buy them on 30, 40% pullbacks, like a Meta, like an Nvidia, like even Microsoft. All these names, if you've just bought them every time it's touched the 200-day or pulled back 20% in the last 25 years, you've done very, very well.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Hamid, I always appreciate your time coming on here with us. So once again, here's the profile up here, HAMIDS, pretty simple @ to go find. I also dropped the link in the chat there. There's links right here in his bio, so you can see his portfolio in real time. You can see his performance, his track record, follow along with everything else. Obviously, check out Earnings Hub as well, a tool that Hamid built for all of us. Honestly, it's something that
it's a great product.
It's an amazing product.
Thank you.
Amazing. The AI. Of course, it's got AI. If it didn't have AI, I'm not even interested in it. But you guys had the AI summary before AI really took off. I think you were one of the first people to kind of start getting AI into the investing world. Just to give you the credit that I know you don't take the credit, but I'll give you that credit right there. Also, the Buy Hold Rant podcast, fantastic. Anything else you want to shout out, Hamid, on that? Because I know you do that podcast. You got a lot of great videos and content that go up on your timeline, and I know a lot of people here. I see a lot of thank yous in the chat for your thoughts and your wisdom, sharing that with us today. Anything else that you want to mention before we let you go here?
Appreciate it. Go to the Earnings Hub tab real quick. I'll point out two quick things. One is this new Insights that we have released. So Insights is basically community-led. You need to refresh that. Okay. So it's community-led. It's basically you can post your insights about a particular company. You can say whether or not you think it's bearish or bullish on a particular company. You can see like that one is by Shy. There's a few people sharing insights. Anybody can do it. You can go on there and share your insights about companies, and there can be a dialogue as well. People can respond to it. You can respond to them. It's kind of cool. And then speaking of AI, when you are looking at a given stock, one of the cool things that we introduced, Micron or whatever. So on the tabs there, one of them is SEC filings on the top right. You can kind of see that. So if you go to SEC filings, we have AI summaries of the SEC filings below, like in one-liners as to what they are. But then we also give you more detailed summaries on things like 10Qs, for example, that rather than looking at the SEC filing itself, which we also have in the SEC filings tab, but it's so cumbersome to like look through SEC docs that it's kind of a pain in the ass. So you can actually set up alerts so that when these summaries come out or SEC filings come out, it can email you the summaries, which is pretty cool. But anyway, those are two cool features that I thought you guys might like to know about. But yeah, thank you so much for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
that's great.
absolutely.
Thanks for coming
It's
on.
huge. So many tools, and they keep growing here in Earnings Hub. I mean, one of my favorite ones has always been just the AI summary of the calls. Now we have AI summary of all these SEC filings, make it a lot easier to see different things going on. I love the analyst tab too. I know you didn't mention that one, Hamid, but I love the analyst tab. You go in here and like I can just see. I mean, look how many people, put out notes on Micron just in the last few days. I mean, goodness gracious. Everyone in the world's talking
They're
about
all
Micron.
major upgrades as well. They're all going from like 300s to 500s, or it's pretty impressive. 400s to 600s.
600. Yeah, these are crazy upgrades. Goodness, 350 to 550 at JP Morgan tells you who did it. All those things. So many great stuff. Hamid, once again, appreciate your time. It's always great chatting with you. I know we'll have you
Likewise.
on and off here on the stream, over on Stocks and Spaces, everything. Make sure you guys go in, follow Hamid. Hamid, have a great rest of your day. We appreciate your thoughts.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. Take care.
Awesome. Take
Bye-bye.
care, Hamid.
Bye, guys.
Market wise, we did
fill the
I
gap.
don't know. We filled the gap. We undercut everything. We're at, I mean, this is S4 is usually not what you want to see on your chart on the pivot points, but I mean, if you had to go long, maybe down here, I could see. I was watching this NDX level, Will.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we lost Jordan. Okay, I just looked over and
I was looking at the same
two other
level. I
people
was
I
hoping
think
you're going to bring that up.
But I saw this, just kind of this summertime area, the 581, and it was a little bit lower, just a little bit lower on NDX and QQQ. QQQ is pretty daggum close. I mean, it's probably right in here, honestly. We did hit that kind of next one down, but I don't know. This is you're getting into pretty oversold.
Territory.
You're down 2% on the day. I don't know.
I think you just
There's
got to
an
be
Apple.
Go
Apple
ahead.
to open up Siri to rival AI assistants and strategy shift. Google getting hit on that headline just a little bit and bought back up. But look at that. Look at Google wick right there. Boom.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at where we are right now, we're almost 2% in Qs below the 9 period. I mean, your 9 period's all the way up at 588. So
yeah, that's another thing I look at.
Overextended, you're 2%
I'm glad you
away
brought
from
that
it.
up. Anytime you get this extended from, and even if you go back to the 20 or 21, when you get this far away from it, there's usually some kind of like wipeout snapback. And it worked, and it's on the upside too. I mean, that was, obviously we were an uptrend. So like this part up here, I mean, look how far you got away from the 9, how far you were away from the 20. And a few days later, you revisit it. Pretty much anytime that happens, anytime you get too far away, you either revisit it or, this was, a powerful thing with the tariffs. And even then it just went sideways at least until things caught back up. And then you can see, like down here a couple times, got pretty far away. I mean, right here, when you got this far away from everything, you look where you snap back to.
Well, the other thing on Qs on the daily or NDX, we're about to close outside the Bollinger Band again to the downside. And the last time we did that, 3, 4, 5 days ago, we had that big move back up. That was a pretty reflexive rally off that level. So we're right now on NDX on the cash, that Bollinger Band sits about 23,755, and we're currently 60, 70 points below that level. So once you start closing candles outside there, I always look for short-term momentum to either fade or accelerate to some type of, ending, capitulation type move. Once they kind of get extended, because you're getting outside this move quite a bit.
Just trying to find if a headline was on Netflix right now, because it was ripping. They were talking about it, but I don't see anything. My man in the background, he's not seeing it either on his stuff. So, but yeah,
You know
Izzy,
what
I see that.
though? Pull that up on the daily real quick. It's breaking that short-term downtrend line like perfectly on Netflix. If you just draw a downtrend line right from those highs.
This is the only chart I liked, and you put together a good thesis with this too. But
Look at that. Nice little break over that. See if it can close up and above that, and then you got, what is that, the 21 period above you? I mean, I like it fundamentally. I mean, obviously this thing's been sold since last year, right? And then I think the other concept is, will people buy this, like to your point, because gas prices are high, maybe people aren't going to go out. They're going to be sitting inside maybe a little bit more, not going to travel as much, so maybe they're going to be Netflix binging. I don't know. That'd be my thesis.
I don't know, but I keep looking at this thing, and it's like there's just nothing that really lines up enough for me to like want to do anything here. I know we hit like a minus 1,000 tick again a while ago. About when KC walked back in, he's that tick extension, and my tick gets extended every time I see KC.
I mean, do we just go hit that?
Hey,
go test
yo.
the low at this point? Is that kind of what you see? Like, I don't. 64.73.
Did the chat get paid during lunchtime on those Google puts? Or not Google, Jesus. I was looking at Google chart. On Apple puts? Anyone catch this big old Apple flush with me with those puts, baby? My God. So the sell signal came in at 105. Right there, Evening Star.
Evening Star.
We were in before that, but
multiple rejections. I mean, this one, so you have all this, same area, and then you were trying to like push up, and then like right here, I was just kind of watching this like structure break on that candle too. And if you got short here, you had the Evening Star, you had the candlestick set up, looking for the follow through. You also had tight risk for a pretty decent reward because, it just went straight up and sideways, and the market was just falling apart. Frosty Dog caught it. There we go. Izzy, I did see that there was MLB on Netflix yesterday. I actually saw some complaints about it because they didn't have like the score box up there for some reason at one point. Guys live pitching to a batter, and they don't have the strike count on there. But
the Apple call credit spread as well is 30%.
I think Google's next level is going to be 270, and then 250. Man, that is the. I don't know. Was it last week or I don't know 2 weeks ago we talked about watch for Google's a head and shoulders break? I mean, such a clean setup. Below that 296, you really got some acceleration. And that, my friends, is not a there's just nowhere in Google that it's so thin. You know what Google reminds me of at this point? It looks like Robinhood did 5 months ago. That just like big run up where there was just no structure, and then it kind of chopped sideways and made a new high and then grinded lower, and then boom. When it breaks, like there's just nothing to catch you.
yeah, and like today, once we started rolling over, there was nothing under here to catch us on like what catches you now, especially.
There's just no good.
I mean, other than a headline. Yeah, a headline's the only thing, short.
Or oil just rugs overnight or something. Like that's your.
Well, even oil, I mean, go look at CL. CL's turned around a little bit. I mean,
Yeah,
like
it's
I
off
said,
the
it's at
highs.
95 and a half, but that's a reversal setup right here on oil. Look at that 15-minute, KC.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, which one?
Evening Star on CL.
CL.
Look at that Evening Star. Perfect.
Oh, yeah. That looks like a short coming.
Get me a little Lucid account here, maybe.
Look at Apple, man. Look, they tried to pop it right there. Now they're gonna sell this thing. Let's go. Oh, where the puts at?
Google, they just clarified the headline that it's completely different from Apple's current deal with them. I don't know. I don't know.
40%. Oh, they're going to go 300. The ones earlier from $95 from the original trade before the new ones, 95 to 163. Then the current ones for April, 205 to 285 here, 40%.
I mean, gosh.
There's nothing to like.
That's what I'm trying. I mean, Netflix.
God.
What I think it's just been this market is every
remember-
rally's giving you an option to sell it.
Strong names,
Cisco.
strong charts.
What's our boy Walmart doing?
Even Walmart's just chilling, sitting on the daily 9 on top of it. It's crazy.
Russ, no, I'm not going to trim the Apple call credit spread. I'm going to continue to swing that for right now. Unless Apple sells down to low of day, under 252, and it goes 50-60%, I'll trim.
Man, they just absolutely murdered the semiconductors today. And the mag names. I mean, mags are down 3%. Semi technology down 2.7. Semis down 4.
So I want to say that this is pretty close to a sell everything day that we talked about.
Yeah.
Pretty close.
And you got oil coming off, and you still got no relief.
I mean, XLE, of course, because oil's up 4.5% today. So obviously, that makes sense. But everything else, I mean, they sold off gold, silver. They sold off every indice. They're all your big names. I mean, when Meta's down 8%, most of these names are down. Apple's kind of a safety play. Netflix, you could almost consider, as we were just discussing, kind of a safety play. I mean, there's few things green here and there. Some of these names that were just obliterated. I mean, CRM being green, that doesn't tell me a whole lot. Adobe being green. Of course, Adobe's green on a day like today, right? But
yeah,
crypto down bad.
Intuit, Adobe. I think Intuit was up. Adobe was up. ServiceNow was up a little bit. The software names, other than Microsoft, which continues to look horrendous. They're getting. I think short term they're getting washed out. They're starting. I mean, look, the 4-hour RSI on Microsoft is down at 19. I can't even find the last time it was that low. Let's see. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Well, it wasn't in the last. This is the lowest 4-hour RSI on Microsoft in 5 years. We go to the daily.
I mean, when's the last time you saw 26? Good graph.
The only argument on that one is you do have, when you look at the RSI from February the 5th on Microsoft, that was lower, down at 2024. So you do have a little bit of a higher low, but you need price confirmation for divergence.
Almost every one of these names is in pretty oversold territory. Doesn't mean it has to bounce, but
right, they can stay oversold for quite a while.
Yeah, they could just slow down, right?
Mm-hmm. But here we're still what's the VIX at? Look at the VIX. It's not
it's
racist.
28.
Yeah, but it's not fear. This is just selling. You know what I mean? Anybody that thinks right now that this is we're getting this big washout. I mean, Yeah, they're selling everything, but the VIX isn't telling you that. The VIX made its high at 35 a couple weeks ago. So when the VIX just stays bid like this, it's more just like orderly selling.
Oh, I gotta make the announcement for the video. Shit. I gotta send it to Jordan too. I forgot. I did that last night.
I mean, I'm considering just the long down here on like this new Lucid account that I just bought. Just long here and risk the low, 20, 25, 30 points, and try to see if you can get back to like 920. I'm gonna just try it here, risk about 30 points. What's oil doing?
Oil's just stuck in the mid 94s.
It just dropped though. Elon Musk X restructures ahead of space IPO.
Dude, that's insane.
Yeah, I bought a Lucid account to try it out, so I'm gonna try the long here on that. As soon as I do that, oil starts ripping faces, of course. But I'm just wondering if we can't get back to like a 21 or something. Just get a little bit. We haven't touched the 21 EMA since 11:55. It's almost 2.5 hours. I mean, my base case would be down here. The only thing that stops you is going to be like headlines of some type. And the 30-year at 495 is probably we got to do something to calm down things. I mean, it could go a little bit higher than that, obviously, but they can't let the bond market just blow out here.
It'll get scary if it does.
We also, I mean, we hit IB extensions on everything. We just held it on yes. So
I am currently long.
We'll just try a little long ski here. PayPal headline.
Let's go PayPal. Boom.
Let's see, where did I get in that? 870s. Maybe you can get, like a 50-point trade somewhere up in here. I don't know. It seems too early in the day, but
1:30. We only got an hour and a half to go.
The other spot I have is that NDX spot I was looking at. Which lower was that? About 100 points lower than where we're currently at. So like 780s. This could just be a day where it just keeps going. And it just keeps going.
Well, look at your breath. I mean, what's going to help you here? Nothing. Everything's just... I mean, I'm looking across all the sectors right now. Semis, maybe you get a low at like 380. There's a double bottom potential. Maybe that helps you.
NQ larger time frame, like your 4 hour from here down like another 100 points, like 850, 750. It's a really big spot.
Or do we just go to 64.73 on SPX? That's that low.
Yeah, or do we just go take out that low from...
Yep.
What night was that? Sunday night? Can't remember when that was.
That was Monday morning, I think.
Yeah, it was Sunday night into Monday morning. It was like, what, a couple hours before the open?
But here's the other problem. 2-year yields back up to almost 4%. I mean, they're just selling the entire curve. There's nowhere to hide anywhere. Normally, you get market volatility, you definitely would see safety into bonds, and you're just not seeing it. You're not even, I mean, the dollar's bid today, but you're not getting it in gold. You're not getting it in dollars. You're not getting it in bonds. You're getting nowhere. The only place to be right now is cash.
Yep, this is not looking good.
Coming down to Monday pre-market low area on Qs before that whole Trump pump thing that happened where it ripped up like 3%. You're sitting on those lows down here.
Yep, I just got stopped out of that little shot I took. We'll wait for lower.
I'm long.
Do I have to long again? Is it just going to stop me out and go?
No, I don't like it.
I'm just slowly
trade
scaling
it.
into it with micros.
Yeah, if you want to go in real small size,
Yeah.
God bless, but I think you go to 64.73. I don't see any
I don't
reason
even
why
want to
you would
try
stop
my
here.
actual, like my funded accounts. I just want to see if I can pass these.
Yeah.
Get this Lucid account going.
Look at Meta, 543. If you would have woke up today and said, "Hey, Meta's started at 580, is it going to be 540 today?" Probably not.
Nope.
And this is, I think I said this a few weeks back. I said eventually,
Ooh,
when the
Netflix
real
just got stomped.
when the real selling begins, they start to take the generals out. That's your Google, that's your Metas, that's your Microsofts. I had already taken that out. They're eventually going to take Nvidia. It's just a matter of time, and they break that shelf below 169. If they take Nvidia out back to 150s, we get S&P 6,000 probably before this is over.
I bought the Lucid. Oh no. Oh, I bought the Pro account. I thought I bought the Flex account. Dadgummit. All right, well, we're just going to get a little bit crazy.
That got already rugged?
No, I thought I bought the Flex account. But I guess I clicked on Pro. I just looked over at my dashboard. Was Pro the good one?
I think it's Flex.
I thought Flex was the good one.
I mean, they're both good. I like Flex, personally.
Flex is like the top step one. That's the one I was trying to buy.
Yeah.
Son of Satan. All right, well, we're about to get a little bit more degen on this account. I'm just...
Like I want to see some real selling, and I want to see the long end. I want to see that long bond get bid up. Like TLT starts to move higher. That tells me that there's fear. There's actual fear coming in because people will eventually go to treasuries. Because if it looks like there's going to be an economic wipeout to some degree, bonds will finally catch a bid, especially on the long end.
You're gonna just buy both of these.
I mean, oil is coming in here. I mean, oil back in the low 94s has come off that high. You had a divergent, bearish divergence at the highs there at like 95.70. So if that were to come in another dollar back in the 93s or something, maybe you can get a little pop here.
All right. I just bought so I have a Flex and a Pro.
Let's go.
We're gonna try them both out here. Code Wolf.
Hell yeah.
I don't know why, but I feel like we close at 65.20. That previous low spot. Like that low holds. I don't know why.
Oh, back to my entry. What we doing?
Wow. NYMEX futures on diesel settled $4.28 a gallon on diesel.
Oh, going green. Oh, back to entry. Oh no. Sorry.
Just curious. I'm gonna have to go here in about 50. I gotta go pick my kids up from school. I'm solo dad this week.
I mean, if we get down to the 30s and 20s, that's where get the rest of the ads, but oh. I still can't. I don't know if Ven's here on the live, but I still can't believe Ven did
So
that.
I think we finally find a market bottom when Microsoft gets to 345. I think that's where we got to go. Whatever that is, wherever the S&P is at that time, I think that's our level. Average price of gas today, $3.99.
You telling me that Canadia's over here helping Iran?
Leave it to them.
Solo dad duties always affect the trading.
Yeah.
It's
They're not
not
here
fun.
today, but gotta go get them at school, and then it's gonna be chaos. Come on, let's just have a little float higher.
Gee, I mean, you're at S4. How much more do you want to go down?
I know, right?
Hey, way outside of norm.
I mean, if Q's wants to sweep 575, that's fine.
Watch
I'll
it.
get my
Watch it
ads
be
in,
a. Watch it be an aftermarket pumper again.
I think it is. It's the reason why I'm scaling into it now. If we just kind of base here and chop into the close, if we do pop up and I get these, you know, these these sells and get some green, that's fine. But if we just trickle down lower into the close, I think once market closes, we're going to see a bounce off of those lows again from before that Trump pump.
How about this? How about you want to hear a wild? You go out 50 days. Wow. The 300 puts in Meta are trading for 50 cents 50 days from now.
There's this question of how much Meta do you want to buy if that does happen?
Huh. I mean, at 300, I think I'm probably a buyer. How do you not buy the name? What would that even be? How far down would that be?
From
300?
Here, where's Meta?
Here, I'll do
40, another 40%.
43%.
Yeah,
43% lower.
Yeah,
that's like down math. Can you even imagine?
No,
it was.
I can't.
From all-time highs, it's a 60% move.
It's still crazy to me that Amazon's done nothing.
Do you think? I think the last one to go is when they finally take Nvidia. I think we get the big flush, and they take Nvidia to 150. And when that happens, it's probably somewhat of a bottom somewhere. That's like the only one they haven't ripped that one to shreds yet. You know, it's still in that big balance box, and they've done it to Microsoft. They've done it to Google now. Took the head.
Do you remember last year? Last year it was Microsoft was like first.
Yep.
And then I think it was like Meta.
Then Meta. Yep.
The last, I mean, NVIDIA already had kind of the DeepSeek stuff happening, but NVIDIA
But like, look at that shelf.
kind of in the middle of it. But yeah, well, but the thing I was gonna say is like Apple was like the last general that fell, and it was also the last one to rise. And here it is. It's the one holding up the most. So they start selling Apple. That's when you know it's like, okay, here's your shoot down across the board.
Right.
Oil is coming in though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just went green again. Oh.
I don't even know how to copy trade on Tradify. Just trade them separately.
You got to do. You got to group them. You go to manage groups, and then you pick your accounts, and then put them together, and name it.
Yeah, your account's at the top of the screen. Should be a drop box next to the number.
Yeah, hit manage groups, and then go to drag your accounts over you want to put together.
Oh, I see it.
Can you imagine they come out tomorrow? Oh, okay, we're opening the straights. We got a deal.
Yeah. Straight is now fully open.
Straight is open. I told you it was going to be over soon. We're ahead of schedule.
Bunch of panicins.
Yeah. I thought the market would go down way more. Didn't. I'm the best.
I told
Dow
you
80,000.
Iran was pounded to shit. He actually said that. I don't know if you guys were here for that. That was crazy. What was how did he put it? It was one of the funniest parts of the whole day. Like, the reason they want to make a deal is because they've been beaten to shit. That's the way it.
Yeah, that was the best comment.
It's actually what he said. I don't know. There's been so many, whatever, different pieces of things.
What about killing everything?
You're gonna try to pump meta off these lows.
Got MU annihilation, full annihilation.
I'm going out. I'm gonna sell them. Selling some more. Selling the 300s.
Mita?
52 cents. I just sold them for 5 lot. Just a little small piece.
What's the RSI out on the weekly? 35?
25 on the daily.
25 on daily, yeah.
I mean, if in 50 days from now, Meta's trading at 300, I don't think I'd be mine. I'll be long there because S&P will be at least 500, 800 points lower. Probably 1,000 or 2,000 points lower. Actually.
I'd be interested in selling April 17 puts right here.
The 480s? You could sell into the 480s. I mean, you could do that put spread.
Yeah.
There's nothing about this daily that makes me want to do anything.
I know. And like, what if tomorrow we just gap lower and just keep going down to 6,400? Big negative gamma. That special bounce that we got from Trump the other day was just a big liquidity sweep to sell into again. Oh, it's gonna be over this time. Wrong again.
Yeah, we'll probably get another one.
Yep, they gapped us all the way up there to 66.80. What was what was the pump?
We just go like a little
67.50.
We go slightly lower, right? And then
pump it, then sell again.
And then they pump it to slightly lower than it was before. Then they take it slightly lower below that. And then they pump it slightly below the previous low. I mean, it's basic structure right now.
Yeah. Lower lows and higher lows.
Do a $20 wide.
Or lower highs, I mean.
Put credit spread.
Here, until like that trend line from on the daily SPX, like until you get back above like 6,700 and clear the 21 and try to reclaim that 6720 area, there's nothing but selling. And you don't want to spend, I'll tell you the one thing you don't want to do is we don't want to be spending a bunch of time below the 200. That is much more bearish. Because you start getting a lot of candles closing daily. Like you spend a week or 2 weeks below the 200 period moving average, it creates for more risk off, and then you get CTAs starting to sell that are bearish and everything else. I think I got about 5 minutes, then I gotta just go to the school. I mean, maybe the only thing you got here is oil's come in a little bit off these highs. But even on the daily, oil just looks like all it did was went back, tested the 21, and getting bought back up. That's what I see. And God forbid you get oil above 100 again. What did you see that headline earlier about Iran's preparing 1 million troops? Did you see that?
Yeah, what the hell is that?
I don't know. I saw that. I was like, where is this headline at?
I only saw like one person say it didn't like get. It wasn't like on the main wires, I don't think.
No, it wasn't. But
I saw it like floating around.
Yeah.
They're gonna wash this out one more time. Yeah, there's no reversal look here yet.
Yes. Yes.
I just thought, what are we even? What are we even holding down here? Like it's just. Wow.
I can see clearly now.
Decent amount of size just filled right there. At 23,850. Maybe they are trying to hold it down here.
Long.
I swear there's some people on X that will find a way to bull post no matter what. Here's a guy that's done the right thing all day. Look at that guy.
What's up,
Look at
boys?
that. Look at that guy.
Living life.
Living the life like Larry.
It's
What's
at the
up,
bottom,
Frank?
huh? It's right at the. Yeah, I'm talking to the guys.
We're sitting at the low of days, Frank. There's nothing that holds you here other than just being oversold.
Yeah, there's no reason to touch this thing. It's going to close there too. Probably rallies a little tonight. You know.
If anything, it rallies here into power hour, and it's a sell probably right back down to here.
Yeah. Yep.
But
I'm long.
Yeah, I think you probably get like a 60, 70 point bounce first.
I'm green right here again, but I need more than this.
Oh.
Looking
Where
for
are you,
what we
Frank?
got 12 minutes.
Down in
Florida?
Palm Beach, yeah.
Palm Beach, nice.
Yeah.
That's the that's the best trade you've made today for sure.
Yeah. Well, I don't have internet either, so.
Once this thing started rolling over today, it was.
There was some great sales up higher. Oh.
No bueno. Yeah, I know. I should have flipped and got on the other side.
Oh, we shorted the top this morning, Frank.
Yeah, I mean, oil had that one pullback, and it's been strong ever since.
Yeah.
Any news or just no news?
Well, Trump talked for like an hour and a half, and they didn't say anything. Like he seemed like he was in a foul mood. I mean, he was basically just talking shit to them. We did have there is an actual 15-point proposal. There is some type of negotiations going on. So like that part got confirmed. That's the only like shred of good news. There hasn't really been bad news, but it's like news wasn't good enough to calm any fears that this was going to end.
Right.
Connie. Plus, like once we started to roll over, I mean, we had the big pump, whatever, on Monday morning. Once we started to roll over, it was just, lower highs. We took out the support, and there was a volume gap underneath.
Well, we haven't traded the Sunday overnight lows yet, right?
No, there's still 100 points from where we currently are. About 70 from where we stopped.
Oh, what are we gonna do here?
Let's bounce it to the 21.
It pops up another 10 to 15 points. It's gonna lock in some gains, and then I'm not gonna let it go red after that.
This headline, Troy, did come out just a little bit ago. Microsoft suspending hiring. It was in their cloud and sales division. I did hear that one. Oh yeah, Frank, have you seen Meta?
No.
Dead.
Down
Look at-
8%.
Oh my God.
It's bad.
543 at the low. It closed yesterday at 594.
Ooh.
Nvidia's down 3.5 at the bottom of its range. Google's down 3.25. Come on, Casey. Let's get that 21.
Have a good one, guys. I'll see you later.
Thanks for stopping by, Frank. Enjoy.
Later, Frank.
You got it, guys.
I'm trying to be like Frank when I grow up.
Yeah.
Order filled. Boom.
Already?
Yup. Got the ads in down there. Got a better average. That's my first one right there. First spot. Order filled. Both.
Oh, is SPX gonna get smacked right here?
This would be the back test, but they would continue to stall it or just slam it back down before going.
Can we go up 10 more points and back test the gap?
Yeah, if it goes up closer to 900, I'll be out. Majority stop moved up. Goes back under like 65. I'll say no, and then I'll just re-enter on a lower low. So your previous 15-minute on Qs closed with a green inverted hammer down at the area of support. Your previous 10-minute closed with a very, very strong wick, little hammer there, and now getting the pop back up to almost your 10-minute 9 up in this area. So reason for the long, reason for the trim right here. But if they just stuff it and chop it, then I'll get in cheaper, lower again. But we are just stacking up the Lucid account right now.
Yeah.
Because I'm not full porting this account. I'm like actually trading it like you're supposed to.
Yeah, well, naturally.
So far, we are on day number 4 with $2,200 profit.
I saw that. I saw that little calendar you sent out.
Yeah.
That's what I like to see.
It's looking good. Just making this one consistent. Monday, 322. Tuesday, 670. Yesterday, about 490. Today, 680. So I can fuck around tomorrow on Friday, make $800 and be good and done with this one. But now that I say it out loud, it's probably not a good idea.
Pretty lame bounce. That was a big rejection. Oh, yeah. I trade so differently in markets like this. I mean, some days, like, I get a decent read, but like I have to trade so much more scalpy than like the normal, like work into a position and take it for a decent ride. Yeah, I don't even want to like, I mean, I took a couple trades earlier. I don't even want to touch like funded accounts today at this point. And that's just based on where we're at. I mean, we're in the middle of nowhere.
I find that trading options early in the morning is your best bet, and then the rest of the day is futures.
50-week simple moving average on the NASDAQ.
So like the first 2 hours of the day, you'll catch your large move on SPY and Qs. Your options get paid. After that, it's like just do futures. Volume just dries up.
Yep. I can't wait to like have a decent market for options swings again.
I said it this morning. I think that like me swing trading that much, I think I'm still gonna dial it back. The day trading and the scalping has been 10x versus trying to swing in this kind of market right now.
Well, we're still holding. Do a quick sponsor shout out. We do this live for free all day, every day for you guys. Today, sponsored by YieldMax. Big shout out to YieldMax, creators of option income ETFs built for investors who want weekly cash flow while remaining exposed to the stocks they care about. Especially if you're looking to pick up exposure. Be very, very interesting. There's a whole lot of different ones. BIGY, SOXY, that's the semiconductor one. Absolutely beaten up today. Could be something to look at if you are interested in income, like target income producing ETFs. Definitely check out YieldMax. Go to yieldmax.com. There it is right there on your screen. YieldMaxETFs.com. Check out the different products and stuff they have. Make sure you do the due diligence. They do have an entire education center here if you are interested, but I do appreciate YieldMax for sponsoring the stream so that we can do this live for free. Every day. Wow.
All day.
The market's open. The market's open. We're pretty much here. Obviously, every once in a while I had to travel or some family thing, but I don't know. I've been streaming since... When did I start streaming every day? Back in like September, maybe? Somewhere around there. I've basically been streaming every morning, September, October. Only missed a couple, probably a handful of days for travel. And usually it was work-related travel. Hell, I was rally puking on here one day. Boy, is that all we're gonna get? They're gonna make me trim for nothing. Surely we can at least pop up into that 21, right? Would I live in PR? I probably would. I don't know if the if I could convince the family to do that, but the I like PR. PR is not as, I mean, if you're coming from New York or Miami or LA, it's probably advantageous. I mean, the tax stuff obviously is advantageous, but the like the cost of living's still pretty elevated just compared to what, like, to what's normal to me, and then obviously compared to what I have here, it's a different world. I mean, is anything even bouncing off the low? No. 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 Google had the headline. No. Not really. Broadcom kind of. Tesla new low. Looks like just a fade. Fade, fade, fade. Wonder if we get like we had, was it like Friday or whatever, where everything just died. $50. Yep, there she goes. 25. Just partially filled my break-even stop. That's crazy. Microsoft's about to make a new low. Is oil still ripping? Because Exxon's making a new high. Oh, oil's bouncing. If anything, I'm tempted to just like full port short this thing for another leg down. I thought we could at least get back up into the 21, but SPX, I mean, that 6,500 broke it, rejected it 4 times. Not good.
Bubba. $640, 645, 644.72 area on SPY. We start to break down. That'll be your lower low.
I think this may go down that other 70 points in NQ unless it just magically magically does something right here. I don't see it happening. Mikey B, there you go.
Oh, Mikey B. I know that name. Let's go, Mikey B. Been sitting in SPY puts all day. Dude, we shorted the top. Great job, Mikey B.
Go ahead and extend this thing. Power hour new.
Up 177%. Damn, son. Damn, son. Where'd you find that?
So we got a new low on SPY. We didn't get one on Qs.
Qs, nah. On
Here she
meta
comes.
shares? I don't know.
There it is.
Give me like 500 to 480.
There you go. Fall apart. ES is still much higher. And you filled in all that, that pumper candle.
Yeah, the next spot downside I have is 6523.75, which should line up where SPY hits at 644.72.
Why is IWM still up here so far?
Ooh, Evan says we should give away another account. I think we should.
How do you want to give it away tomorrow?
Evan, do you know of a good website that like does a randomizer using YouTube chat?
Just give it to somebody right now to full port. What time does the oh yeah, basketball is gonna start.
Closest to the pin on SPX today.
Ooh. Closest to the pin. I kind of like that actually. Finster said randomize this. Maybe we do a closest to the pin tomorrow. But we do it like in the first like hour. Just to make it difficult. Stole that shit.
stole that shit.
Bro, there's somebody like trying to get our attention on the live stream, but like not in the live chat. They're in the comments of the.
For real?
Yeah, I don't know what they're quite saying. Something about Microsoft. I don't know. And Meta.
I don't even know where you see that.
I don't know.
There's a comment section.
Yeah.
But it was just a live chat. Hey,
Or no. No, this is on.
Or
They're
on
commenting
yesterday's?
on yesterday's stream. Sorry. Isn't that weird? So funny.
Sitting here watching this is so painful. Knowing that I should have just flipped short up here.
Hey, shout out to Ven for $10,000 profit within the last week.
Yeah.
Ven, I guess I'll say it publicly. Ven had a really, really good week. I mean, almost $10,000. And I have a tip jar in my freaking Discord just for shits and giggles. And Ven put a tip jar in Casey today because he's been using the new indicators that we released, and it said it helped him find his edge in the market, which led to that $10,000 profit for the week. So
let's go.
It's fucking incredible. I appreciate you, Ven. That's amazing gains for a week. Absolutely insane, dude.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, make sure you do remove all the indicators and re-add them onto your screen. You'll see the little purple icon on TradingView. Make sure you update all the scripts.
I need to do that for a bunch of mine. I just hate when it updates and I have to go like redo the settings. Real quiet this afternoon too.
Meta calls coming in a little bit. There's also a buy signal from the indicator at 2:35 a little bit ago. You're going to see a little Morningstar reversal, 5-minute. Starting to get a little poppy up here.
No way we're going to do this right now. Right here.
Meta has had 4 signals today. A sell, a sell, a sell, and a buy. And it's 4 for 4 like Wendy's. Gotta update it, don't I? Here.
Let's see. What time's the first game start today? 5:30? 5:30 my time. Or is this Eastern time?
Why did the stop loss line change? I don't like the way that looks. Yeah, what the fuck? Why is that different? Oh, they're push the update back.
Yeah, that's what I should have done. Should have watched the should have watched baseball instead of this.
Go look at the code.
Bro, there's no way. There's just like randomly bouncing in the middle of nowhere right now.
Tell me I gotta go push another update on this. AI can take some jobs, but it can't take all of them because it still fucks up.
I guess we hit a weekly level there on QQQ.
How do I think I can restore that, can I?
I don't know if this isn't a morning star until this candle closes up. Honestly, it could be a reversal. It could be the little, but you need to like engulf that. I don't like.
It's ATR trailing stop. This one.
Tradify on TradingView went down for you.
Let's go ask AI.
Ask AI how to fix AI.
Yeah.
Kind of makes sense, I guess. Oh no, I'm getting hungry.
The trailing stop loss line change. 1, 2, 2.
Meta is getting a little bit of continuation. Nvidia maybe turn around there. Some signs of life across the market. Trump's going to speak at the end of the day.
Yep.
Oh. What's it mean when Valdi is selling when the market is going up? Usually not good. Ugh, smacked. Boy, there's just nothing going on here.
Quiet.
What's for lunch? That's I mean, goodness gracious.
I made some white cheddar mac and cheese.
I thought you were gonna say popcorn for a second. I was.
I might make some more.
Did you put any meat in there? Or you just.
I didn't, but I have beef lo mein also in the fridge from last night that I'm probably gonna warm up soon.
Ooh.
I usually put some bacon bits in there.
That would be
I was just
that'd
too
be a
lazy
move.
earlier.
Heat up that beef and drop it in the mac and cheese.
Beef lo mein.
Chicken bakes for lunch? No.
I wish. I wish.
Oh, the absolute torture of watching this. RSP is really not that oversold yet. What if IGV is an inverse head and shoulders? Doom, doom, doom. New low, slightly.
NQ took it.
Stupid Valdi is not working on TradingView again. Ding, 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 ding. There's like no volume really. I mean, there's some like 10 lots, 20 lots here and there, but like Will said earlier, it's just orderly.
How do you
Oh,
right
Jordy.
click on an Apple mouse? You can't. Well, you can. It's just you got to really push it over on that side. Or
No,
use
yeah, you can.
control click. Use control click.
No, Tommy, you have to go to the settings.
Yeah, you might have to turn it on.
You have to turn it on.
Control click always works though.
Go to your settings, go down to mouse. So like, go to your settings on your Mac, go all the way down to mouse. And then there's one that says secondary click, click right side. Do we even have back to September NFP low? Where's QQQ? Oh, there's your next target. I regret not taking a nap right now. I mean, there's been no real bounce. I mean, that 1 30-minute candle tried to. Whoa. All right, that was a big order that just filled. We should have known when Kramer was being bullish last night. Somebody filled 130 lots there. He's an angry elf. I saw Tommy. I saw that too. Crazy. Some people just suck. That's what I always say. Buy single on the 15. If you wick down to the same spot.
Let's go pro fast.
Bing bang. Oh, pro fast.
Shout out to boy.
Here we go. New lows. What do you guys have on ES right here? Oh, the fair value gap.
Oh, we did hit the bottom of one on ES 6530. NQ, same thing. We're through it.
Yeah, we went straight through it. Sweeping hourly lows, everything here on NQ. Almost everything. Previous week low on tap. Previous week gap just filled though. Oh, I forgot to plug in my headphones.
Uh-oh. Back from school. Holy smokes. Whoa. What happened here?
They're smoking.
Nothing left in this market.
Oh, did my mouse just die?
Weren't we talking about that earlier?
Dude, no way my mouse just died.
Is it an Apple mouse?
Yeah.
That's cooked.
The stupid ass.
Yeah. Yeah, plug
They're
that shit
really
in.
going to close it down here, you think? They got to. They're going to close it at the lows. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't. The only bounce you got is what? Meta? Meta little bounce. Microsoft's going bankrupt probably by tomorrow. Tessie not looking good. What a great short that was yesterday at the 396. Oh. You think Nvidia can just hold it up here at that 171?
I mean, if I had to put my chips on something holding, it would be NVIDIA.
So I think that's your only shot. I guess you got this low right here in ES, right? From the pump on, was that Tuesday?
Yeah, ES is lagging. David, that headline came out a couple hours ago. Microsoft, what was it? Cloud and sales groups freezing hiring per the information. I gotta use this stupid ass trackpad. God.
Mouse really died? We were talking about how you were
Dude,
saying
my
that
mouse
earlier.
just died. My mouse just died.
You were like, it's terrible if you're in the middle of a trade and your mouse dies.
I'm not in a trade at least, but
that's good.
God.
This is a scary market.
IGV is only down 0.5% today.
Yeah, it's interesting, these software names. With Microsoft being so weak, you would expect it to be down further.
I mean, market's down more than Microsoft's down, though.
Yeah. Meta and Google are off the lows.
Yeah,
Meta
we
went all
saw
the way down
Meta.
543. Zuckerberg's feeling some pain today on that downdraft.
I don't know. He just got that new options, pay package or whatever that.
Yeah, for this whole
pay
like
package with
for the whole
options.
executive team. Yeah.
Yeah, good day to start picking those up.
It's like getting long at the top. Like, all right, we're gonna do this comp package, and the stock's 750, and then it gets sawed in half.
It's like, hey, go ahead. Stock's down 40%. Let's go ahead and do some stock options for our employees. Dude, they cannot.
There's no bounce in sight.
No. Like it won't even like just fall apart to give a chance for like a scalp trade.
Here's the crazy part. The banks really aren't that weak either. You know, like it's just tech. They're just drilling tech across the board. I mean, tech's industrials, but like banks are only down 60 base. I mean, it's not that much. Not like at new lows like everything else. But you're not going anywhere when the mag names are down 3% as a group. That's your killer. Not good. You know what's another one that doesn't look good today? Ondas. Not looking good on that one.
Oof.
Down 9%.
Oof. See, it's $7.
Yep. Hey, pull up the pull up the MAGS ETF. Look at where we are. I think it's interesting on the daily, and look left into those highs. Look like we're starting to get into these. Yeah, right there. I don't know. Trying to be constructive about something.
Shit. In the words of your president,
it's a bag of shit. Is that what you're saying?
This market's been beaten to shit.
I don't even think it's here. The MAGS ETF is down 17% from the highs. Almost bear market territory. All right. I'm going to give you maybe a little. You want a glimmer of hope?
Yes, because I'm just curious where you're going to find this.
Go check out HYG and go to the hourly. Credit never made it. Basically, like it's like a double bottom. Wicked lower, but closing at the lows. I would want to see high yield like making lows along with the market to go lower. Like if this doesn't make a lower low tomorrow or something like that, like if this stays above that low, I'd keep that in the back of my narrative for being short down here, because you really on the 4 hour you got a nice doji, and on the daily you're closing kind of an equal low. So I don't know, maybe that's constructive kind of.
Obliterated. That is the right word. How far are we down at this point?
I think 7, 8,
Like
9% in Qs, or 8%.
7.4. $9.8.
Trim up Apple, my
Almost.
friends. Trim it up. Trim it up in swing runners for glory. Yeah. Oh my God. $105 per contract gain.
Just
They
went
just
red.
knifed it.
Just went red.
God. We're fucking printing. Oh shit, I was muted on Discord. Trim Apple, motherfuckers! Trim Apple! $105 per contract gain. Trim that shit.
Troy, are you looking at that bread? Hold on. Bread? I can't say that word. Breath thrust?
I'm gonna give you some bread thrust.
Boy, that will. My mouth does not like that word.
All right,
Don't
runners
take it
only.
with a good time.
Swang.
Why does it just have to be so slow, though?
No. How's the volume today?
Overall?
Yeah. Just curious what the volume looks like. High.
Gosh.
Yeah, higher than the last 2 days.
Higher than normal. 15 minutes left. That's on cues.
But look, not as high as Monday. Look how much higher Monday was.
Spies is different. Look at Spies. It's kind of falling price, falling volume.
Which is not indicative of a decisive move lower. When you got volume that's coming down as you're moving down, you should see it like Monday, where that you see that big red candle on Monday, like that.
Yeah.
Not falling volume into a down tape. That's usually a little bit of a exhaustion type signal, or can be. Same with cues.
Apple call credit spread also up 50%.
3 days of
rugging.
Dude, it just that Bollinger Band.
They're gonna go test a 74, and I think you try to buy it. It's 5 points away. What do you got to lose? They just rip through it. I don't know. Maybe.
The volume is increasing right now on QQQ. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Well, Trump said it. He thought the market would be down more, and he's getting it right now.
Yeah. Trump, what do you thought the market would be down more?
Well, it is now.
Thanks, bud.
Donnie.
Hope you find your dad.
Just a complete wipeout.
I mean, is there any chance
they save it by tomorrow?
that there's a buy on the on the MOC?
Maybe. I'm gonna try and buy the low for a float higher if I can get it.
I've been waiting on this NDX level. Where's SPX at? Nowhere.
SPX, that low is 64.73.52. It is.
Oh wait,
5 points away from pure destruction.
We're kind of on that other one.
I don't really think my AMDG is doing so hot today. It was great yesterday.
We just stop right here would be crazy.
I think we got one little push down, and then you're gonna have people that are probably gonna try to get, maybe not. Think they want to go home short after being down this much? And here, oil came off 95.
Yeah, oil's been dropping. They've just been selling everything.
I'm gonna try and get long, like in the low 20s, if I can get it in ES. I ain't scared.
I've been waiting on this like 590 on NDX all day. Well, not all day, but since we broke the second time.
Do you try to buy 770s? Another 30 points down, little flash crash, and then buy them up. Putting limits down there in case we get there.
Come on, just knife, knife. Get away from everything.
All right, icing on the cake would be that Marvell breaks 97.25 before the close and flushes down, and I get another trim, and I'll swing that one too. Apple's free.
Take no prisoners, Donald Trump. He wanted the stock market lower. He's getting it, baby. I mean, is he just literally trying to cause a freaking financial crisis? Is that the goal here? Because that's what they're going to do. They keep this up for another month. Or they're just trying to blow off the froth and then get the big reason to cut rates. I gotta try a little starter here. I just gotta do it. Just a micro. Fill the 26.5. I'll add down there in the low 20s if we go there. It's running out of time. Let me tell you something, Casey. I got some iron condors right now that are on the brink of disaster. That I let it. I got sucked in, and then I sold some calls above it to try to hedge them out, but I didn't get enough of them. Rolled them down.
They're trying to suck me in on this candle. It didn't quite get to my level, but...
And then they're going to blast it one more time, you think? Here's MOC, so it's... Watch it be all sell side. We don't need that.
We're down 10% now, aren't we?
Is that it?
I think we are.
SPX? Or NQ, you're saying? NDX?
I think NDX is down 10%.
Official correction.
Hold on, I can't.
Here I go.
Oh, we're at MOC already?
Yeah, that's what I was watching.
Daggone, where'd the day go?
This goes buy side.
I'm like 9.85%. We're close. Buy side?
There's only a couple names on here. There's no big names on here.
That's not what I was hoping for. I think they're going to close it at the lows. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't. Yeah, they're going to close it right underneath us. No reason to close it any higher. They're going to close it right at that 64.73.
Buckets. Kobe.
This was a trending day down. Sell every rally all day. If you look at the 10-minute, every time we touch the 10-minute 9, we just sold all day long. Every single touch.
You touch it, I touch it, we both touch it.
And every time we did it, we got a hidden bearish divergence for continuation. Every single time. Crazy.
Is cybersecurity the only thing that's up?
CrowdStrike?
Cybersecurity. Metaphor for like Wendy's.
I mean, the only thing that's not that bad is the banks. Why are the banks holding up?
Because they already got decimated. Same with software.
Yeah, probably a good point.
Ooh, Nike explosive trade, $52 calls for tomorrow. What? Who in their right mind? Why? Nike is what? Jesus. Bro, Nike's coming back to 2016, 2017 lows right now.
Yep.
Dang.
Did you see on got smoked today?
ON.
Big old
Ugh.
smoke
Ooh.
and a
There's a
pancake.
gap to fill right here. Down to 31.16, another dollar.
I'm telling you, futures are going right to that low. Look at NQ. It's going to go like 770.
I still think we go to that
Blast it.
645, 644.72 on SPY.
5
then
points
recover
away
after
from
the
where
hours.
they're just going to finish right there, aren't they?
ES is almost at the level 2, 65.23.
You said no one with money buys Nike?
Right. NQ is
every NBA player wears
23.772.
Not everyone, but off the court they do.
I want to buy this NQ low if we can get it.
Oh, man.
I've just been staring at this level, waiting on it, and waiting and waiting and waiting.
What NQ? What are you looking at? 770s?
It's 590 on NDX. Right here-ish.
790s.
Well, I just passed 150K account today. Now I got to go pay the activation fee. Fuck you.
Come down here.
Right here.
Go. Flash it.
You know what? This 150K, I'm going to fund
Here
it, but this is going to be
Here
my
it comes.
full port one. It's going to be my full port account.
All right, I'm in a small one. Got filled at 86.50, filled 83.
I still need to come lower to the 70s.
Yeah, I want to get like 75, but I need some starters. Oh, got him.
772.75 is the low before the Trump pump.
I just got in at 77.50s. Come on, hit us with the pump right here. Or just drill it.
Yeah, I'm going to try long here.
Oh, man. TradingView signed me out of my Tradify. Wait, it says that I haven't pulled up in another one. Where am I logged in at to trade this shit? What? Oh, I'm logged in over here?
I know. I hate that. Sometimes I'm logged in at a different screen. I got in.
Glitched.
Come on, I need a 5-minute pumperoo. At least back to 6,500. Make me at least. That's such a
Trump
violent
speaks
close.
at 4.
Oh my God! Don't watch him just rip it.
After
He looked at the market after. He's like, "Oh man, oil's too high. Rates are too high." Watch him come in and pump it after the close.
I hope so. That'd be sick. Oh, come
Here you
on.
go, Will. Here you go.
Come on.
Yeah, that was a spot 770s. My average is 78, and then
See if we can reclaim 800.
Can we
Or
get
at
a
least
headline?
back up there.
Dude, that would be so good if we got the headline.
Oh, 96, 97. Come on.
Oh,
I
take it
trimmed
back
one.
to 820.
Give them
Yeah.
800 real quick, and then just
There's a
rip
trim at
it.
96.
Let's sit here and watch it go down 500 points just to catch 40 points off the bottom.
What are we doing?
I don't know. I
Like
think
a
after
loser.
hours, man. I mean, you could see this thing 200 points
No,
higher.
we
from
should have
here.
been selling rallies all day. We said it this morning.
Yeah, I missed. I fumbled today.
I hate that I didn't. I said this earlier. It's like I don't want to be short with so much headline risk because you have a point like the other day where all of a sudden you're up, 60 handles and 2 candles and you're cooked. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I mean, I'll take this little 35 point, 40 point bounce. Hey,
Come
as
on,
long as it's
Marvell. Just sell it. You got 2 minutes. Go get down there.
Don't just close me at like 90. Don't crush me all the way.
Where the
Of
Marlboro's
course,
sitting at.
I have 2 short strike iron condors that I'm sitting at 90 is one of them, and the other one's 80 or 75.
340.
Need a little help here, the market gods. This one's on the brink of disaster. What's break even here?
It's crazy
82.
that I'm long at 781.
You think you'd be saying that today?
No.
Me neither. But you have to long it against that. I mean, I don't know how you don't. Against that lower candle, you have to. You gotta try
I don't
it.
like that we stopped right above that other low, but on NDX we hit what I wanted to on the daily.
Yeah, for sure.
Right here. This was that high end of July.
Yep. That flash down
July's
from
monthly
July
high.
31st. No, come higher.
And we hit it on QQQ as well. SPY, on the other hand,
They're gonna close it at the lows, aren't they? Yeah. And then they're gonna pump them after hours. I knew it. I said it too. I said it earlier. Don't do it to me.
dude, you can't even buy leaps right now. Trump is at a
Swing
Greek
half of that
Independence
market.
Day? The f-
Yep,
Watch
they're
them-
gonna close
watch
it.
them- They're gonna
right
wick. You're gonna
at
wick
73.
There's just a full round trip from
Monday?
Monday morning.
Monday morning. They're gonna close it right at 74. Watch.
There we go.
Oh.
Bounce.
Oh.
Bounce.
More. Oh, I had it limited at 1950. It didn't get it on ES on another account.
God, I got family over, but I kind of want to see what Trump's going to say here.
Yeah, tell your family they gotta wait. We got business to conduct.
I just don't know if he's. I don't know if he's gonna say anything.
Oh wow, it's getting spicy here.
Did we close at 645 on SPY?
Yes.
What was the close?
45.10.
45.10.
77.08. Oh, just enough to do
Insane.
some damage. Well, that's what you get.
They may keep rugging this after hours. Dude, what the hell can he say now that he didn't say in the cabinet meeting earlier? Unless he walked out and saw how the bond market took it.
Yeah.
All right.
He might have walked out and been like, "Man, this is getting serious."
The problem is I would try to stay live for Trump, but it could be another 50 minutes or longer.
When does he come on? 3, 4 o'clock, you said, right? No?
I don't know. This is an actual scheduled thing. Like an event, but you just never know. Scheduled to start at 4 p.m. Eastern, so you know what that means with Trump.
Yep. I don't know. I think the this curve flattening is scaring me a little bit, like big picture. This flattening the curve is not good, like for the economy. You don't want to see that. All right, well, a little destruction on the account for the options. We'll have to make that up. That one was a test.
I love the Greeks, especially Theta.
Yeah.
What a quote! What a quote, John. That's great. Dude, what if he comes out right now? He says this is a great time to buy.
Oh my god.
This looks like it's gonna go lower.
Where's Rizzo? We need him to get in there and pump this.
Dude, he's been in the hospital.
Oh, really? What? Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, some kind of he's some kind of like allergic reaction or something. I don't know.
Wow.
He was supposed to be going on vacation this week and he ended up in the hospital.
Not good. Trump is on at 5 Eastern. Okay, so it's a little while.
Oof, yeah, it's an hour.
Yeah, I'm headed out, guys.
Sounds good, Casey.
Later. Incredible day. Amazing week. FAFO Friday tomorrow. I'll catch you guys in the morning.
See you
Later.
tomorrow. Everybody, make sure you're liking the stream.
Hit the bell icon.
FAFO Friday tomorrow.
Ugh.
This week flew by.
I don't even know what. Yeah.
Close at the lows going into FAFO Friday.
Not good.
Gap up and run.
I mean, that's what you can hope. I mean, you need something. You don't get it. It's gap down and go.
Yeah.
I think puts were the. I mean, I closed a lot of my longer term shorts. Oh, what was that? Order filled. That's not a good sign.
That was your 1950 there.
Yeah, there it was. I gotta get out of this. I don't even know what I have on in this account. Oh. I mean, you're right at that NQ low. Right to it.
All right, I'm shutting her down. Team, we'll see you tomorrow.
Bing bong. Oh, I like the werewolf.
There we go. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Next support for SPY.